Hearing of Portfolio Committee Number 3 Education for the additional round of hearings for budget estimates 2025 to 2026. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we're meeting today, and I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today either in person or online. My name is Abigail Boyd and I am chair of this committee. I welcome Deputy Premier Carr and Minister Hussos, as well as accompanying officials, to this hearing. Today the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of education and early learning and Western Sydney. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence that they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. So, welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence. Deputy Premier and Minister Hussos, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you've already sworn an oath to your office as members of Parliament. I'd like to take this opportunity also to extend a special welcome to the Deputy Premier. It is excellent to see you back at our budget estimates hearings. For all other witnesses, I remind you that you have already been sworn before this committee during this inquiry and therefore do not need to be sworn again. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15 to 5:30pm. We're joined by both ministers for the morning session from 9:15am to 1pm, with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon, we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 5:30pm, with a 15-minute break at 3:30pm. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45am, 12:45pm and 5:15pm. We will begin with questions from the crossbench, and that is me. Just in time to get a coffee. Thank you very much. Ministers, and I do appreciate that because we've had Minister Hussos acting as acting Education Minister, some of this may, and I will leave it to you at times to work out which of you wants to respond. But I want to talk to you about the horrifying case of Ashley Griffiths. Yeah. As you know, this man is alleged to have committed 180 charges in New South Wales of sexual assault against girls. 23 families are waiting their time to see him face justice in New South Wales. The families of those girls have been left to advocate for themselves in terms of trying to get him brought to New South Wales from Queensland, where he has been found guilty of, I think, 300 charges. He has been given a life sentence. He's currently appealing, I believe, his minimum part of that, but he's not appealing the actual guilty finding. These families have been left to try and get him brought here. Have either of you spoken with the Attorney General about bringing Mr. Griffiths here to face justice?
Thank you, Ms. Boyd. Before I answer this really important question, I do want to acknowledge your acknowledgement of the fact that we're both here. Of course, some of the questions that are asked of me today, I may have to ask Minister Hussos to assist with, as she was the acting minister for some period of time while I was getting cancer treatment. So I'm very grateful to Minister Hussos for giving up her time to this estimates hearing this morning. She has been a phenomenal support in post, making sure that the work continues apace. In regards to Ashley Griffin, you're right, this is an absolutely horrific set of circumstances. I don't think any of us can imagine what those families have gone through and continue to go through, in fact probably will always go through because of the trauma that this person has put them through. My advice is that the Attorney General has written to his Queensland counterpart to request that whatever is possible to be done can be done ASAP to get Mr Griffin transferred to New South Wales. We do that with the acknowledgement that these families very much want that to happen, so that they have the opportunity to bring Mr Griffin to justice for his crimes in New South Wales. So I await that correspondence between the two Attorneys General, but my advice from our Attorney General is that request has been made, and I'll be keeping a close eye on that to make sure that that's followed up.
And thank you for that. I will also be raising this with the Attorney General. Yep. The families of these victims have got the Attorney Generals in both New South Wales and Queensland to this point by their own advocacy, and my understanding is not through any proactive work of the New South Wales government before that, which is quite unfortunate. But the importance of Ashley Griffiths being brought to New South Wales goes beyond him being held responsible, and also goes to the potential liability of others who had positions of responsibility or authority in the services in which he offended.
Yes.
Are you concerned that a delay in trialling Griffith here could also compromise the success of the prosecutions of the others who may be held liable in relation to his crimes?
Well, I mean, if that would be the case, I would be very concerned about that, and I absolutely understand that this is very complex, and that there is a very strong wish from the families involved to both try Mr Griffith as well as others that may need to be tried. I also need to be careful in the commentary I make, because I don't also want to jeopardise any legal proceedings, because I think it would be fair for people to expect me to say, and I say this truthfully, I want to see those families get justice. I don't want to be doing anything to jeopardise that. And of course I'm concerned about that.
My understanding is that the Attorney General has not met with these families despite their request to meet. And I think their response when they spoke with the Queensland Attorney General was that having a meeting where they actually could express the pain. I mean, we're talking about victims now, some of whom are turning 18, who, you know, they've been going through this for a long period of time. These families are really struggling. And I'll just read, there is, I had a recent email from one of them who was saying about, so they've come together in a bit of a support group, which is great. But this particular parent said to me that, you know, one of them was struggling with every element of his life because he's so angry. He describes it as a ticking time bomb. And this person said that for them it's like the Acme weight in Roadrunner with the threads snapping one by one. Like these are incredibly traumatised people. Given that the Attorney General has not met with them and that may lead to perhaps a hastening, would you encourage the Attorney General to meet with the families to understand this issue?
Yeah, well, look, Ms Boyd, I'm not aware that communication between the families and the Attorney General. I will certainly commit to speaking with the Attorney General about this important matter.
Thank you.
And I can understand what you are talking about. There is serious trauma, and I acknowledge that, and I don't think anyone can understand what that is unless you've gone through it, and I will speak with the Attorney General about this.
Thank you, I appreciate it. One of the issues that we spent a bit of time on in the last estimates with Minister Husos was in relation to the community preschools and the Fair Work Commission. The Fair Work Commission has now issued a formal recommendation directing the New South Wales Government to take, quote, all necessary action, including reviewing and increasing funding, end quote, to give effect to that agreement. And importantly, the Fair Work Commission absolutely denied and gave validity to the preschool teacher claims, and rejected a lot of what the government had been saying. Will the government now comply with that recommendation?
Well, I think the Fair Work Commission, my advice is that they had directed the government to review, as you said, the funding arrangement for community preschools. We will certainly do that. I would, on the outset, say I can absolutely understand and appreciate why community preschool teachers, educators are arguing for a pay increase. They deserve a pay rise. I would urge community preschool providers to pay that pay rise to their workers. I acknowledge the community preschool providers that already pay above the award. Community preschools are in receipt of significant amounts of New South Wales government funding, and we will review that in line with the Fair Work recommendation, if you like. But I just think it's really wise to remember that the community preschools are the employer when it comes to community preschool educators. And I acknowledge that the New South Wales government is a majority funder, 100%. But I can totally understand why community preschool educators want a pay rise. Pay is a function of respect. We've got serious workforce challenges in that workforce, and community preschool providers should be providing that pay rise to pay their workers correctly.
But with respect, that's the argument that was rejected by the Fair Work Commission, who found that these preschools are so underfunded that if they were to provide that pay increase for workers, then that would have to come out of parents' fees. Now that is putting an incredible pressure on families in the middle of a cost of living crisis. For these services, which are statistically safer, they're better quality, and they have these experienced, qualified teachers leaving because they can go to other places, that can't be the solution. So the Fair Work Commission was saying that as the entity responsible for the funding that would then flow through to those wages, that the New South Wales government needs to take all necessary action.
And we will review the funding as directed, as recommended by the Fair Work Commission. But just to get all facts out on the table for this really important conversation, we are not the employer of community preschool, and I would just urge community preschool providers to find a way to pay for this pay rise, because many of them do have the ability to do that. We are not the sole funder of community preschools. We're the majority funder. We will review that funding, and I think that the community preschool educators have a really strong case, and community preschool providers should be honouring that by providing their workforce with a pay rise.
We'll come back to this. Ms Mihalik.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Deputy Premier. Good to see you back. Can I just very quickly just ask a couple of questions? Sorry, can I just confirm when your return date was, just so I know? It was February or January?
I just have to check. I think it was the first day of the students were back at day one,
that's
term one.
Just roughly to know that it was February. Okay. The matter I'm going to ask you about is just in relation to what I thought was a really shocking incident. I'm sure you would agree. And this is the international Chinese academic Si Hang Li, who posed as a schoolboy, 46-year-old man that was caught posing as a schoolboy in Hyde Park. The article attributes, and I'm going by what's in the media, he was subsequently charged and has since left Australia and has returned back to Hong Kong or China, wherever he's from. It stated in there that he visited a number of schools, specifically schools with uniform stores, and he went to Sydney Boys High. I just want to ask you, Deputy Premier, when you might have been notified of this incident, and if the department had any contact with any other schools, whether there was more to this incident than just one public school, and perhaps what has happened since this horrific revelation?
Yeah, I mean, this is obviously a matter for police, but as you
Yes.
said, my advice is that he did visit some non-government schools and Sydney boys, but in order to answer this question properly, I might have to ask Mr Dizdar to
I'm
advise
happy
on
with
what
that,
we
Yeah,
know about this.
they are concerning. I'm across the matter as well, Ms Mahalik, and we're fully cooperating with New South Wales Police.
Well, what I want to ask specifically, because I had a look at the uniform policy, so I guess what I'm trying to understand is what safeguards are in place to prevent an individual from turning up to a school. In this instance, for example, Sydney Boys, the uniform store is on site. I just wanted to clarify with you, Deputy Premier, and perhaps from Mr Dizdar, has the department investigated how an individual can... I guess what I'm trying to understand... turn up on site. What safeguards are
We're
in
hearing
place,
two.
Wow.
We're hearing
to
two of
prevent an
Tanya.
individual from turning up to a school. In this instance...
Oh,
I might be recorded.
Yeah, it just automatically appeared, Ms Mahalik. Yeah.
Okay, how about we... I'm happy for Deputy Premier if you want to hand...
I think,
Does Mr Dizdar want to respond?
my expectation, like that's very concerning.
Yeah.
I think any person that read this, saw this, it raises more than a few questions. So my expectation is that shouldn't be able to happen, but I'll just ask
Yes.
Mr Dizdar about that.
Our schools that have got uniform shops on site have sign-on procedures. Any visitor, including parents, you've got to sign into the school. So
Is that part of your policy, part of the uniform policy, or is that a generic entering school
That's-
grounds or shared school facility policy? Which policy would
that's
that be
part of
under?
that's part of visiting a school, entering a school. This is not parents just simply drop off. You're going in there to buy a uniform. Many of
Yeah.
our schools do have uniform shops on site. I want to thank PECs.
Can I ask you a
and
notice
Office
how
Money.
many, can I ask if you can put a notice,
Yeah.
perhaps how many schools actually have their uniform shops on site?
I'm happy to look
Yeah,
at
if you can,
what
I
we've
think the
got.
majority though have it off-site, is that right for public
I
schools?
know there's still
or-
some that do that, and often it's parent-run with volunteers, and I want to thank
Yeah.
parents. Yeah.
But what would the process normally be? Parents just turn up, buy a uniform. Do they need to notify that they have a child at
So
the school?
I can tell you the process from experience how it normally
Yeah.
happens. My children are at Newtown High School, the Performing Arts. It's a fantastic school, and it has a uniform shop. And I went there to purchase their uniform, and I had to sign into the school. And then the school pointed out and took me to where the uniform shop was. Often those
Do you think that's consistent, Mr Dizdar, across
It's a
all public
consistent
schools, that
expectation.
process? Because
Yeah.
do we know if that happened here at Sydney Boys, that he actually signed in at the office, this
As
individual?
it's a police matter, I can't go into.
Well, the
details.
matter's closed, actually.
Yeah.
He's been charged, convicted, it's closed. The police have closed their investigation.
I'm happy to
according
get.
to what's on the
I'm happy to
reporting.
get on detail
Well,
what,
he's actually
what I
back
can
overseas
for you.
and is, as I understand, been suspended from his university.
Yeah, I'm happy to get on detail what I can for you. If I can just finish with the example though, the uniform shops normally have operating hours, and they're really well communicated to parents, as it was for me as a parent at Newtown High School of Performing Arts, and then I was accompanied by staff who showed me the way. I'd signed in, purchased the uniform, and off I went. So there is a record then of entry of parents. Yeah.
So you would say that all schools are complying with that process?
I'd say that they understand that process really well, yeah.
Okay, but how do you know if they're complying with that? Because obviously this individual somehow
Yeah.
since February 27th was able to enter a public school and purchase a uniform.
What I can
Have you undertaken a specific investigation as to what occurred at this public school?
what I could assure the committee is that the sign-on procedures in our schools are really well enacted and understood.
Did this individual sign on?
I like I said, Ms. Mahalik, let me come
Can you
back
take
on.
that on notice?
Let me come back on detail with what I can cover with it. Yeah.
Okay, it'd be well. As I said, as far as the reporting is, the case is closed. So I don't know what police would be further investigating. And in fact, the information was only released once the individual had essentially been already convicted and left. So my concern is, are
Yeah.
public schools following a process, as you just articulated, that they're in fact asking people to sign on prior to going into a uniform shop,
I mean,
parents, are they notifying are they providing detail that they actually have a child on site, perhaps providing the roll class of that child, some confirmation of who they are?
I'm very confident around the sign-on procedures in schools. Having visited 1,564 government schools in my career, I can't even walk in without signing in.
This individual apparently did this in 2020
Yeah.
with one of the private schools.
Yeah.
I don't know how much investigation was undertaken then on whether he visited public schools indeed at that time either. He wasn't charged at that time, and I think that's part of the problem. But it wasn't the first occasion that he'd come to Australia to do this.
So my understanding was that there was several independent schools that he visited, including Sydney Boys. I agree with you, it's concerning. So let me go on and find out what I can come back to you on notice with.
Okay, that'll be great. Can I just quickly also ask you about, Deputy Premier, I might just ask you a little bit about anti-Semitism in schools at the moment. And I do recall, I think you might have made a comment, I'm not sure if it was yourself or Minister Hughes was quoted in the Daily Telegraph published on the 25th of January, that we're already working closely with our federal counterparts on further measures to combat anti-Semitism. I just want to ask what those measures are for New South Wales public schools.
That would have been Minister Hughes at the time. We were working with Minister Clare, who of course is the Commonwealth Minister, on the anti-Semitism roundtable, the education task force that he put together, chaired by David Gonski. We are working in that task force. In fact, recently I was at Education Ministers' meeting hearing an update on the work of that task force. I'm actually really proud of the work we're doing in New South Wales. We are leading the country in the work against anti-Semitism in schools, specifically in nation-leading professional development for teachers, in not just anti-Semitism but dealing with trauma response, working with the Jewish Board of Deputies on some of that professional learning. And I believe the anti-Semitism training that might be rolled out, I think I'll stand to be corrected, Mr. Disdar, but by UNESCO, the work that the Commonwealth Envoy is doing, we're actually doing that work in New South Wales, and I think hosting a discussion shortly. Is that right, Mr. Disdar?
Correct.
Deputy Premier, you
Yes.
also has the department actually dedicated a funding line for de-radicalisation or extremism prevention programs? Are there sort of those type of programs that the department might be involved with?
Okay, so just in terms of the anti-Semitism question, we're definitely hard at work on the anti-Semitism question in terms of helping teachers in classrooms and in schools help deal with any abhorrent increases of anti-Semitism in schools. We do run existing.
Of that? Do we keep records of incidences? Does the department?
Yes, we keep records of anything that happens in New South Wales schools, but Mr. Disdar will have detail on that.
Yeah, in relation to the work, the national work around anti-Semitism, we've partnered with UNESCO and the National Anti-Semitism Envoy in Gillian Segal and the Sydney Jewish Museum, and we're hosting a national dialogue at our headquarters later this month, and that work is being co-developed with those experts to pilot in 10 government schools in Victoria and New South Wales together to learn what would help the profession in stamping out any incidences of anti-Semitism in schools, or that can come from community and impact on school. The Deputy Premier is right, it's nation-leading work, and it does follow a March 25 live stream that I conducted with principals in New South Wales with the Anti-Semitism National Envoy and the National Envoy for Islamophobia and the CEO of Multicultural New South Wales in March 25 to help support our workforce around their impeccable work in fostering social cohesion.
Thanks. Chair? I'm finished yet.
It's not dinging.
It dinged.
No, it's just
Ding
me
is
that's
done.
not
It
dinging.
did.
The opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome, Ministers and Deputy Premier. Great to see you back. Congratulations, and very good to see you here. We're very pleased you're back. And great to have two for the price of one. Can I turn to public school enrolments and ask, your government publishes annual public school enrolment data numbers and at data.nsw.gov.au, which is very helpful. They show the enrolments each year, 96 to 24. Minister, can I ask this? There appears to be from that data a decline in public school enrolments, both as the absolute number and also as a percentage share of total school enrolments. Do you accept that those figures are accurate and that you're presiding over a decline in public school enrolments?
We've made absolutely, we've been very clear that we aim to arrest the decline in public school enrolments, and that can be put down to decades of underinvestment, failing to build schools in new areas where they build. I tell you, in the electorate that I represent, there were whole suburbs full of tens of thousands of people without public schools that they simply couldn't go to. So that might impact on public school enrolments. And so we're doing everything to turn that around. We have record low numbers of teacher vacancies. We have halved the number of merged and cancelled classes. We're investing like never before in new schools, as well as in high potential and gifted education to attract parents and families to public schools to help their children reach their full potential.
Thank you.
We admit, yes, that this is a challenge that we inherited, and we're hard at work to arrest that.
Thank you. It does show, if you compare those years, that in fact public school enrolments are generally stronger under Liberals, Nationals governments if you compare the data and the years than Labor governments. It's just going on the numbers and the years from each of those from 96 to 24, but nonetheless I accept what you say about trying to address the issue. But the Sydney Morning Herald reported last month that the Department of Education has a target to increase the enrolment share of public schools from 62.9% to 65.5% in 2034. Is that report correct?
We, as I said very clearly just in the answer before, we've made it very clear that we want to increase our enrolment share. We're hard at work using all those ways to do that.
Thank you.
Mr Disdar in particular has made it very clear that that is a huge KPI of his
Sure.
to increase public school enrolments, our enrolment share, and that's exactly what we're hard at work to do.
Okay, so that report is accurate, thank you. So nonetheless though, rather than be on the way to achieving that target, the public school share actually fell under you in 2025 to 61.5%.
Look, I would make the point that a lot of this data, they're lagging indicators. This has been going on for some time. It not only is going on around the country, but it has been going on for some time. I think anyone that has had anything to do with education policy knows that change is not immediate, and investment in the long term takes time to turn a tanker around.
Mm-hmm.
We inherited a system that was underinvested in, where
Sure.
there were simply schools that did not exist in areas where hundreds of thousands of people lived. So actually,
It's
in
difficult
fairness,
to
Ms.
enrol
Ward,
in
you
a school
can't
that's not
compare.
built.
You
Yeah.
can't compare 1996 to today,
Sure.
because Marsden Park and Jordan Springs did not exist.
Thank you.
They do now. They
Right.
existed under your government, and you refused to build
Let's
schools.
talk about
That's
the
why
type.
we're in the situation that we are.
All right, well, let's talk about what you've done in the 3 years that you have been in charge. So rather than being on the way to achieving that target, the 65.5%, the public school share actually fell. So what's the target each year between now and 2034?
Look, I don't know if you're going to get... I think you're searching for a disagreement that's not going to exist. I agree that we need to lift public school enrolments. We've made it very clear. We're transparent about that. We're working at that. We're investing in new schools. We're doubling the amount of public preschools at this state, the biggest investment this state has ever had in public preschools. We're investing in high potential and gifted education. We're
Yep,
changing
I'll
enrolment
get
availability.
to questions on those. I'm just interested in the target.
But I'm agreeing that
what is the
we're
target?
admitted and we've discussed the target and we're working towards it.
So what's the target each year between now and 2034?
Well, we've discussed the target.
But what is it?
Well, we've discussed what the target is. We're not going to be putting a target on each year. We are going to continue to make the long-term investment
Sure. But
to
to
win
increase
back
it, surely
enrolment share.
Thank you. But surely between now and 2034, you would have to have interim targets that you're seeking to achieve or you're directing your department to achieve.
Well, my expectation is that the department is hard at work, and I know that they are, and
Well,
I'm
how
sure
can you
Mr.
be
Disdar can
but
detail
how-
the ways in which they are.
Sure. How
but
can you
we
be
are
confident,
working-
though, that to reach that 2034 target if you don't have those milestones along the way?
Well, I can be sure that we're working at it because this government is investing in public education like never before. In fact, the investment in infrastructure alone is the largest ever investment. I don't think since the 50s and 60s we've seen an investment in public school infrastructure like we're seeing right now. So that's how I can be sure that we're doing it.
All right. Can I ask you, does the department have interim targets?
The target that we've made publicly available on our plan for public ed is a 2034 target.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. I'm asking about the milestones along the way.
I mean, what we're hard at work every day is to arrest the decline, stabilise it and grow, and I'm very confident that we will get there. That's why we set an ambitious platform.
Do you have interim targets along the way?
There are 2034 target. What we've also done that may be of interest for the committee is, for the first time in my career as a former principal on the ground, we've set enrolment growth measures with every single school in the state, and those measures are set for 2028.
All right, we can get
and
to
we're
that
using,
in government time.
I think this is important.
I'm
We're
interested
using
in
that as a guide.
Yes, I'm sorry,
how
I do
we're
have very
tracking
limited
to the
time, so I'm just
2030.
interested.
Okay.
Before that 2034,
Yeah.
what are the steps along the way? It seems that the answer I can understand from what you've said is that we're aiming to the target, but we don't have interim milestone steps. Is
No, I
that
don't.
fair?
I didn't quite say that. no.
Okay, well, what are the interim milestone steps then?
They are the school targets that we've set.
Are they
The
yearly?
growth measures
For the first time ever.
for the first time
Yeah.
ever.
And are they yearly?
They're being set now in 26 for 28. So they're our interim steps.
So you've got a 2028 interim step for growth, measuring growth.
Well, I think it's fair, having been a school principal, that you give time for schools to grow their enrolments.
Do you expect a further fall, Minister, before an increase back to get back on track to the 65.5%
No,
target?
I expect our work to continue apace to grow enrolments. Can I just say
Do you have
as
an
well,
update?
can I just say, no, this is really important to put in perspective what we're dealing with, because we're talking about potentially a generation of children we've lost, particularly in new release areas. It actually compounds over time. So
Sure.
if
Can I
in
just get to
Marsden
the
Park the
targets, though?
5-year-olds don't have somewhere to go, well then that's their whole schooling career.
Thank you. I think we all agree, no one's disagreeing that it needs to be dealt with. I'm asking about the targets,
Yeah.
though, in budget estimates. So your data doesn't include 2025 because the 2025 figures just aren't up to date on that. Do you have an update on the total public school enrolments since the reported figures?
Well, these are transparently reported, so
But it hasn't been updated, so can you
We'll
provide
take that
an
on
update?
notice.
Can you provide that today? Can somebody in the whole of the department look that up today? 'Cause it's
oh look, I'll
obviously
take that
not
on notice
published.
unless I get advice otherwise.
All right. Well, being transparent, I'm sure there's somebody in the thousands of people watching at home who could find that update, and hopefully it's a good one.
I think you overplay just how interesting this committee is, but yes.
Sure. I'm sure you're very interested, as am I. There's an election coming, as you, I'm sure, know, on the 13th of March 2027. Do you promise to release the 2026 public school enrolment numbers ahead of the election and no later than the same time next year?
We'll be transparent with all data.
Sure. So you'll publish those numbers?
Look, I'm not going to announce today when we're going to publish data for the election campaign, but
Why
I can
not?
guarantee you that we'll go to the election with an extremely strong offering
Sure.
on everything we have done in public education after you left it in a complete mess.
All right, let's talk about the data though.
Yes.
So you're being transparent, but you're not prepared to commit to release that data before the election.
Look, I have to say, I'm really trying not to be argumentative about this, but the fact that the Liberals come in a committee to do with education talking about transparency of data is like the hypocrisy knows
It's
no
your own
bounds.
data, Minister.
Hypocrisy knows no bounds. When I came in as Minister, I said to the department,
Minister,
probably in
your
one of our
government's
first
been in for
meetings,
3 years.
how do we know the merged and cancelled classes from the teacher shortage? They said, we don't know, Minister, because the previous government never asked us to ask
Minister,
for
you've
it.
been in for 3 years. It's budget estimates.
Yes.
I'm asking you about data that's
Yeah.
published by the department. So, if I may, there is. Can you rule out a further decline this year? If you won't commit to publishing the data, is that something that you're able
Can
to
I rule
commit
out a
to?
further decline of
Yeah.
enrolments?
Yeah.
Yeah, look, what I can say is I'm not going to make ridiculous assertions at this committee so that you've got something for your social media.
How is
what
it
I'm going to do,
ridiculous?
what I'm going to do is
How is it
continue
ridiculous?
to work to grow our enrolment share.
What's ridiculous about it?
I'm just not going to give you what you want for that.
Oh, no,
what
no,
I'm going to
I'm
do
asking for data,
is
that's all.
continue to work to grow back enrolment share and to improve outcomes for our students. That's where the rubber hits the road here.
All right, so
that's
if
what that's
enrolments-
actually about.
Okay, so if enrolments have declined, have you failed, Minister?
Well, I've admitted that we need to grow enrolments.
So if enrolments decline in this coming year, have you failed?
No, I've admitted that we need to increase enrolments.
You see, it's an important issue, isn't it? We all agree on that declining school enrolments. It's not acceptable, in my view, to label that as a ridiculous
Really would have
question,
been
is it?
nice for the Liberals to
How is
care
it
about
ridiculous?
public school enrolments when they're in government.
Well, these are important issues, Minister, for
I agree.
parents,
Yes.
for parents in New South Wales
Yes.
and for students.
Yes.
But all right, we'll move on. Last week, the ABS released its annual schools report showing a
Yes.
decline in the public school system share of enrolments. Again, 61.5% of New South Wales students now attend public schools is actually lower than the national average of 62.8%. Why do you think it's lower in New South Wales than the rest of the country?
Well, as I've said ad nauseum, I almost feel like this is a trick question, but I
There's
think in
nothing
New
tricky
South
about
Wales
it. It's on
lower.
data, Minister. I think you're reading way too much. I'm simply asking about the comparison with the rest of the country. That's ABS statistics.
Yeah, that is released annually every March.
Sure. So why do you think
Uh,
it's lower in New South Wales?
Yeah, well, it might have something to do with the fact that your government didn't build the schools where they were required. No,
gonna
that's
be the
not
same
that's not a
answer to the
small
question.
point. Students cannot go to public schools that don't exist. Would you admit that?
You've been in for 3 years, Minister. I'm asking about this
And
budget
we have
estimates,
built
what
more
you're
schools
doing.
in growth areas than you ever planned to
But
build.
Minister, the data doesn't lie. It's ABS
Yes, I know.
statistics showing that the enrolment is lower in New South
Yes.
Wales, and you're wanting to talk about 3 years ago. I'm interested for parents and students talking about now why you think it's lower than the rest
Because
of the
when
country.
you failed to admit that the people of Jordan Springs needed a high school that they couldn't enrol
Enrolment's
in,
low.
that's why the data doesn't lie. It's actually, I think that maybe you aren't understanding what I'm saying in this respect. It is because the schools didn't exist, the enrolments aren't there.
Thank you. A Department of Education spokesperson told the Sydney Morning Herald on the 5th of March that strategies are being implemented to boost enrolments, including a program called Inspire, in which every school will offer gifted education options to high potential students.
Yes.
Spokesperson also noted enrolments were in part fuelled by a lack of public schools in high growth areas. So is it the department's view that none of the decline in enrolments is due to the actual quality of education provided in New South Wales public schools?
Are you questioning the quality of our public school system, Ms Ward?
I'm asking the question the spokesperson noted, is it the view that none of that decline, there's been a decline in enrolments, is that none of that attributable to the actual quality of education being provided?
I am proud to be the Education Minister of New South Wales, and I stand by the quality education that our 85,000 teachers provide our students in our public schools across New South Wales.
All right,
I just want to make that point.
National Australia
I
Bank.
stand by that quality, but the spokesperson referenced in that article is just making the point that I just made. Students cannot enrol in schools that don't exist, and that has had a disastrous impact on enrolments, a disastrous
Minister, but you see-
compounding
Thank you.
compounding impact on enrolments.
But the issue is that they're declining under you. So even in
No,
the
I'm
schools that
agreeing
are
with-
built, hang on, can I ask
This
the
is a
question?
parallel
May I please
argument.
ask the
I'm
question?
agreeing with you.
Is it possible to ask the question? In those schools that do exist, National Australia Bank behavioural economist Dean Pearson told the ABC on 5 March that his longitudinal research survey on parents, they indicated discipline was also a key motivator for both parents and students. Do you agree that the perception of better discipline, student behaviour and higher expectations, perhaps in private schools, is hurting those school enrolments?
Well, I certainly agree that high expectations are important in education. If you talk to any educator, and I'm privileged to work with one of the state's best in Mr. Disda, he will constantly talk about high expectations. And in fact, one of the first things we did upon coming to government was reverse your ludicrous changes to the school student behaviour and discipline policy to make it easier for principals to actually discipline students when persistent misbehaviour occurs.
Okay,
So
let's look at
we actually
teacher
turned that
numbers.
around.
Yeah, let's talk about those teachers then. So has the number of FTE teachers in public schools fallen on your watch?
There are more teachers in New South Wales than there were before we came to government.
Okay, let's look at the data. The public sector reports for 2023 and 2025 talk about those numbers. In June 23, 70,442, June 24, 70,235, and June 25, 70,206. So those numbers have clearly fallen. Do you have any update since June 2025 on the FTE public school teacher numbers?
There are more teachers in New South Wales than there were before. In addition to that, there are radically fewer vacancies. So if we were
But you
to
see,
even
according to the numbers, that's
what
not
we're
accurate.
what we've actually done also, in addition to lower vacancies and increase the number of teachers through things like a historic pay rise, is put more teachers in classrooms and not above establishment positions that weren't in the classroom. So even if we were to accept your proposition that there were more teachers
It's
under
not
you,
my
which
proposition.
is falsehood, which is a
With respect,
falsehood,
Minister, it's the
they were
public sector
actually more
report.
vacancies. So what's your argument? There were more teachers and more vacancies. Was it just incompetence?
Thank you. So the public sector report, I haven't made those numbers up, it's from your data, but do you have an update since that June 2025 on FTE public school teacher numbers?
There are more teachers, including more
Yes,
than
do you have an update?
16,000 teachers and support staff that were made permanent.
Okay, so your claim, you don't have an update, yet you're claiming that vacancies at the start of 2026, term 1, I think you have said, are at a 12-year low. How can you claim to know that number but not have an FTE for teachers?
Well, we could claim to know that number because we're the employer, and we can
So
look at
what is
how
the
many
number of
teacher
FTE?
vacancies there were in 2022, which from my memory when we were in opposition was in excess of 3,000, and your minister, who's not on this committee anymore, at the time said it didn't keep her up at night.
Minister,
But
that was 3 years ago. I'm asking about the data
Yes.
now. You've said you
well,
don't
you're talking
agree
about a
that that's
comparison because
accurate.
it's at a 12-year low.
So the public sector reports you say are not accurate. They show the decline. I've asked for the update as at June 2025. Since then, you can't provide that. Yet you say, claim to say that numbers have increased. They're at a 12-year low, but it doesn't reflect that in any data. Can you provide a notice perhaps a breakdown of current vacancies by school?
We've provided this.
Can you provide it to the committee? I'm asking you today.
Yeah, but we have already provided this
You may
many
well
times
have.
over.
Can I ask if you're prepared to?
I'll take it on notice, but we've provided this number. Teacher numbers are in annual reports. We've
Is that a
provided
no?
vacancies.
Are you declining?
Mr. Disda, can you help with this?
I can help the committee. On day 1, term 1, 2023,
Thank you. I'm happy for you to provide it in government
I've got it
time,
here.
if that's okay.
I don't
I've got
have to
1
take
minute
it on
left,
notice.
so
I
I
can-
might just ask you to provide that in the afternoon. That'd be great. Thank you. I've got 1
but it
minute.
might help with your question.
Yes, but it might also take up my 1 minute. So happy to deal with that in the afternoon. Thank you very much. It's important to know the projection of number of FTE public teachers as well for June 2026. I'd be appreciative of that also. And finally, can we look at the issue of the full-time employee-related expenses in the budget? Do you see in the budget, Minister, in Budget Paper 4, page 6-2, employee-related expenses for the Department of Education, do they consist of salaries, superannuation and employee on-costs?
I'd have to receive advice on that matter, Mr. Disdar, what that's in, so I give the committee the right answer. What's included in that
We can get
item?
Miss McCabe to help you with that.
What's included in that item, Ms. McCabe?
Yeah, thank you. That'd be great. And are those salaries overwhelmingly employee-related expenses, or what is the percentage of those? We can deal with that this afternoon. If you can come back to me on that, that would be great. And what proportion of the department's employee expense budget do teachers represent, Minister?
Well, I'd have to take advice on that, so I'll give you the right answer. I mean, I don't know if
It's your
I'm being
budget.
criticised for giving teachers a pay rise, but
I'm not
okay.
criticising, I'm asking what the
Yeah.
employee expense budget proportion teachers represent.
It's good for teachers to know where they stand for with the opposition.
Just before I go back to the questions I was asking before, can I ask you, in the annual report for 24 to 25, it reveals that there were 22 staff who went overseas to recruit inbound full fee paying international students to the New South Wales school sector. How long has that program been going on, and how many international students are you recruiting, and where do they then get enrolled, I guess?
Yes, I think this has been going on for some time. I'd have to ask Mr. Disdar to update the committee on that work.
Yeah, the International Students Unit, I can get you the exact time frame, but it's been the 3 decades I've been in the department, if not longer. And what we do is send principals of our high schools on study tours to promote public education in New South Wales, including their schools, and that's what that number refers to.
I see. All right, I might come back to that later. Thank you. Another thing in the annual report that stuck out to me was there's a statement there that says that the department has commenced the phased recovery of unspent early childhood education and care grants from approved providers. While it is probable there will be an inflow of economic benefits, the recovery process includes confirmation of surplus balances to determine amounts able to be recovered. What money is that you're trying to claw back from the sector?
I'd have to, unless this is something that Mr. Hughes is aware of, I'd have to, Mr. Barraquette, are you aware of that?
Yes, under our Start Strong guidelines, there is a mechanism for the department to recoup unspent funds. So we have been working with for-profit providers that have received government funds that have not spent those funds to recoup those.
Okay, only for profits.
That's my understanding, but I'll confirm that on notice for you.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Premier, going back to the discussion we were having about the Fair Work Commission, I understand the statements you were making before were very similar, again, to some of the statements that were made during that case and were rejected by the Fair Work Commission. But in particular, the finding that 88% of all funding that community preschools have is actually reliant from, or comes from the government, means that they are almost wholly reliant on government funding for their operations. Do you accept that if the New South Wales government doesn't provide the funding for this fee increase, start that again. Are you aware that if the government doesn't provide extra funding to allow a wage increase, then one of two things will happen? We'll either have fees needing to be increased for families, or we will have these community preschools closing down. Given that they're the only options, will the government just commit to finally giving these preschools the money they need?
With due respect, Ms. Boyd, I sort of dispute that proposition. I don't believe that is the only set of options. And I do believe that there are many community preschools that are able to provide this increase, and I would like to see community preschool teachers and educators paid a fair wage. I just don't accept the premise of that question. I have asked the agency to review funding as directed by the Fair Work Commission, and I support the community preschool teachers in their campaign to get fairer wages. We
So-
are not the employer.
No, but you effectively are, and I think that's the.
In fairness, we're not.
But that is what the Fair Work Commission.
That's not what they said.
Really knocked on the head was this fallacy
say
that
that.
somehow this government, which managed to crow about the fact that it had provided increased funding for community services when their workers had a wage increase, even though they're not the direct employer, in this particular case is saying, oh yes, no, it's nothing to do with us.
No, we're saying we'll review the funding, absolutely.
Okay, because
we're not the employer, and that, with due respect, Ms. Boyd, the Fair Work Commission didn't dispute that we're not the employer.
No, because it's irrelevant.
That is like saying people coming to this committee and asking me to fund a pay rise for private school teachers.
No, it's
We're not the
completely
employer.
different because private schools aren't reliant on you for funding, whereas
Well,
these
community preschools,
are reliant on you for funding.
many of them have the ability to pay their workers.
That's
and
not what the Fair Work Commission said. It said that all of that data that was brought, all of the misleading statements that were made in this budget estimates last time, that somehow there was sort of wads of cash that these community preschools had. The Fair Work Commission said that's not true, and that's what the community preschools have been saying the whole
because
time.
the community preschools went to the Fair Work Commission with the union to say the government should pay our workers.
With actual data that was then accepted by the Fair Work Commission.
Well, the Fair Work Commission, with respect, Ms. Boyd, the Fair Work Commission did not say the government is directed to pay the workers.
No,
because
that's not
we
what
are
I
not the
just said,
employer.
though. I said that the Fair Work Commission accepted the data that your government had rejected and instead made misleading comments to the media and here in budget estimates that somehow they had all of this excess cash, which they didn't have. But there is another option, you're right. The other option is that these services, in order to pay these wage increases, actually cut staff and degrade quality. Is that the outcome that this government's looking for?
No one wants to see that.
Do you
No,
understand,
and
though, that
nothing-
without that
nothing
funding,
we are
that's what's
doing
going to happen?
In any early childhood setting would I don't think lead anyone to believe that that's what we want to see. We are actually
Right.
leading nation-leading, remember, legislation that we worked with you on, Ms. Boyd, in my absence, to increase quality and put child safety as number one. So we don't want to decrease quality.
So we want to increase the quality of these services. We want to be encouraging these services, which are statistically
Yes.
safer, they
Yes.
are better quality.
Yes.
So you will be recommending that the government provide the funding then for these
We'll be
community
reviewing the
preschools.
funding.
Can I move on to something slightly different? You mentioned the reforms that went through last year. There is one of those that is causing a bit of concern in the sector. And to be honest, I'm not sure if it's the actual implementation of it or if it is the communication around it. But it involves the use of devices on the floor. And particularly, there appears to be a sentiment particularly from the family daycare operators, that the rules have not been applied to them in a way that makes sense. So, for instance, if you were to look at a long daycare centre, we have educators on the floor. To say that they can't have their own personal devices in that circumstance perhaps makes more sense, or does make more sense, because they have also have a front office function where they can receive calls and do other things to do with the business. But when you're dealing with family daycare, often it's one person in a residence who is expected to not only look after children but also be running their business. So for them to not have a device while interacting with children has been quite difficult. So I just wanted to ask a general question around how you're seeing that implementation and whether there is going to be any sort of adjustments to account for different circumstances for these different operators.
Okay, so I would, in terms of what is in the legislation that was worked through in the Parliament, I don't know if Minister Hughes has anything to add, because obviously she stewarded that through the Parliament, working with members like yourself, Ms. Boyd. But then I think Acting Commissioner Curry might have something to say about the implementation of that as well.
Apologies, Mr. Carey. I can ask you in detail later, but yes, if you just if there's any insight you can give on what's happened
there has
here.
been some confusion between the difference between functionality and
Yes.
capacity.
Yes.
So some of the workers have believed switching off the functionality was enough to comply, and it isn't, because it's about capacity to take photos. So we've worked with them on that and taken very low-level compliance action, as in reminding, no fines or anything, reminding them. In terms of family daycare, yes, that is something that we have had communications with family daycare about that, and a meeting with them very soon, actually, to discuss that concern. We're still at a bit of a... It'll need some negotiation, because there is still the complexity that a personal phone that will then be used elsewhere will have the capacity to take photos of children in care. We understand that family daycare is slightly different. However, the intent of the direction and the intent of what is there is to protect children from the capacity
Yes.
or potential of having photos. So we recognise that there is more communication and more negotiation to be done on that,
Okay.
but we have to negotiate how it can work, still protecting children.
But people aren't being fined in the meantime for
At the moment,
inadvertently.
I can share with you in the blitz that we had not long ago, we found, I think it was 40-something workers that had the watches on. We actually explained to them, rather than taking action, explained to them and wrote a reminder to them about not being able to use them, and that was enough. It was still a compliance action, but it was at the lower level, and that's the way that we're doing it, or we're actually managing it at the moment, until people are more confident with what that direction means.
Thank you. Ms Mahab.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Premier, you mentioned earlier, just back on the anti-Semitic incidences throughout public schools. I just want to confirm you are keeping data. Is that data? Do you have data that can be made available across which state electorates many of these anti-Semitic incidences are occurring?
I don't think, as a rule, we collect data based on state electorates. We would.
But you would
Incident
on
reporting
some
is
things
something.
you would, or by school. How do you normally keep data?
Hang on. Incident reporting is something that schools are well versed in having to do, unfortunately, because there's just hundreds of thousands of kids coming and going. So DOE is used to doing that. So that data does come through the system via the incident reports. Is that right, Mr. Disdar?
Yeah, we've got an incident report.
And how do
hotline.
you, how Deputy Premier, is the incident report then quantified? Like, how do we look at this data? Is it done by region? Is it done, how can we obtain that data of where these anti-Semitic incidences are occurring? If it's not done by state electorate, do you indicate the school, or do you indicate...
It's school level. We don't do electorates.
Okay, so you actually notify the school. So can that information be made
The school
publicly?
calls the incident hotline,
Right.
reports the
You
incident,
report it, you know where the
and
school is.
experts are at the other end to
Okay.
give advice and
And
guidance.
is that information now publicly available where these incidences are occurring?
We release incident report data annually. Yeah.
Have you released any data since December 14th? Since this Bondi attack, have we had any data of any anti-Semitic reports since then?
The incidents go to a range of things, and so we normally release a summary of incident report data for our system.
Okay, so when would you get data? How recent has the Deputy Premier, as the Minister for Education, have you, Minister, in your return, did you ask for any data since the attack that occurred in December 14th, to be clear on any incidences since that attack?
Well, what I've been asking for since my return is what the department is doing to foster social cohesion and protect social cohesion in our schools. And can I just take this opportunity to say, when people out there talk about we need social cohesion in society, go to schools. That's social cohesion every day. So that's what I've been asking for.
Did you, Deputy Premier, did you ask the department why they didn't make a submission to the PC5's inquiry into anti-Semitism?
No, I didn't ask that, but we...
Is there any
we're
reason
at
why the
work-
department didn't do a submission?
We're at work. We're at work doing a range of things.
But
to
they could
combat
actually clarify that and
anti-Semitism.
provide that information to that inquiry. That would be helpful if the department actually demonstrated to the one very it was a very specific inquiry that the Parliament's undertaking into anti-Semitism, but there hasn't been a submission from your department.
Well, I'd have to take advice on that, but we're running very hard at combating anti-Semitism and doing
Well, it would
that
be
so
good
that
to
social
let the public know that
cohesion
through the
is
submission.
retained
That
in our
was the one
schools.
process, Deputy Premier, that could be made available. Can I ask you then, Deputy Premier, you'll come back as to why the department didn't make a submission in that regard? Thank you. Can I ask you, the Royal Commission on Anti-Semitism and Social Cohesion is taking submissions until at least the end of May. Will you instruct the department to make a submission to the Royal Commission?
Well, we're working with the Special Envoy against Anti-Semitism.
But will you instruct them to make a submission? They didn't do one into the parliamentary inquiry. Would the department then provide some information over
In
to
respect to the parliamentary inquiry, I would say the department and myself as minister, and we've even got two ministers here by virtue of the fact that Minister Hughes was here while I was getting cancer treatment. The department and all of the deputy secretaries come to budget estimates to be questioned about absolutely everything. So, I mean, there's any opportunity to ask these questions now.
Has indicated there's been 100 instances that they're aware of, at least, of anti-Semitic.
Sorry, who
did? The Jewish Board of Deputies have indicated their data, at least 100 instances of anti-Semitic instances that they've made that information available from schools, at schools. They've made that information available to the inquiry. I would have just thought the department might want to provide some information to their responses to those incidences, for example, and would have been a good opportunity for the department to
We're happy to provide any answer about what we're doing, and in fact we really have a really strong relationship with Jewish Board of Deputies, and we work very closely with them, including on very specific professional development for our teachers.
Okay. So you're not going to let me know whether you're going to do one for the Royal Commission, where the department might provide some information on how they respond to anti-Semitic behaviour at schools?
Well, look, we'd have to have a look whether that would be appropriate, but we're happy to answer any questions about what we're doing about combating anti-Semitism, because we're hard at work to do it. It is abhorrent, and schools are one of the places where we can foster and
Deputy
grow
Premier, I accept
social
that
cohesion.
like everybody here, we all think it's abhorrent, but I
Yes.
think it's important that, given that we know there are incidences of anti-Semitic behaviour and that there have still been some incidences since the 14th of December horrific attack at Bondi, it would be good to know precisely how the department is addressing that. And if they're
In
not going to do
fairness,
a
Ms. Mahalik,
submission to
we
one
are
inquiry,
answering
perhaps
that
they can
today.
do one to another.
We are answering that today.
Well, you're answering it by telling me you're doing work, but I haven't seen the actual reporting of that or any proper details.
The agency is here all afternoon, and Mr. Dizdar, I know, actually has a plethora of information
There
about
are
what's
other
happening to combat
departments,
anti-Semitism.
including the police, that do make submissions. So I'm just interested to know why the Department of Education didn't, particularly given that you've been notified that there were at least 100 instances. Can I take you very quickly to an incident that occurred in the electorate of Blaxland?
The federal electorate of Blaxland.
Yeah. There was a school there that had an incident post 14th of December where it was reported, and I just want to check whether you've had this report given over to you, Deputy Premier, or to the department, where students celebrated the death of the victims of the Bondi terror attack during class. Were you aware of any incidences to that effect since the 14th of December? What's your response to that?
I mean, obviously my response is that is disgusting, and I don't know whether this is something that occurred that Minister Hughes was briefed on, but the department may have some knowledge about what happened there. You're not going to get anything from us but to say that that's obviously disgusting.
Deputy Premier, do you know of any students that have been disciplined over any anti-Semitic behaviour?
Well, look, I mean, what my role is as minister is to set, through things like the behaviour policy, set the framework and support schools to be able to do what is operationally required in their school setting to be able to discipline students that need to be disciplined because of the high expectations that we have. So I'm not operationally across every student that gets suspended or expelled or disciplined in a school, but I'll ask Mr. Dizdar to update the committee
We
on
have a
that.
very strong anti-racism strategy and policy, and the Deputy Premier is right. when she came in 23, she asked myself to go and review the suspension and expulsion procedures and to reinstate the authority of principals to take appropriate disciplinary action, and that includes anything that can be perceived to dislodge social harmony. So yeah, there would be principals that have taken disciplinary action.
Does that information then get carried back to the department? Do you keep some data on that?
We
And
keep
particularly given that this is such a big issue now with anti-Semitism, are you keeping some particular data in relation to that?
We keep suspension data. Schools furnish that on a...
Do they give you the reason for that suspension?
There's categories for those reasons, and we do make that data available also.
Where would
I mean, just
anti-Semitic behaviour fit into that? Which category would that fit into?
Just in relation to the matter that you read out, I would just concur with the Deputy Premier. Totally unacceptable, and I imagine the school would have taken appropriate disciplinary action. They do have the department to support them with experts who look after the religious intolerance hotline as well, and in my experience, no principal would not take appropriate action in an instance like that.
Again, what category, if a student is disciplined on the back of making an anti-Semitic comment, what category would that fall into, Deputy Premier? Or if you want to hand that over to Mr.
Oh, I'd have to take operational advice on that.
Can you take that on notice, or Mr. Bistar doesn't have that answer now? Or?
I'm happy to give you the suspension categories. Let me come back to you.
Well, how many students have been suspended on the back of the reports that we're hearing of at least 100 anti-Semitic incidences across our schools?
The grounds for suspension are continued persistent disobedience and or disruptive behaviour, malicious damage to theft or property, verbal abuse, bullying, cyberbullying, misuse of technology, and very importantly, Ms. Mihalik, discrimination, including based on sex or race or religion or disability or sexual orientation or gender identity. They're all very strong grounds for behaviour concerns that can lead to disciplinary action.
Okay. Ms. Merton.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Deputy Premier, Minister, officials. Deputy Premier, if I could look at issues relating to planning for population growth. Deputy Premier, I understand that your government is planning 10,000 new homes in Bradfield City, and I'm Deputy Premier. Has the government formally selected and reserved a public school site at Bradfield?
I'm happy to talk about planning for population growth, particularly in Western Sydney. And you quite rightly say, Ms. Merton, that the plan for Bradfield in the Aerotropolis is to take advantage of the once-in-a-generation opportunity of the airport. We will, as a rule, provide public schools where they are needed, as evidenced by the fact that when we came to office and commissioned the enrolment growth audit, it clearly showed that the population explosions in northwest and southwestern Sydney, not far from where Bradfield will be, demanded schools that were simply not built by the previous government, and we are hard at work to building them. Unlike the previous government, we will build schools where they are needed.
Deputy Premier, the Bradfield Master Plan in September 2024 says, appropriately sited education facilities will include the provision of a new public school, a new high school. Deputy Premier, are you telling me, as of today, there is no site or plan for those announcements?
No. I'm agreeing with you that there needs to be a school in these communities, and that, unlike the previous government, we will ensure that schools are built where they are needed in the southwest. Some of the very, very wicked problems we've had to deal with upon coming to government 3 years ago were that all these areas where land was not reserved in growing communities.
So in relation to reserving land for Bradfield.
We will
At
build
this
schools
point,
where they are
no
required.
land's been reserved.
No, we will build schools where they are required. I can't be clearer than that. That's what our government stands for. That's what we will do. At the moment, we are actually hard at work at building schools in new communities in the southwest where people currently live. And I acknowledge that in Bradfield, that's the future. But at the moment in Leppington, there is not a public high school. And we are now building it even though there are thousands of people living there. So we're playing this constant game of whack-a-mole, trying to turn the tanker around to build the schools where they are required in southwestern
I
Sydney.
appreciate your enthusiasm here, but we've established there's no site identified for Bradfield. Deputy Premier, if I could take you to further of what you're saying, what modelling has the government done on the school infrastructure impact that transport-orientated developments will have across New South Wales?
Well, let me talk for a minute about school infrastructure modelling and how that has changed under our government. Unfortunately, we have seen writ large, and we wait the findings of what this might show about what the previous government did with schools infrastructure in failing to properly plan for population growth. In fact, investing and changing population growth numbers so that there was no schools planned for growing areas. Upon coming to government, we commissioned the enrolment growth audit, and in addition to that, we have fundamentally changed the way schools infrastructure has operated as an arm of the Department of Education. And now I have to say, I could not be prouder to be the Minister for Schools Infrastructure, now delivering schools in high growth areas that should have been there in some cases decades ago. So we are hard at work actually mapping the transport-oriented developments, the aerotropolis, including Bradfield, the growth in northwest,
Deputy
the growth
Premier,
in the southwest.
if I could just redirect, the question
Yes.
was specific to modelling.
Well,
your
I just
government
answered that.
has done in terms of the TODs.
I just said we're modelling for the
You are
transport-oriented
okay.
developments.
Thank
Yep.
you. So then, further to that, Deputy Premier, yesterday your government announced a further uplift of 3,000 homes in the Burwood North
Yes.
precinct, bringing the number of new homes there to 18,300. Minister, further to what you're saying about modelling and the priority you're giving, Deputy Premier, what is the expected change in the primary school student population? What is the expected change in the high school student population in light of the announced new housing plans?
Well, we will make sure that we model the impact on the primary school and the secondary school impact on that area around Burwood, the arrangement that we've come to with the Planning Minister and with Burwood and Canada Bay councils. We will make sure that we do that modelling and respond accordingly, unlike what was done to the people of Marsden
Thank you,
Park,
Deputy Premier.
Jordan
It's been
Springs,
3
Box Hill,
years.
Gregory Hills.
Yeah, it's
Can I go
been
on?
3 years, and you talk about the modelling and the priority and the work you're doing. But I guess we haven't been able to establish that there's a plan in terms of meeting the educational needs following the new housing announcements.
I think what I would ask the people of New South Wales to look at is look at what you can see coming to life in the growing areas of Western Sydney. That is the proof that this government will provide the schools where they are needed, that was simply not provided.
Deputy Premier, when did you last meet with the Planning Minister specific to this issue?
I'm always meeting with the Planning Minister.
Right.
I talk to him constantly, in fact, and schools infrastructure, it's not just me meeting with the Planning Minister. Schools infrastructure has a whole line of work with population planning and actually has really ramped up that line of work. And I don't know whether that can be gone into by Ms Harrington in further detail, but I'm confident that we will plan for the population growth. And what I say to people is that look at the evidence of what we are already providing in areas that are growing that were simply not serviced by the previous government.
Thank you.
The proof's in the pudding, isn't it?
And Deputy Premier, we've identified 8 priority high growth areas near transport hubs in Greater Sydney for accelerated rezoning. Rezoning around these transport hubs will create capacity for nearly 60,000 new homes over 15 years. I think we know the areas that are going to be facing this surge in housing, in population, in school needs. Separately for each of the 8 Tier 1 TODs, Deputy Premier, what is the expected change in the primary school student population and also in the student high school population
For each of those TODs?
relevant to each of these TODs? And I preface this in light of you confirming you're in regular discussion with the Planning Minister.
Well, schools infrastructure will plan for the modelling around the impact of the TODs, as well as other population growth in New South Wales on primary and secondary school schooling, and we will provide the schools that are required. Sometimes that might be new schools, sometimes that might be upgrades, sometimes that might be existing catchments. We will do that. In fact, I would argue that is one of the main points of difference from this government to the previous government.
Thank you. Deputy Premier, if you wanted to take that on notice in terms of the
No, I've just answered
the
it.
specifics to those 8 areas.
I'm
and
happy for you to ask me about population growth all morning, but because I'm happy to answer it, we will model it and respond accordingly.
Thank you. And Minister, we also Tier 2 transport orientated developments, as you would be aware.
The same for them, if that's the same question.
Yes, thank you.
Yep.
And so I guess the question, Deputy Premier, is what increase in public school capacity will there be relevant to these new planning areas, and how will that be met?
So I'll just give exactly the same answer I gave to the previous questions. We will model the impact and respond accordingly.
Okay, all right. So modelling is on the list to come, but as of today, in terms of increased student capacity, it remains unknown.
Hang on, I'm not quite sure. I think we're at cross purposes here. We are providing upgrades to existing schools, new school builds, schools that didn't exist in areas of high growth populations. We are proving to the people of New South Wales that when it comes to population growth, we will provide the primary and secondary schools.
Thank you. Deputy Premier,
So where
it was
there is
relevant
population
to,
growth, we
it
will
was relevant to the
provide it.
TODs in those areas.
Which I said we will provide what is necessary.
Deputy Premier, if I could move to teacher training and recruitment. Deputy Premier, almost 500 school leavers across the nation with an ATAR of less than 50 were offered places to study teaching at university in 2025. University admissions data released by the federal government shows that 499 students who achieved between 0 and 50 were offered undergraduate teaching places. Deputy Premier, how many with an ATAR of less than 50 were from New South Wales?
As you referenced, Ms Merton, this is national data. I have no evidence that these are from New South Wales.
That my question would be, how many from New South Wales?
I have no evidence that any are.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Premier, touching back on the issue my colleague raised on anti-Semitism, if I could ask, how many incidences of anti-Semitism have been reported to the Department of Education since October 7?
I think Mr Dizdar has answered this. The schools, any incidences, before I go into the detail of this, any incidences of anti-Semitism are not acceptable in New South Wales schools, and we're hard at work to prevent it from even being a problem to start with. But schools, if an incident occurs, will call the incident hotline where experts on the other end of the phone will provide advice. So the department has that information as far as I'm aware.
I'm aware of the reporting line, recognise the phone, the reporting system. The question was specific to how many incidences of anti-Semitism have been reported through that phone line.
I'd have to ask Mr. Disdar for
Yeah,
advice on
principals
that.
call 1800 811 523. That's the
Yep.
reporting line. They know it off by heart. It's the same number when I was principal at Punchbowl Boys as
Yep.
well. And they report the incident and they get expert advice and guidance. We release incident data on an annual basis.
So how many is that,
I
Mr.
don't
Disdar?
have it in front of me. We release it on an annual basis.
And so we release it annually. What is the time of that annual release date?
Let me come back to you on notice with when we do that. We give the summary of that data each year.
Deputy Premier, how many teachers have had their accreditation revoked due to an anti-Semitic incident?
I would have to take that on notice, but I think if the committee is expecting there to be that be a huge number, I think they'll be disappointed. No.
So just to confirm, we haven't been able to establish whether, well, we don't know how many incidents.
Do you know teachers? Are you talking about teachers in public schools
Yes,
or teachers across all sectors?
public schools.
So not the other sectors. Okay, so the teachers in all sectors, their accreditation is managed by a NESA,
Yeah.
not the department, and all school sectors have very clear codes of conduct and ways of managing those employment matters through their codes of conduct.
I'm aware of the code. The question was how many have had their accreditation revoked.
I'd have to take that on notice.
It remains unknown.
No, it's not unknown. I'm saying I'd take it on notice.
Deputy Premier, has the department investigated either Malik Fard Islamic College or the Al Zahra College over their links to anti-Semitism?
As I said
respectively.
before, this is not the department's role. This is NESA that oversees the registration of schools. That is the incorrect agency. It is NESA that oversees the registration of schools in all sectors. They are two non-government schools, and I believe that NESA has in both incidences would probably have something to say, because I know
I'll
in
talk
both
with
cases.
NESA this afternoon.
Yeah, so it's a question for NESA, Ms.
Thank
Merton,
you.
not the department.
Are you
I've
aware
just
of
said
any investigations
Yes.
NESA have held?
Yes.
Deputy Premier, what communications have you or the department had directly with Teachers for Palestine or teachers and school staff for Palestine about compliance with the Code of Conduct regarding pro-Palestinian activity?
As I've said to this committee before, this is not a department-sanctioned group. This is an individual group of people that happen to be teachers in the New South Wales public school system. The Code of Conduct applies to them as it applies to everyone else who works in a public school, and schools are non-political places, and teachers respect that, and they're places that have to remain apolitical because we welcome all in public education, and it must be a safe place for students and staff to come to every day.
Deputy Premier, what communications have you or the department had with teachers generally about compliance with the Code of Conduct regarding pro-Palestinian activity?
Yes, well, Mr. Disdar, as the employer, has had quite a number of communications with the workforce directly about this matter.
Yeah, numerous occasions throughout the 25 school year, both myself and Ms Summerhayes, who's our Deputy Secretary Public School, has sent an entire staff emails to the workforce, because the Code of Conduct and Ethics applies to myself, applies to all the 95,000 teachers, the over 40,000 support staff, and the latest communication was the update to Section 5.3 of the Code of Conduct and Ethics around the hate speech laws. So I've got to say, maybe 5-6 occasions we've made it very clear. Also, Ms Merton, it might help you to know that myself and Ms Summerhayes connect with principals in 2 live streams every term. We've got one coming up next week, and we also cover it there with principals.
Mr. Disdar, are we able to have copies of the correspondence you refer to?
I've got EDMs that I can...
Thank
they're
you.
called EDMs. I'm happy to give
Okay.
you an example of
Thank
that.
you. And Deputy Premier, if I could raise the issue of the decision announced by the department this week that allowing the the display of the Palestinian scarf, the keffiyeh within the schools. Minister, my question is, how does this fit with the priority of social cohesion? How does this fit with what your secretary just spoke of earlier about wanting to resist anything to dislodge social cohesion? We've now got the allowance to wear the keffiyeh in the school grounds, and which is which is identified by many of different faiths and cultures, as being of some concern, of being divisive.
I think, Ms. Burton, it fits right in with what the Secretary just said. We made it very clear to schools that on occasions of formal school events, students are expected to wear their school uniform. That is the most important priority. Then on occasions of cultural significance, like for instance, Harmony Day is coming up. Many schools celebrate it as a week, Harmony Week if you like, that schools will celebrate that in many ways. Some will have an assembly, some will have a day where students bring in cuisines of their culture, some will wear culturally appropriate attire, which might include a keffiyeh, a yarmulke, a hanbok. That would be an appropriate time to celebrate that connection to culture.
Deputy Premier, can non-Palestinian staff and students wear the keffiyeh to school?
Look, principals and teachers know their communities very well, and I have every faith that principals and teachers will be able to manage those specific questions on a school-by-school basis.
Deputy Premier, if we take the activists at their word, the wearing of the keffiyeh is a political act. If so, and done by teachers, it must be a breach of the Department of Education's Code of Conduct, specific to Section 513. Separate employees must not participate in private political activities while on duty or on work premises. You must not act in a way that casts doubt on your availability or to act impartially. I'm sure you're familiar with the code and what this is. Do you agree?
Well, I agree that the Code of Conduct is very clear, as I've said, and as I've just said, on days or celebrations where it is appropriate to celebrate the culture, that
This
is a celebration of culture.
The keffiyeh is not a breach of the code.
No, I've just made it very clear that if in a celebration of culture like at Harmony Day, that is maybe an appropriate thing to do, like it may be appropriate for a Korean student to wear a hanbok on that day.
Thank you.
Okay, there's a little bit of time left. I'll ask 1 minute and then I'll go over to my colleague. You'll be aware, Deputy Premier, of the PNC Federation's governance issues,
Yes.
Which has resulted in several staff within the organisation being sacked or resigning, and there's a number of serious allegations involving PNC board members. Will the government step in following these serious concerns and allegations, given the significant amounts of public money that goes to the Federation?
Yeah, and look, our partnership with the PNC Federation is one that we really value. There is, you're right, there is funding that goes towards it. It is the crucial vehicle by which we consult with parents and their member PNC organisations, noting the fact that PNCs throughout New South Wales are all volunteer parents who have 1,000 million things going on in addition to being active in the PNC at their local school. I don't know how any of them fit it in, but that's really important for us to maintain. So we will continue to work with the PNC Federation, of course. That's a valued partnership. Those particular matters, some of them are before the IRC. They're internal employment matters for the PNC Federation. It's really not for me to get involved. I will continue to work with the PNC Federation. I hope very much that they can sort that out, because it's important that we have a strong PNC Federation to work with the government on providing public education for their children or our students at the end of the day.
Thank you. Ms Mahalik.
Thank you. Deputy Premier, given we now know that the Royal Commission, of course, we all want to support the Royal Commission's work on anti-Semitism and social cohesion, I just want to clarify, you mentioned earlier, Mr Dissner mentioned earlier, the hotline, the incident reporting that teachers have access to. If there's any information that can be provided to assist this commission, can you make a guarantee that you'll ensure that that data that is collected from the hotline, I know it's released annually, a date of which you have not yet provided, that date can be provided, or some data can be provided from that, from those instances reported from that hotline to the Royal Commission?
I will certainly commit to going away and requesting for the department to look at what can be provided and how we can assist.
Okay, thank you.
Opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Can I jump in? Thank you. Minister, just back on the anti-Semitism issue, can you explain to the committee how under your code of conduct, how could the wearing of the keffiyeh by a non-Palestinian teacher ever be complying with the code of conduct?
Yeah, look, I mean, what I'm saying is the code of conduct is clear that if there is a political statement inside a school that is inappropriate, that's against the code of conduct. We made it very clear that on days or occasions that celebrate culture, if it's culturally appropriate, well then the wearing of a cultural garment might be appropriate in that instance.
So is
But
it
that
appropriate
doesn't
for a
negate the
non-Palestinian
need-
teacher
But
to
that
do
doesn't
so,
negate
in
the
your view?
need for adherence to the code of conduct for schools to be non-political. And I tell you what, the thousands of teachers I've met actually, they love that fact about New South Wales public
Sure,
schools.
But in the 10 seconds, I've just got, so wearing of a keffiyeh by a non-Palestinian teacher, how could that be anything other than a prohibited political statement?
Well, schools know their communities. They will manage that on a case-by-case basis. I'm not going to sit here and tell principals exactly how to do that. They will manage that knowing their community and the makeup of their community on a case-by-case basis, and I have faith in them to do that.
Time for government questions. Excellent. All right. Well, that brings us to morning tea. We will take a break and we'll be back at 11:15. Thank you. Deputy Premier, it's just been reported there's NAPLAN test chaos after a widespread tech issue. Did you have prior notice of this tech issue?
No, I'm glad you've asked me about this because I just was informed, obviously, in the break about this. NAPLAN has been paused across the country.
Yeah.
So this is a nationwide problem in relation to some technical difficulties with the Commonwealth platform.
Yes.
I just would say to schools and to students not to panic about this. There is a window of opportunity to do the NAPLAN testing until Monday the 23rd of March. So
has it been paused then for everybody, or are some
my
people
advice
doing
is that
it
it's
today?
been paused in schools across the country. The Commonwealth technological platform, obviously something has gone very wrong there, but so that's down. But I just want people to not. I just want to get a message of reassurance to students in 3, 5, 7 and 9 that have started sitting their NAPLAN today, that there is a window of opportunity for you to do that until Monday the 23rd of March. So obviously I'll be working with my Commonwealth colleague and ACARA nationally, which is basically the NESA equivalent at the Commonwealth level, will work to remedy this ASAP.
Okay, so just to clarify, because people are asking about this.
Yes.
If you had somebody who was able to log in today and was in the middle of their test, has that test been paused, or are some people doing the test?
My advice is the whole test has been paused, but Mr. Martin from NESA probably has up-to-date specific information.
Information is coming. Sorry.
Okay.
Information is coming through, but earlier that some students were able to log on and some weren't, and that the download was slow. It reached a point where ACARA provided advice to all schools to pause the test. So all schools have stopped testing this morning. It was the writing test, I believe, and there'll be more information provided. As the Deputy Premier indicated, quite a wide test window. Students in particular shouldn't worry about it. The information will come through their schools.
Okay, but there was a statement put out by NESA earlier saying
ACARA,
that ACARA advises schools to finish the current tests.
The first advice that ACARA, NESA received from ACARA was interim advice. When it continued to be a problem, after they provided us with that advice, they paused the test. Okay. So we're responsive to the press releases and information from ACARA.
Okay, so that has now changed, and those children who were halfway through a test
That's
they've all been
paused.
That has
pulled
all
out.
been
right?
paused. That's exactly right. Yeah.
So how many students then in New South Wales would have been affected by that disruption?
I'd have to get briefed on how this has impacted our New South Wales schools, but there will be students right across the country because it's a Commonwealth platform. So, yeah, I'd have to take advice, but I suppose our main priority today would be to assure schools and students that they've got that window of opportunity to do the test and to work with ACARA to make sure that they can resit that test during the window of opportunity up until the Monday, the 23rd of March.
Okay, those children that have already started the test and now had it paused,
Yes.
will it be a different test or will they have seen half the test and get an advantage over the other
I'd have to ask
students?
Mr. Martin for...
Look, I think that we're going to have to await advice from ACARA. Some of the variables you've raised are absolutely relevant, but we don't have enough information at the moment. It's the writing test, so there is a prompt, and you're correct that some students will have seen the prompt, so there'll be issues in relation to that. But we're really at an early stage of understanding what ACARA does because of the nationwide nature of it, and we'll provide advice as soon as we can.
Okay, we faced technical issues last year with NAPLAN as well. Is there a backup option with paper? At what point are we looking at going back to paper tests? Some parents are pretty frustrated at the moment.
Look, those matters are matters, I think, for ministers and ASOC, the Secretary's Board. At this stage, the online testing platform has largely been successful. There's been 2 issues with it, and today's is another one. I couldn't possibly comment on going back to pen and paper testing.
But after the issues last year, and keeping in mind that each of the state and territory ministers are responsible for ACARA, after the issues last year, was there any pre-test testing this year?
There was quite a degree of work done between ACARA and the people who run the test platform,
Yeah.
Education Services Australia, or ESA, in order to try and make sure there were no issues. And as far as I understand, that testing was done comprehensively. Today's events indicate that there was clearly, there is another problem or something that wasn't detected.
Okay. Ms. Higginson.
Thank you. I think this will be you, Minister Houssos, because it's within your period of acting. Why did you not intervene to stop the destruction of critical koala habitat at Tacking Point Public School?
Thanks very much, Ms. Higginson. So you would be aware that as part of our election commitment that was made by the Deputy Premier, we committed to doubling the number of public preschools. So that is 100 new public preschools. And in order to establish where to place those public preschools, the Deputy Premier commissioned work to an independent assessment of where they should be located.
So allegations have been raised with you, Minister, that Schools Infrastructure New South Wales underquoted the cost of the preschool development by $1.3 million in order to avoid publishing a review of environmental standards. Are you investigating those allegations?
So I'm not aware of those specific allegations. I know that there was some community concern about the location of the Tacking Point preschool. Again, I would say it was an independent assessment, and I've been advised that the particular location, I understand the concern about the intersection with koalas. I'm told that that isn't zoned for that purpose by the local council, but I'd be happy to refer to Schools Infrastructure in relation to the specific allegations.
I can come back to that.
you're
I wrote
raising.
to you alleging that Schools Infrastructure New South Wales were unlawfully felling koala habitat at Tacking Point Public School in December of last year. I still haven't received a response. That new preschool is being developed at a site and it's under complying development, which I allege, and I am fairly certain on good advice, that the way that's proceeding is entirely unlawful because it doesn't fit within the state environmental planning policy that you're relying on. Multiple trees were removed. How did you identify this process, the trees that have been removed in August, then cut them down in December, when it appears it's in absolute contravention of the planning laws of New South Wales?
So I'd just make a couple of points in response to what you've just said, Ms. Higginson. I haven't read the correspondence that you wrote to me. You would appreciate that I learnt many things during my period that I was acting for the Deputy Premier while she was getting treatment. One of those is the huge volume of correspondence that the Education Minister received.
But this was a letter that
Ms.
was
Higginson,
alleging
I'm
that
providing
laws
a
were about to be
response to quite a
broken.
lengthy question that you asked me. So if you would allow me to respond.
The allegation, Minister, was that laws are about to be broken, environment is about to be carnage. Have you seen the videos? I think you were sent the videos of koalas and joeys literally in the trees that have now been cut down, taken away. And the Department of Education were posting videos of the koalas in Tacking Point at that public school before their homes were destroyed. Why has such a monumental failure in what was meant to be delivering a much needed preschool, apparently, not in that area, according to the local community? You've destroyed koala habitat, literally the homes of koalas. It looks like the laws that you've purported to do this under, you've breached them, and you haven't even released the environmental assessment. We've asked for that. Will you now commit to looking at what has gone so monumentally wrong?
You finished? That was quite a long answer. I think there was maybe 7 or 8 individual questions there. Let me start by saying the location is not regarded as koala habitat. I'm advised the location is not regarded as koala habitat.
Sorry, that is rather bizarre. They were literally koala trees that had koalas in them the day before they were cut down.
So, Ms. Higginson, I can only act on the advice that's been provided to me, which is that the location is not regarded as koala habitat under the SEP. What I can tell you is that an independent process that looked across the state and evaluated where we should place these 100 public preschools that are going to make life-changing differences to so many families, to so many individual
That's not
kids.
what the local community says. about this particular one. I'm sure it's the case for many of your other projects.
So are you opposed to public preschools?
Absolutely
then, Ms.
not.
Higgins?
And don't try and verbal that type
Well,
of
you've just given a
outrageous
really
response.
long run-in, and you're not giving me the opportunity to actually respond to some very serious allegations that
They
you're
are
raising.
serious.
And the response that I can give to you is that that is not consistent with the advice that is being provided to me, and that an independent assessment across the state about where to locate these important public preschools identified that particular location, and that's why it's being located there.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Latham.
Thank you, Chair. And I make the declaration I made previously here that I'm a first cousin of Deborah Summerhayes, who's a witness to the committee. And could I come to the Minister and this question of falling government school enrolment share and your statement that it's not to do with teacher quality or falling academic standards or ill discipline or values, but rather availability of government schools. Minister, can I take you to your own electorate of Londonderry?
Yes.
Where you've got 22 government schools, which would mean that normally parents have got a pretty good choice there. Can you explain why in the period 2020 to 24, the most recent enrolment data, 9 of those schools have lost enrolment numbers?
Well, I mean, Mr. Latham, I didn't say that was the only reason, but I certainly do propose to the committee that not having public schools to attend is a reason why the global figures in terms of enrolment share have dropped. And I think that's a pretty fair 1 + 1 = 2 calculation. But we admit, and I agree with you, it's not acceptable that public school enrolments have fallen. Many of these are lagging indicators that have been lagging for some time, and now we're only seeing the compound impact of them. And it's a range of things. It is all the things that we are attempting to work on that you have quite rightly said that we need to focus on, which I think the Secretary it has brought a newfound focus on. We're talking about, you quite rightly said, discipline, new student behaviour, expulsions and suspension policy, a new found focus on high potential and gifted education. So we can really market to parents the ability of public schools to stretch your child to excel in their area of interest. As well as building the schools where they are needed. And that has happened in communities that I represent as well as right across New South Wales. But I'm telling you, when you ask about my electorate that I'm privileged to represent, a huge reason why public school enrolments have fallen is I can think of 2 major, huge suburbs that we've only just built or are building the schools right now, and they've been there for, in one case, decades, and in one case, almost a decade.
Yeah, but you've got 22 schools, government
Yes.
schools in your electorate,
Yes.
so parents have got a fair bit of choice there, one would expect.
Yeah, but only
But 9 of them,
within
have
their
can you
area.
explain why 9 of them have gone backwards in their enrolment numbers in the 4-year
I've
period?
just said to you, there's a lagging indicators after decades of underinvestment, failing to build the schools.
No, but these are
failing-
existing schools. These are not schools that hypothetically are being built years from now. These are existing schools.
Yes.
Landillo's gone backwards by 40% in enrolment numbers. Why is
Yes.
that?
It's Landilo, but all of that has impacted on enrolments throughout New South Wales, and we're committed to fixing it.
Yeah, but if there's not enough
not
schools,
disagreeing
you'd
with
think
you.
they'd be flocking to the existing schools. Why has Marsden Park gone backwards by 56% in its enrolment numbers?
I think you'll probably find in that case of Marsden Park, it's probably because a lot of the new area of Marsden Park started going to Marsden Park across the road on Richmond Road, and then once we opened the new school at Malomba, they then took their enrolment out of Marsden Park into Malomba. So that's probably that particular case there.
Okay, so that's a school that extra school provided extra choice, but they left
Because the
Marsden Park.
previous-
Why did they leave Marsden Park if it's
To
such
go
a
to the
wonderful
Malomba school that we built,
Well, but why? If it's Marsden Park, such an excellent school under your local leadership.
because they were then in catchment for Malomba.
And what about Warrington Public? It's gone backwards by 25%. Why is that?
Well, we don't want to see anyone going backwards. That's why we're investing.
No, you don't. But why? Well, you're the minister. You've got to
No,
answer
but
why.
I'm agreeing that it's a challenge, and we're working hard. We're at work at pace to fix it.
Yeah, but this question of choice is a very low order priority, isn't it, compared to the other
It's not. I
factors
mean,
that
the
you've
choice,
mentioned,
the argument about
demonstrated
choice.
in your own electorate,
No, no.
where existing schools in a
I'm
growth
agreeing with
area
you.
are
The
losing
choice,
enrolment
the
because
choice
parents vote with
argument,
their feet.
the choice argument is strong. Okay, and that is why we are investing in two things like never before: enrolment availability and high potential in gifted education. So that a parent can go onto the website, go onto School Finder, see not just the school that they are in catchment for, but perhaps schools surrounding them that have availability and what their high potential and gifted education offerings are. Because as parents, we all want to see our children succeed and excel and sometimes be stretched, right? Because, for instance, you know, with teenagers, you have to push them a little bit, and we want the school system to be able to do that. And that's why we're investing in high potential and gifted education. And that goes to what you're talking about, Mr. Latham, with choice.
To clear up this debate, when a family leaves the government school system, and a significant number have in recent times, why don't you run exit surveys to find out the real reason they're leaving?
Well, look,
because you're afraid of finding out the truth. Is that? Wouldn't it just be common practice in any major organisation to ask the families why they're departing? Why doesn't the department do that?
Principals do speak to families.
No, but why isn't there a systematic system of exit surveys to get to the truth of why these families are leaving?
Principals do speak to families, and
you've collated all that data?
Well, I'd have to take advice on that from Mr. Disar, but principals do speak to families when they unfortunately leave.
I've raised this over 5 years why you don't run exit surveys, and the only answer could be you don't want to know. You don't want to know the truth of why
That's
they're
not
leaving.
the case.
It's so easy to a survey. They leave, they fill out a survey form, and you find out the real reason.
That's not the case.
Secretary?
Yeah, no, we run exit surveys. We run them at individual school level, and then we support schools with what information comes.
Why don't you collate the data and publish it statewide?
You know, it's
frightening, isn't it?
Probably no, I wouldn't concur.
It's a huge vote of no confidence.
I wouldn't concur.
No, you think people are confident but leave?
We're refusing to hide behind a national challenge here, and we've set ambition to lift public school enrolments. I wish it were a very simple, diagnosis. It's multifaceted, and we're hard at work to do that and deliver on the plan for public education. I mean, there's customer sentiment data. It's not conducted by me in New South Wales from 23 to 25 that shows that public school parents in the system are more confident in the system, 5 percentage point increase. There's that private school parents over the same time have grown in their confidence in public education by 7%. But I'm not naive.
Why isn't that reflected in enrolment share?
Yeah, I'm not naive enough to think that automatically goes into enrolment share.
In a cost of living crisis, people paying to get out of your system.
And that's why we're driving hard, Mr. Latham, on the school excellence plans, on explicit teaching. This department, when I was principal on the ground and a teacher on the ground, didn't have a statement of pedagogy. We've 2 years down the track. I know a school, I know many schools that you've visited and I've gone with you where we've seen that in action. So we're rolling that out across the state alongside high potential gifted education. In my career, we've only ever had 100 public preschools. So to double that number in the system will lead to stronger transition, because where we've really struggled or are struggling, Mr. Latham, is with kindergarten enrolments. So we need to increase those, and public preschool enrolments will help on that front with transition. And then, myself...
Okay, and we know the spiel. Minister, when do you expect the government school enrolment share to rise?
Mr. Latham, as you can understand and appreciate, I'm sure this is not an easy problem to attempt to remedy. This is going to be long-term investment and seeing this through in the long term. As you well know, you've been talking about education for a long time. Investment in the long term is what is needed, and commitment to the long term. We have targets around enrolment share, and we are committed to that.
But your internal projections all show a decline.
Well, we have a target to increase enrolments.
When do you expect that to happen?
Well, we're working towards our target, and in the previous session, as Mr. Disdar said, each school now has enrolment share targets, which they've never had before, which we're working with them over the next 2 years.
Minister, some 5 months ago, I asked the acting minister, your very good colleague there, Courtney Houssos, in Legislative Council question time, what data she had showing that student academic attainment had improved under this government.
Yes.
At the time, she didn't produce any. Can you tell us now, after 3 years in government, how students are academically advancing in New South Wales?
Well, I don't have an announcement on that today, but what I can say to you is that we hope to very shortly be able to show that the investment in public education and the focus on explicit teaching and small group tutoring, phonics, the rolling out of the numeracy check, the science of learning and a knowledge-based rich curriculum, we hope to be able to share with the people of New South Wales that is having an impact.
That would be fantastic. What's the database for that, and when do you expect to share it?
Well, I don't have an announcement on that today.
But when do you expect to have an announcement? Because
Well,
parents around the state
Yes, I
are
know.
wanting to hear that your schools are improving academically so they can stop paying at private schools and go
Well,
back to
I
them.
think the parents of New South Wales deserve to know that, and when that is ready to be communicated, and when we're ready to do that, there will be an announcement.
Thank you. Back to the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. Coming back, let's play some more. In relation to the decision of the Fair Work Commission recommendation of February this year, I think my colleague asked some questions earlier. Deputy President Judith Wright recommended that the New South Wales Government, that's you, take all necessary action, including reviewing and increasing funding. You've said that you're reviewing. Will you commit to increasing funding?
Well, what we'll be doing is, as I said, reviewing funding.
Yep, we know that, you said that, but just the funding.
Well, we're looking at the funding of community preschools, and we urge community preschools to pay their workers fairly. I think the workers and teachers and educators in community preschools deserve
Minister, I'm
better than
asking
what they're
you
currently getting.
What your government will be doing, not what the community
We'll be
preschools
looking
will
at
be
the
doing. What
funding
will you be
provided to
doing?
community preschools.
What does that mean, looking at?
That
Will you
means-
increase it?
That means reviewing it as asked by the Fair Work Commission.
But no, they didn't say review it. They
Yes, they
said
did.
including reviewing and increasing funding. Will you increase funding?
We're reviewing it.
That's one part of it, but I can take it from your answer, you're not going to increase funding. Is that
That's
the
not
case?
what I said.
Well, what are you saying in relation to funding?
I said we're going to be looking at funding. We're reviewing it.
Community preschools have told us that ignoring this decision means they may have to close or cap enrolments or raise fees. In combination with the downgrade of the government Start Strong funding and the massive increase to their annual service fees, isn't this just a case of the government fundamentally
No.
opposing community preschools?
No.
How's it not?
That is, I do not accept the premise of your question. Start Strong, I'm not sure if you're aware, Miss Ward. I
This
know
is
you're
the
new
community
to this
talking
committee.
to you, Minister.
I know, I'm aware of that.
Are you aware
The-
of how much they're hurting?
Can you
how
please
much
let
they're
me answer
concerned?
this question
Please do.
about community preschools without, I know it's hard for you not
Please,
to interrupt.
I beg your pardon?
But the community preschools are the employer of the community preschool teachers. We have not reduced Start Strong. What Start Strong is a demand-driven program.
That's not my question,
That's-
so I'm going to redirect
Actually,
back
you
to the
allege
question.
something that I'm clearing up just for
Well,
the
the community wants
community's-
to know about what you're doing, about the recommendations of the Fair Work Commission, the Deputy President, to increase funding. I mean, you've said you're reviewing it and you'll take a look at it. That's not an answer. You're not prepared to commit a cent to them, are you? That's right, isn't it?
No.
It's not right. So
I'm
how
not
many
gonna, you're
cents
not
will
going to
you
get a
give to
gotcha
them?
out of me for this. I get it.
How many cents
You're
are
up
you
for
going to give
pre-selection.
them?
You need your Instagram. I get it. But
Wow, you don't listen to the community
What I'm going to say
in
is
this.
the community pre-selected, the community preschools, actually many of them, I'm sorry to admit this, but have the capacity to pay their teachers. I
Which
have some information in
Which
front
ones,
of me,
Minister?
Miss Ward.
Which preschools have
No,
the
I'm
capacity
not-
to pay? No,
No,
you
there
said
are
they do.
some-
You
there
said
are
they do.
some
So tell us this
preschools-
committee, under oath,
Miss-
which of those community preschools have the
Oh.
capacity to pay? Tell us now.
Well, there are some community preschools, information that I have in front of me, that have in excess of $200,000, $300,000,
Name them.
$400,000 in profit.
Let's name
so
them.
they can actually pay, and I urge them to do that.
Which ones?
Because their teachers deserve better than what they're getting.
So can you name them today? You're so confident that
No.
they've got plenty of money, they're swimming
I'm not
in money,
going to
it's
do that.
perfectly fine. You've just said you know of them.
It's publicly available information.
Why don't you table it today?
Well, I've given you my answer.
You said that you're aware that they're swimming in money, but you're not prepared to name them.
Some of them have the capacity to pay, and we will review the funding.
So aren't you just being an arrogant education minister who's turning your back on these community preschools? You won't commit a single cent today.
No, that's not what the case is.
How not?
Because I'm saying that the community preschools should be paying the community preschool teachers. It's pretty basic, Miss Ward.
Of the 700 community preschools, how many do you think can issue pay rises without increasing fees for
I
parents?
understand opposition is hard.
How
I
many?
know what it's like. You have to do your
Oh, no,
own
I'm having
research,
fun.
but you
No, I'm
can
having a
actually
great
find
time. Of the 700
you can find that
community preschools,
information. You can do
Minister,
your own research,
I'm
can't you?
asking you, as the minister paid by the taxpayers of New South Wales, the parents and the students who want answers to their questions,
I've
instead of
answered
an
you.
arrogant minister, they'd like some answers. So I'll ask again. Of the 700 community preschools, how many do you think can issue pay rises without increasing fees for parents?
No, I've clearly said there are some, but Ms. Ward, I understand the Liberals like to go low and they like to throw things
No, we
around
just
across
want
the room,
answers,
calling
Minister,
this-
as to
this
those
name
parents.
and that
That's
name.
all
I'm
we're
giving you the
asking. But your
answer.
arrogance belies any commitment to these community members, the parents, the kids, the teachers, who are not being paid equity.
Are we
You
all?
talk equity.
Are we all to now suddenly believe that the Liberals believe in pay rises
This isn't
for
about
teachers?
me, it's about you. And your best
It's
form of
funny.
defence is attack. So you're not
That's
committing a
true.
single cent. You're not going to support them at all. You say they're swimming in money. It's all
That is not
perfectly
true.
fine out there, and you're just going to review it. You're going to take a look,
Stop
and they
verballing
should
me, Miss
just
Ward.
stop their
Stop
complaining.
verballing me, Miss Ward.
I will hear the point of
Are they in your electorate?
Order.
The information, because the minister's interrupting Ms Ward's interruptions, who's interrupting her interruptions, and it's a bit
Mr.
chaotic.
Latham is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Latham. Far be it from
the
me.
point of order.
I'll move on. Have you seen the media comments, Minister, by the centre manager of Drummoyne Community Preschool, a concerned community member?
I haven't seen those particular comments, no.
All right, I'll help you out. Do you agree with her comments that, and I quote, community-based preschools are already under fire, and this is just one more nail in the coffin?
I don't agree with that, no, and I will say
not?
what I've said this morning, which I've said again just then, is that we will work with community preschools, we
How?
will review the funding, and if there are any community preschools, and I make this really clear, maybe I haven't made this clear enough this morning, if there are any community preschools that feel that this decision, this direction, this recommendation from the Fair Work Commission will undermine its viability, we'll work with that
I've
centre.
got one for you. I put it on the record.
Well, we will work
Drummoyne
with that
Community
centre.
Preschool. They're
We will
telling
work
you
with
and
that
I'm
centre.
telling you right here and
Well,
now.
I'm just saying we'll work with that centre.
How?
Well,
What
I've just
funding
said
will
we'll
you
work with
assist
that
them
centre.
with? So you'll review it and you'll work with them and have a chat, but not a single cent from this government for community
No, I've
preschools.
just
That is
said
what you've
we
told
will
this
work
committee
with that
under
centre.
oath today. Would you characterise the, quote, nobody in government talks to us, quote, as correct, considering what you said today regarding pay for community preschools, the changes to the annual service fee, the increases, and your response to the previous questions?
No, I don't know if that's the case or not.
You're perfectly fine with the whole scenario. Annual fees have gone up, prices have gone up.
No, I'm not okay with it. I just said, sorry, please stop verballing me. I just said, if there are community preschools that feel like this recommendation, this direction will undermine their viability, well, we will commit to work with those community preschools.
Well, Minister, the very reason they had to go to the Fair Work Commission was because the government was not working with
No,
the
that's
sector.
not
That
true,
is exactly
Ms. Ward.
why they
That's
had to
not
go
true.
to Fair
That is
Work
not true.
to get a decision. A decision was
That
made.
is not true. Just
And
because you
do
say something
Deputy
doesn't make it
you
true,
don't
Ms.
agree with
Ward.
Deputy President Judith Wright's recommendations that all necessary action, including reviewing, the review's the easy bit. This is a government that loves a good review.
If you think any of
increasing
this is
funding.
easy, then you're very
Alan Fels
naive.
might be available. He's available to do it. I think he's sitting around doing nothing. So you're the government. How are you aware
How
of
did
the
this
government
become an
speaking
attack
to
on
them?
Alan Fels? I have no idea where that came from, sorry.
You're just kicking it down the road with another review,
No, we're
aren't
not.
you?
Felsy.
No.
Like everything else.
No.
No opportunity, no money, and you're not committing a cent
No,
today.
we're-
That's what the sector is going to hear.
No, I think that's what you want them to hear. That's not what I said.
I've asked you the question. You've had the opportunity to answer. You've declined to do
answered.
so. You're not committing a cent. So the answer is to them. It's a middle finger from the arrogant minister.
I'll hear the point of order.
I withdraw.
Last, yeah.
Thank you. Can I move on to a CEQA, ACECQA? I think it's a CEQA, annual service fees. They're up tenfold. Following your education minister's meeting in Adelaide last month, you made a decision in a cost of living crisis to increase the CEQA annual service fee up to tenfold. Some other states only applied a CPI increase. What modelling did you rely on to make this fee hike decision?
Well, this proposed change in fees is a sliding scale. They will not all apply across the board. They're different fee changes based on the size of the service, the profit, whether it's profit or not for profit. And really, this comes after our nation-leading legislation shepherded through the Parliament by Minister Hughes
but I'm asking about the
to
modelling.
establish the Early Learning Commission, which at the end of the day, in addition to $55 million in extra government funding, does have to be resourced.
Sure, and you
This
may
is
want to
about a
talk about
strong
that, but
regulator.
what the sector wants
This
to
is
talk
about
about,
a
and my question,
strong
Minister,
regulator.
to you is, what modelling did you rely on to make this fee hike decision? What advice did
This
you
is
get?
about a strong regulator to ensure that the Commissioner can actually increase its visitations, to ensure that child safety is paramount and being adhered to in every centre. I think it's fairly common practice for industries to have regulators that are funded in part by fees. I think even the food safety regulator is funded in part by fees from restaurants. I would argue the safety of
students
children
are
is
on
probably
par
more
with
important than
food
the
safety,
safety
aren't
of food. So that is pretty common practice,
So
and that will
kids
be
are
a
on par with
sliding.
food
It'll be a
safety.
sliding scale based on the size.
Well, let's talk about
Based-
the sliding scale. Where did that come from? What was that based
Well,
on?
that was based on modelling that reflected the size of the centre, whether the centre was not for profit or for profit.
So there is modelling.
Well, that is the modelling that was used to propose these increase in fees, which really there is no need. We're not making services pass this on to parents. So any service that tells parents that it's the government making them do that, that's erroneous. Even if they were doing it, I think it's just over $1 in an increase
Where
across
did the
the
sliding
board.
scale come from?
Well, that was advice
never been used
provided to
before.
me.
It's never been used before. It isn't being used by other jurisdictions. It's not being used elsewhere. Why is New South Wales using
I
it?
think I'll ask Minister Hughes because I believe that this was also part of the legislation that, yes, you're right, other states and territories haven't embarked on, and we're proud that we're nation leading with this legislation.
Increase
So we
in fees.
increase in visitations and compliance actions for child safety. I am proud of that, Miss Ward, actually.
Thank
Minister
you.
Hughes.
I want to know about the modelling. and
I
where
think
came
it might
from.
be helpful, Ms Wood. I understand, as the Deputy Premier said, our government provided additional funding in setting up this new regulator known as the Early Learning Commission. That was one of the things that we did whilst I
Sure.
was
I'm interested
acting in
in the
the
modelling
role.
though.
And I'm telling you
She's
that
answering
you
it.
may have missed, as the legislation, the nation-leading legislation passed through the Parliament, it distinguished in relation to the fines, the nature of the early learning centres, if they were for-profit, if they were not-for-profit, and if they were large providers. And it
Alright.
provided differing levels of fines according to the
to those.
size
Okay.
of the centre and the nature of the work.
All right. Did the
But
government
Mr.
consider
Curry-
funding these measures through consolidated revenue, like other jurisdictions have done, rather than just imposing an additional cost on families?
I think I just answered that. We did give an additional funding to the Early Learning Commission.
You did.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's come from consolidated revenue.
Well, we've increased funding to the Early Learning Commission. Used to be the regulator after the passing of this legislation.
How much did you commit?
There was an extra $55 million.
Okay. So there'll be no fee hike or additional cost on families.
Well, we are not the ones passing it on to families. We are saying that centres, in fairness, based on the size and the nature of whether they're a not-for-profit or profit, should be expected to pay into the regulator, as really exists in most other industries. We need a strong commission. I think that we have seen the reason for that, and I'm not sure if the Liberal Party is arguing against strong regulation in the
I just want to
childcare
know where the
sector.
money's going, and we just want to
Do we not
understand where
want
the money's
strong
going.
regulation
I'll
in
move
the
on. Thank
childcare
you,
sector?
Minister. I have
That's an
limited time. I'd be
extraordinary
appreciative of
point to
asking
be
the
making.
questions. It's not a press conference. It's budget estimates. I would like to ask some questions about that. And as I do so, did you consult with any centres before increasing those fees to understand if families, if this would be passed on to
No,
families?
we're in constant consultation with centres, and in fact, during the
Which
passing
ones?
of the legislation, during the passing of the legislation, I know Minister Hughes may have more to say about this, but we're in constant communication with the sector, as well as people from across the Parliament, working with your shadow minister in the drafting of this legislation and the amendments, and Miss Boyd and the crossbench.
I understand the legislation. I just want to understand the funding.
But this is
the
connected
costing.
to the legislation.
Yep, but the funding is your funding. I'll
But the
move
fines are
on.
connected to the
Schools-
legislation. The fees are connected to the legislation.
Well, but you see, Minister, the problem for you is this. The community and the sector say that they were not consulted. They were shocked by the decision in New South Wales. They were shocked by the disparity with other jurisdictions, and they're very concerned. So they don't feel like they're in constant consultation with you,
Do you
as I
know,
quoted. But I will
even
move
if-
on.
even
Minister,
if
in relation to
centres-
social media,
even
schools
if
have...
centres were to pass this on, which I'd urge them not to do, it'd only be $1.43 per child.
Minister, schools have noticeably increased their posting of Instagram reels, dance videos, a day in the life of videos and other social content. Has the department conducted a risk assessment of the impact of filming content in classrooms on teacher workload and student learning outcomes?
I'm happy to talk about teacher workload, Miss Ward. I think that teachers across New South Wales are proud and happy and excited to share the exciting work they're doing in their classrooms on social media and through other forms of communication. In fact, I think they're quite welcoming of the fact that they now have a department and a government that shares in their wish to advertise what is happening in public schools.
Thank you. Has the
We
department
are at
conducted a
hard
risk
at
assessment
work
on the
at
impact?
reducing workload, and it's one of the reasons why we're seeing retention increase in public school teachers.
Thank you. But has the department conducted a risk assessment on the impact of filming content in classrooms on teacher workload?
We assess everything we do on the basis of teacher workload.
So an assessment has been done?
Mr. Disdar?
Oh, we're really proud that schools are promoting their outstanding work. We don't compel them to do that, but we are thrilled that they're willing to show their
All right, I'll
community
take
and their
that as a
parent
no.
body. It's not a compulsion from the organisation.
But the modelling hasn't been done. That's okay,
Or
I'll move on.
If
This
you
is
want
school
us to talk
celebrating
about
what they're
what we
doing.
have done with teacher workload, we can unpack it
There's
for
quite
you.
a few
All right,
things there.
let's do that in the afternoon. So is content creation or brand ambassadorship now considered an informal part of a teacher's role?
Are you suggesting that our hard-working public school teachers don't want to celebrate the work happening in their schools?
I'll repeat the question for you, Minister. Is content creation or brand ambassadorship now considered an informal part of a teacher's role?
I actually genuinely don't know where you're going with this.
It's a very
and
simple
I suspect
question.
it's some sort of strange trick that I don't understand.
No tricks. I'm asking on
is-
behalf of teachers, students and parents in the
On behalf
community
of
that
teachers.
pay your salary, pay my salary to do my job to ask you
Yes.
questions. And respectfully, the question is quite straightforward. It is.
No.
Is it a informal part of their role?
No, but
All right.
I don't know about you, but I've spoken to thousands of teachers and they really want to celebrate what's happening in their classrooms.
Okay, great. On that then, so does the department track the total number of teacher hours spent on producing social media content for departmental accounts?
Does the department track?
Yep, teacher hours spent producing that social media content for departmental accounts.
Do you know, in the range of things, when Mr. Disdar and I go to schools and say to teachers, when it comes to workload and that one magic thing that we can give you to help you as a teacher, which is time, what is the one thing we can take away from you to make your job easier? Not one has ever said to me, please, take away the celebration of public education
I'll
on
take
social
that as a
media.
no then, that the department doesn't track it.
I'll hear the point of order.
Chair, I want to reluctantly take a point of order, but I've sat here for some time where Ms Ward asks a question, the Minister or someone responds, and at the end of that there's a statement with some sort of invective in an attempt to verbal the Minister or the departmental official. That shouldn't be happening as a matter of fairness, and they should be allowed to respond to those sort of interjections at the end of their answers.
I don't uphold the point of order. I think that is quite sort of standard backwards and forwards in these things. However, I would encourage the government to use their time to allow the Minister and the Deputy Premier to scoop up anything like that they do want to respond to, because I do agree from a procedural fairness perspective. Carry on.
Thank you. So, Minister, in relation to the budget papers, again, can we go back to budget paper 4 on the page 6-2, the employee-related expenses for the department? And again, I say, what proportion of the department's employee expense budget do teachers represent?
I'd have to take advice on exactly how much of that employee expenses is in relation to
You must have a rough
teachers.
figure. Mr. Disdo, you must know what percentage of your budget teacher...
Yep. I'm happy for Ms McCabe if we've got that for you. If we don't,
So
we'll
I
come
asked
back.
it earlier today as no one had a chance to check. It's just like you've got to have a percentage. Is it 50%?
I'm happy
30%?
for Ms McCabe to give to you if we've got it. If we don't, I'm happy to come back on notice.
Yeah, we'll come back on notice. On note, can you come back today in budget estimates to answer what percentage of your budget teacher expenses represent? All right.
Are you trying to draw attention to the fact that we gave teachers a pay rise?
I'll ask the questions, Minister, if it's all right with you. You can scoop up and clean up in your 15 minutes or in a press conference anytime you like. I'm asking about the budget papers. I've asked twice for the number, and
We've just
you
said
want
we'll
to
get to
take
you.
it on notice. It's part of your budget. So the proportion has seen a cut of over $86 million in employee-related expenses. This year, teacher salaries will be 3% higher, but similar salary increases have been made for other departmental workers. So taking into account that salaries per employee will be higher, that suggests a cut of around 3.6% in the number of full-time employees. That's right, isn't it? That's a cut.
I just have to take that on notice because I don't accept the premise of your question at all.
There's been a cut in the number of
All right, order.
FTE.
So I'm going to go 5 for me, 5 for Dr. Conn. Then I'll go 5 for Ms. Mahalik and 5 for Mr. Latham.
True equality.
All right. Deputy Premier, not Dr. Premier,
No.
coming back to you in relation to the community preschools, because I know
Yes.
there's quite a few of them throwing things at their computer monitor at the moment watching this. You said previously that there were some of these preschools with up to 400,000 in profit. I think you maybe misspoke and meant reserves. Was that, did you?
Yes. No,
Right.
you're right.
Yeah.
I think the point remains, though, Miss Boyd. I'm not saying that they're all in this.
No.
I'm not saying they're all in this position.
Yeah.
But just for the purposes of actually having an informed discussion about
Yes.
this, there are some that are available, are able to do this. They
So-
just are.
So can we just drill down into that then? Obviously, these preschools are standalone businesses.
Yes.
They're required to maintain a level of reserves in order
Yes.
to meet their solvency requirements. It was found in the Fair Work Commission case, 70% of services reported 1 year or less of reserves to cover their operating expenses, and that they also need sufficient reserves for significant maintenance, emergency repairs, expansion of services, etc. But also that a one-off pool of reserves is not appropriate for an ongoing increase in wages. So taking your concession that there are perhaps, or I know that there are, a great number of these preschools that cannot afford a wage increase, will you at least accept that there will be some additional funding required from your government in order for these services to pass on these wage increases?
This is why we are doing a review of the funding, right? And I don't know if there's a lot that can't afford it. I accept that. That's what you're...
Have you read the Fair Work Commission
the Fair Work Commission...
judgment?
Listen, the Fair Work Commission, Miss Boyd, has definitely directed us to look at the funding, which we are doing. This is why we are doing a review.
But do you understand that the government's continual declarations at the end of last year that all of these preschools could somehow afford this and making all of these statements has been incredibly damaging to the people who work in those preschools, who love those preschools and know exactly what's been going on.
No, I
the
don't
Fair Work
accept.
Commission-
I don't accept that that's
Have you
been
sp-
damaging to the educators in the preschools.
You don't?
No, I think that if community preschools have that funding available, they should be providing
Yes, but they
a wage
don't.
increase.
They don't have that
I don't know
funding
if that's
available.
true.
I'm just... Have you read? We go back. Have you read the Fair Work
You're
Commission judgment?
presenting to me that that's the case,
Have
and I'm
you
not
read
sure
the
if that's
judgment?
the case.
Have you read the judgment?
I've been briefed on the judgment.
Right.
Yes,
You have not read the judgment.
I've been briefed on the judgment.
I would encourage you to read the judgment because I think then you might understand.
Where in the judgment, Miss Boyd, does it say that community preschools can't afford it?
It's where? Okay. Yeah, sure. Okay, I will find that piece of the judgment for you. It says it very explicitly. We have a statement in there. Sorry, I just assumed you would have read it. They say... I might have to find the bit in it. I don't have the actual judgment in front of me, just the pieces. I can assure you, though, I'm sure someone will send it to me by the time I'm almost finished. I will come back to you with that exact quote in a minute. Here we go. The Fair Work Commission's finding says, I am satisfied that in providing the majority of funding required by New South Wales preschools to operate, the New South Wales Government exercises such a degree of control over the terms and conditions of the employees who will be covered by the proposed agreement that the participation of the New South Wales Government in bargaining is necessary for the proposed agreement to be made. New South Wales Government participation is, quote, necessary in order to deliver the pay increase required. The findings, which I regard as uncontroversial and available for me to make based on the material before me and the findings of the 2001 decision, 2009 decision and the 2021 teachers decision are 1. New South Wales preschools are reliant on New South Wales Government funding for the public provision of preschool services. 2. Labour costs represent the vast majority of standard operating costs of New South Wales community preschools, being around 8% of total costs. 3. Rates of pay in comparable sectors, including long daycare and public government-run preschools, are substantially higher. 4. Outside of government funding, New South Wales community preschools can only generate revenue through fees to families. Without additional funding, the impact of addressing wages gaps between community preschools and the long daycare and government preschool sector and implementing the gender-based undervaluation case will result in increased out-of-pocket costs for families. Now that I've read it to you, do you understand that the government is required to fund these services in order to deliver this wage increase, and that the failure to do so, I have not finished my question, the failure to do so and the misleading statements made by this government has damaged your reputation with the sector.
No, this is not misleading, and I don't disagree with anything that was in that finding.
You just did for the last morning of estimates.
No, I didn't. I am saying the teachers deserve a pay rise.
And that the government needs to deliver it.
We are reviewing the funding.
Dr. Conn.
Good morning, Minister. My questions are on a totally different topic.
Yes.
I've previously raised my concerns about synthetic turf with you and with the acting Minister, particularly the health risks to kids. Even though the education facility standards and guidelines indicate a preference for natural turf, it's now come to light that your own survey conducted in Term 3 last year found that a majority of public schools have synthetic turf installations. What work are you now doing in light of those findings?
Look, I'd have to ask Ms Harrington to give an update on that to you, Dr. Conn, if that's okay, Ms Harrington.
Sure. So the survey last year, the asset management team surveyed 1,600 schools, so there's still quite a few schools to get to. So the asset management teams are doing that in the next few months. We will be reviewing our EFSG this year to reflect the latest guidelines. Late last year as well, the Department of Planning also released some additional detail about how it should be assessed with our Part 5 review of environmental factors, so that gives us more detail to understand exactly what we need to do differently. So there's a bit more work to do to understand the use of synthetic turf currently in schools, but in relation to the DeFi guidelines and the Part 5 further detail, that relates to sports fields, and we are needing to update our EFSG to reflect that.
Thanks. Coming back to you, Minister, having heard that, 58% of 1,600 public schools have synthetic turf that's not consistent with your own guidelines. Do you think there's a need to go back and assess those and actually look at phasing out some of this plastic grass?
Well, look, of course we have a preference for natural turf, and we will ensure that that's communicated to schools, and we work with schools. Sometimes I do think that schools feel like there is not another alternative. The alternative is bitumen or concrete, and that's obviously not ideal either for children running around. So yes, we've made it very clear time and time again that our preference is natural turf, and we'll continue to work with schools on that.
Yeah. I mean, some of those findings in terms of heat are that the synthetic grass surface, if it's unshaded, is actually hotter than the concrete. So I'd question whether it's actually better in those circumstances. I'm aware of at least a couple of examples where there's current plans to put synthetic in, so including Endeavour Sports High School and Cogra High School. Will you be reviewing those installations?
Let me come back to you on that. I'll have a look at that.
Thank you. And the last one, which I appreciate might go back to Ms Harrington, I understand that the Charles Bean Oval, which is used by Linfield Learning Village as a playground and a sports field daily, is due for renewal. Has the department been involved with the council in that process of looking at the renewal of that field?
Yes, we are engaging with the council on that. As part of the lease agreement, it is council's responsibility to upgrade that field, so we are engaging with council on that.
And what advice has the department given council in terms of the synthetic or natural turf question?
So we will need to adhere, whether it's council doing the work or school infrastructure doing the work, we need to adhere to the latest guidelines in relation to synthetic turf on sports field, so they will be adhered to.
Okay. And have you indicated to the council as part of this process that it's the department's preference that that should be natural turf?
I can come back to you on that.
Okay. Thank you.
Just in this last year and a half, could I ask about the level of voluntary contributions in 2025? I'm not sure we've seen the data yet.
Yes, I'll ask Mr Disdar for an update on this. We've had a history of being very clear with schools on this.
Miss Boyd, let me see if I can find it for you during the hearing.
Thank you, that'd be useful. Deputy Premier, what are you doing to monitor schools outsourcing for private tutors for things like band programs, which are curriculum related
Yes.
but not tracked in school budgets?
Yes, I mean we made it very clear that the school delivery of the school curriculum, that the department will support principals and teachers to deliver that, and that principals and teachers and our well-qualified teachers are best placed to deliver curriculum.
What are you doing to track it then, to make sure that it's not happening?
I just have to get advice from either Mr Disdar or Ms Summerhayes in terms of how much that is happening and what our work around that is.
Okay, thank you. And just finally, picking up on the questions that the opposition was asking in relation to principals and others having to do social media activities in their work time, is it the case that it's actually a formal part of their role? Quote, social media management, end quote, is classified as a teacher priority task?
It's not part of the principal role description.
No.
We have a New South Wales principal role description, and that's not a dot point there.
Sorry, I said as a teacher priority task.
It's not for a teacher or a principal.
Okay.
Schools, in my experience, have a school account normally, and it would be administered by the school. Some individual teachers have their own accounts. Yep.
Thank you. Ms.
Thank
Mahalik.
you, Madam Chair. Deputy Premier, just back on when we talked about the hotline earlier for incidences reporting that included bullying and I think you said discrimination as well. Mr Disdar said that. Can I just clarify, Deputy Premier, do you know if the data that you receive separates incidences from primary and high school?
Just for completeness, Ms Mahalik, they were the suspension categories I read out.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
But the hotline itself then, does that separate the data between...
Are you talking about the incident hotline,
Yes.
Ms Mahalik? I'd have to. That's a process question. I'd have to ask Mr Disdar. Does it discriminate between primary and secondary? The school would have to make an incident report.
Yeah, but the
with
data
the detail,
that you get
yes,
in
with the
end,
detail.
can you see what incidences are occurring? Essentially, what I want to know is how many anti-Semitic attacks are happening at high school level. Incidences at high school, and how many are actually at primary.
Yeah. So.
Do you have that report? Any reporting to that effect?
Let me see what we have.
You'll take that on notice? Okay. So, if I can just refer to an incident that occurred at Granville South Public School, where there was an incident at the primary school there post Bondi Beach terror attack, in which students did celebrate that particular attack. I understand a notification was made. Were you aware of that, Deputy Premier, or Minister Hughes? Were you aware of that?
No, I don't. Minister Hughes, I was not aware of that.
Mr. Disdale, were you aware of an incident that occurred at Granville
I don't
South
recall
Public
that.
School?
If it was reported to the hotline, we made aware of it, and
Does
we
it
see
ring a
what
bell
actions.
at all to you, Mr. Disdale, an event that happened post 14th of December at Granville South Public School?
I'm happy to go back and see.
If that event was notified to you, did you? Is that something normally you would let the Minister for Education?
Well, it's not going to be notified to me as a secretary. The principal's going to deal with that matter at the school level. They're going to report it to the hotline, and if they need advice,
But given the
and
gravity of what we're
expertise-
dealing with a terror attack, and we
Yeah.
now, and you've said earlier, both of you have said earlier that you're doing everything you can to stop incidences of anti-Semitism in our schools, and that you'll do everything you can to assist, bar providing a submission to an inquiry. But other than that, you're going to assist. I'm just wondering if the reporting
Yeah.
happens, what happens next?
No,
Mr.
that's a really
Disdale?
good question. I would normally be informed of something like that if it was not well handled. You know, you might have the family that's not happy with the outcome, or the school felt like they weren't supported. I'm in regular contact with the Jewish Board of Deputies. They might make contact with me and say they've had the family approach them, for example, and they're not happy with the outcome. So, you know, you've got to appreciate that with close to 780,000 students, 4 million humans in public schools every day, I'm not going to get every single incident report.
But it's such
it
a
will
very-
normally escalate
I
to
mean, let's
me.
be, but let's
in
be honest.
fairness,
At the
it would
time,
escalate
that was
to
taking
me.
a lot of media, a lot of interest in what occurred, obviously at Bondi.
Yeah.
And I would have thought an incident like this at a primary school would be something that you would be immediately notified of.
I'm happy to go back and check for
Okay.
you. I'm happy to go back and check. I was just giving you
Can I
how
also put on notice, were any
operationally
students
incidences would
disciplined
work.
at that school? Was there any disciplinary action taken
Well,
post this incident in Granville South
let
Primary
me go
School?
back and check. I read out the discipline procedures which allow our principals to take appropriate disciplinary action in instances like that.
Okay, so, and can I just confirm, Minister Eustace, you were never notified of that? Because I don't believe Deputy Premier was there at the time, so you were never notified of an incident at Granville South Primary School?
Look, I don't recall that specific incident, but it's probably best that I come back on notice with a response.
Okay. All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, there's no one here.
Yeah, thanks,
Hand
Chair.
over to Mr. Latham.
Minister, do you support the CC document What Works Best and its recommendation for high expectations in our schools? That is, not only high expectations about student achievement, but also teacher involvement and commitment with learning?
CC does an excellent job providing research, evidence base, as you say, what works best. And when it comes to high expectations, we have high expectations for all in public education, for students, for staff, for families, and for behaviour, as well as high expectations in terms
Teacher
of learning
commitment.
outcomes.
Yep. And did the government announce last week with the Teachers Federation abandonment of the rule by which teachers need to be at the school at least 30 minutes before the commencement of class? That is, teachers can now walk into their classrooms, as the students do, immediately after the bell, obviously without any class lesson preparation that morning.
Look, I'd have to ask Mr. Disdale to answer there may have been a minor change to
Yeah.
the fact sheet.
We clarified the attendance and student supervision fact sheet, and it says teachers have to be at the commencement of the school day ready to commence their duties, and we said that the principal, in consultation with teachers, can create a roster for what 30 minutes before the school day looks like.
For every teacher.
As a principal in the system, I had a roster to make sure I had the duty of care requirements in place before the formal commencement of period 1 or roll call, and so we've clarified that for the workforce.
And what was the previous statement? I don't understand the change
Yeah,
you're saying.
there's no real change there. We've just provided clarity around the consultation and rostering.
To what effect?
Well, like I said, Section 1.1 says that at the commencement of the school day, every teacher must be ready to commence their duties. And Section 1.2 says that the principal is responsible for the care and supervision of students, and teachers can be required to be rostered on to be on duty 30 minutes before the school day starts.
Did principals previously have that discretion? Or every teacher had to be there 30 minutes before the bell?
We wanted to give clarity because it wasn't
No,
consistently...
that's not answering my question. Did principals previously have that discretion?
Around...
This roster that you're talking about?
yeah, they would operationalise it like I did when I was principal.
But
yeah.
Previously, did every teacher have to be at school 30 minutes before the bell?
Not necessarily, no.
So what's the change you've made?
We've just made it clear that they should consult with their staff and create a roster.
Okay. And why wasn't it clear previously?
Yeah, it lacked that clarity. It wasn't as specific as saying you should have a roster.
Right, and what were
consult
most
with
principals
your
doing?
staff. I think they were just leading with an expectation that everyone should be there, yeah.
Okay. And consistent with high expectations, I've heard complaints from teachers that the limit on 1 hour meetings per week makes it harder now to run professional development. Is that the feedback that the Minister and the department is getting?
I mean, the 1 hour a week is more about regular school meetings.
Yeah, sure, but does it
We've
run
actually
into
made it.
professional
We've
development?
actually given teachers more opportunities for professional development across the board, which I certainly do get a lot of feedback about that.
And why have you introduced teacher determined time? Teachers determine their own activities on school development days, ignoring the benefits of Hattie's collective efficacy, particularly in professional development area. Teachers go off doing their own
Mr.
thing.
Disdar can answer this, but there are teacher determined times during professional development, but also collective efforts and mandated professional development. Like one doesn't exist without the other.
Why do you need any
mutually
teacher
exclusive.
determined time if the school
Every
should just
school
have one
community is
direction, one
different, Mr.
policy, one
Disdar?
PD?
Yeah, so what we've also done here, Mr. Latham, which never has happened in my career, is mandated school development days. So we've run a mandated day on explicit teaching, no option, and the entire...
So each teacher can go off and do their own thing?
No, we're doing it mandated.
So we've mandated particular topics and days, and alongside that, on school development days,
In addition to that.
we've given space for teachers because they've got individual.
What's the share? What's the percentage split?
So there's 8 school development days, and we've got a even split between them.
50-50. Well, why do you need any teacher determined time? Isn't
Because
it
every
just a concession
teacher-
to teachers going off and not being accountable ultimately for the overall professional development effort.
I think that's a really fair question. Every teacher has a performance and development plan, and that non-mandated time for them has to be in line with their performance and development.
Why are those plans determined by the teachers themselves in the goals that they have in the observers? Shouldn't you have an independent assessment to lift teacher quality?
It's determined by the teacher with their supervisor.
But why do they get to choose their own supervisor? Shouldn't the principal allocate someone who's independent and objective, rather than picking your best friend in the school who's most likely to go soft on you?
No, that's a fair point. They don't get to choose their supervisor. They can choose another observer. Yeah.
Right, but why do they get to do that?
Because it's a collegial profession. You've tabled around collective efficacy.
I'd pick my best mate for objective about my performance in life, but in a proper outfit you wouldn't do that, would you? You'd be tough and independent.
I think we should give it credit to the professionals.
I think
in the
Rod
team
Roberts
for
should
this.
write up all my assessments.
And collective efficacy,
You wanna
which
make
you're a
them
big
suffer?
believer in, Mr. Latham, would say that the collective growth of teachers is important.
Thank you, Chair.
We've got it under control. There's no one here. Thank you.
Who's in charge?
To the opposition, if,
Thank you very much.
thank you. Deputy Premier, if I could touch on discipline and anti-bullying.
Yes.
Anecdotally, we know many parents are concerned about behaviour and safety in New South Wales public schools. They are not certain that schools will always respond decisively with clear consequences to serious incidences of misbehaviour. And there is a lack of clarity for parents regarding what kinds of behaviour automatically results in a student's suspension and what is left to the principal's discretion. Deputy Premier, to give you an opportunity to finally clarify and remove any ambiguity for New South Wales parents in New South Wales public schools, is it an automatic suspension if a student assaults another student?
Okay, I just would say that I think you're right in that parents are concerned about bullying and behaviour. But I will say I think parents in all sectors are concerned about this, and it is an international challenge that we face, made worse by the onset of social media. And it is why I am so grateful that we were able to work with our partners in the Catholic and independent sectors to work together on the state's first ever bullying framework to ensure that no matter where you send your child to school in New South Wales, you are going to be met with a framework that is pretty much compulsory for schools to comply with to act on complaints about bullying or concerns about bullying, including very clear triage systems where parents must be responded to within 2 days. That's actually a first, and I'm really grateful to the independent and Catholic systems for working with us on that, moderated by Nessa. That was something I'm really proud of.
Thank you.
We have also in the public school system with the suspensions.
New South Wales schools, and parents are asking these questions.
That's what I'm saying about New South Wales schools, because I think parents...
Government schools?
I think parents in all sectors are concerned about bullying. Bullying just doesn't happen in New South Wales public schools. It happens everywhere, unfortunately. And that's why we're working with our sectors. This is not a public school problem.
If I could just recap.
But we have made...
In New South Wales public schools, is it an automatic suspension if a student assaults another student?
I'm going to give you the detail on this, but I just will say we made changes immediately upon coming to government to actually make the suspension and expulsion policy clearer for principals to act. Actually, under the previous government, it was harder to suspend a student because the government was obsessed with getting the suspension data down. Sometimes you do have to suspend a student. I don't know if any principals... I look around me, there's some amazing principals sitting here. I'm sure they didn't go to work saying, I can't wait to suspend kids, but sometimes you do have to suspend students. But Mr Disdale could go into the detail about suspensions.
Yeah, the Deputy Premier is right.
I'm happy to
Ms.
do that
Merton.
this afternoon, Mr Disdale.
He's answering
I'm conscious of everyone's time.
I was just going to answer your specific question. With
Thank
the
you.
change that the Deputy Premier got us to make,
About assault.
principals can issue an immediate suspension for students who engage in physically violent behaviour.
Thank you. And Deputy Premier, if I could move to gifted and talented students, you've announced the Inspire High Potential and Gifted Education program. Deputy Premier, will every public school student in New South Wales now be able to access opportunities to pursue extension classes?
Every student in public schools in New South Wales will be able to access high potential and gifted education opportunities. That may not be an extension class, that may be other opportunities, but they're high potential and gifted education. People are familiar with extension classes, with selective schooling, with opportunity classes, but some high potential may be in creative and performing arts, some may be in leadership, some may be in academia, some may be in technology, in STEM. You know, you go to schools and the kids are, the potential in terms of robotics and things like that is beyond your wildest imagination. So every child in every school will be able to access that, and on every single website it is advertised so that parents, going to Mr Latham's point about choice previously, can go onto School Finder and see the schools that are available to them and what HPGE offerings are available in those school
Deputy
settings.
Premier, how many schools will enrichment streams be offered, and in what school years?
Okay, so I'll just say again,
how many schools? I
every
appreciate
school,
the resources are available.
No. Every school will have a high potential and gifted education offering. Some schools that will be in enrichment in some areas, some will be enrichment in other areas. Every community is slightly different. Every single public school will have a high potential and gifted education offering. That's live now. It's on their websites.
Thank you. Deputy Premier, how is the STEM offering any different form ability streamed classes, or what might be some examples of the offering of STEM in New South Wales schools?
How might a STEM class be different from an ability streamed class?
Yeah.
Well, a specific robotics club maybe that might be, I'm just using a hypothetical because it's hard to answer a hypothetical question, would be different to an ability graded class.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Premier. So just on that, so in terms of every school student now being able to access those opportunities to pursue the extension classes, will those extension classes go beyond the 8 schools?
No, every school student will have access in every public school to a high potential and gifted education offering. That won't necessarily be extension classes everywhere. I think we're actually expanding like never before the offering of high potential, because it's not just about extension classes. That really is a sort of maybe the way that was thought about previously, that the only way to stretch a student, stretch a child, would be those that are gifted to take an extension. What about actually noticing potential in a child and actually nurturing that and stretching that? And I tell you, teachers see it every day, but now the department is actually helping them to stretch those children. It's not just extension classes.
Okay, so the extension classes will only be in 8 schools then?
High potential and gifted education is in every school.
But the extension
for the first time ever.
All right. Let's move on to the enrichment streams then. At how many schools will the enrichment streams be offered?
Well, the enrichment, I don't think there's an understanding of what we're saying. The high potential and gifted education offerings, which will be different in each school, every single school will offer that.
So enrichment streams won't be generally available across years and subjects and schools?
No, enrichment streams may be the high potential and gifted education offering.
So in what school years will those enrichment streams be offered?
I hate to sound like a broken record, but every school will is offering a high potential and gifted education offerings, and some of those will be enrichment streams. Some will be extension classes. Some will be other opportunities.
All right. So what's involved in the enrichment streams? In what subjects will they be?
Well, they'll be different based on different school communities and what the school plan may be for that particular school. Mr. Disdar, I don't know if you can help as an on-the-ground perspective.
There'll be enrichment opportunities, there'll be enrichment classes, schools will determine what that looks like. The Deputy Premier is correct. Previously, schools had really only focused on only academic or sporting, and HPG goes to the 4 domains. It goes to the creative and performing arts also, alongside the academic, alongside the sporting, and it goes to things like leadership and debating. So you could have a student who the teacher identifies and puts them into the debating opportunity as an enrichment, but they're not part of the maths enrichment class, for example.
So in what years will those enrichments and subjects will they
those
be?
opportunities.
So for many schools, enrichment might just be a sport.
No.
What do you mean just a sport? If your child is high potential in sport, I think that's a great opportunity.
I'm saying, but it could be, for many schools, it might just be sport.
Sport's a mandatory part of the curriculum, but then there'll be students that we identify.
Okay, and so in one particular school, it could be a limited offering.
It'll be offerings in every school. It'll be K to 12.
In every year.
The opportunities will cut across the full spectrum of learning.
So you can't tell us where it will be, in what subjects or what years. It's just going to be broadly available. Is this just a ticker box exercise
No,
to say
not
that
at
you're doing
all.
something for this? Because there doesn't seem to be any specifics when you talk about on the ground.
No, I
Minister,
wouldn't.
what are the specifics of what subjects, what years, in what schools
I
and
wouldn't
where?
concur with that. 95,000 teachers undertook high potential gifted education training and development across this state. I wouldn't call that ticker box. I'd call that professional investment.
But what about the students undertaking these courses? Are they undertaking enrichment? Is it STEM? Is it sport? What year is it in? What's offered?
Yeah, I've answered that. It'll be across K to 12. Their parents will be informed around what those opportunities are. They're on the website.
Parents will be informed. When will parents be informed?
They're already on the website.
Miss Summerhays
So parents will be informed by the website.
Yeah, Miss Summerhays will know in detail
Certainly, but I'm
what's
just, if
happening in
Mr.
schools.
Disdar and I could if it's all right with you, Minister, if Mr Distar and I could continue that conversation. Mr Distar, what role will the PNC at each of these schools, what role will the PNC have in determining enrichment opportunities within each school?
So parents of a school...
Other than checking the website.
Finish the question? Mm-hmm. Okay, let me answer the important question. They'll be able to find out in that school community what the offerings are in that school, and if their child is chosen for an enrichment opportunity or an enrichment class, the individual parent will be informed as well.
Okay, so they can check the website, they'll be informed. What role will the PNC have?
PNCs are really pivotal, and I want to thank them for their volunteering and efforts in schools, and we would obviously work with them around what those opportunities were as well.
You'll work with them?
Well, we'd inform them what those opportunities were and why would we also work with them, because they might have particular areas of expertise or interest that they want to see.
I know that. I'm asking on their behalf how they will get involved. What role you anticipate that they will have in this process?
Our principals attend PNC meetings on a regular basis, and we'll capture their input.
I didn't ask about the meetings, I asked about their role.
And that's how we'll capture their input.
Okay, so for many schools, there won't be any academic enrichment. It's fair to say from what you've said today. It might be sport, it might be drama.
No, I don't think that's fair to say at all.
No.
At all.
What are you saying then?
Every single school will have on their website what the specific offering is.
That we're chasing the 4 domains of potential and giftedness. Mm-hmm. I said it's not limited to academics. There's the academic stream, there's sporting, I said there's the creative and performing arts, and then there's things like leadership, debating, public speaking, etc.
What about the value of getting a job, which is academic, isn't it?
Yeah. Let's
So
go.
everyone thinks they're going to play cricket for Australia. It's 100,000 to 1 that you do. But
I
it's
mean, we're
odds
not.
on
We're
if you
not.
I
get
just
one.
want to be clear in
We're
my
not
time.
talking about, my
Thank
son
you.
thinks he's going to be an F1 driver being able to do that at school.
well,
The
maybe
issue
it's
is
the starting line,
the
yeah.
issue is if they have a high potential for it. And to be honest, I don't think it is just sport. If you're going to be a future Olympian, that's a type
It's
of
all right,
stuff
Mr
that
Latham
goes
can
down.
interrupt. I suggest that we might get back to the questions, but thank you for that enrichment opportunity. For many schools, just to be absolutely clear on this, there won't be academic enrichment. It could just be, should it be chosen by that principal, creative or sport. That's correct, isn't it?
For many schools, it'll be across a multiplicity of domains.
Okay, multiplicity.
That is it.
You can dance, you can sing, you can hit a cricket ball.
Yeah. Child safety, can you go to the Productivity Commissioner's recent report, Minister? It paints a terrifying picture with massive increases in serious incidents across early childhood education and care services in New South Wales, with 9,430 serious incidents. That's a rate of 154 incidents reported per 100 centres, an increase of almost 1,000 cases since you came into government in 2023. How many childcare services has the New South Wales Early Learning Commission, which is of course the regulator, immediately closed this year upon inspection?
Well,
and how many have since reopened?
we actually have increased inspections by upwards of 26%. I think the briefing I got yesterday showed that. The new commission is hard at work rolling out tougher penalties, more transparent reporting of compliance breaches.
So in the interest of transparency, how many have closed?
These are not acceptable breaches. And in fact, upon coming to government, when we increased the visitations and saw the increase in compliance breaches, and then instituted the Wheeler Review, and then that led to the nation-leading legislation, the Commission is hard at work to rolling out those compliance actions based on the breaches. I know Commissioner Curry, Acting Commissioner Curry, would be able to answer that.
Terrific. We can take that up this afternoon. But can you provide the numbers acting on those breaches of how many centres have closed as a result and how many have reopened? Or can
I think
you take
Acting Commissioner Curry was about to provide that answer.
All right, we can do that this afternoon. I'm just asking you if you know the number as we sit here today, given the concern that we all have in relation to this. How many have been immediately closed upon inspection, or will you take it on notice?
We have made it easier for the Commission to act thanks to the passing of that legislation, and I think it is fair that I ask the Acting Commissioner to answer that specific question, and he's trying to answer it, Ms.
How
Ward.
many have closed?
Would you like it from the passing of the legislation or from the standing up
Sure.
of the I'm asking you, passing the legislation or standing up
This
with the
year.
commission?
How many are closed immediately this year upon inspection?
It's only
I've got it
March.
from the state. Standing up with the commission, there have been two services cancelled, 73 providers cancelled, 6 service suspensions, 42 prohibition notices to individuals from the 1st of December.
All right, and how many have since reopened?
One we noticed the other day was a suspension that had reopened after working with us and us putting conditions in place so that we could be confident that the children in that care service was safe.
Okay, well, so how long had each of these centres been in breach of those standards, and why
I'd
did it
have to
take so
take
long
that
to
on
act?
notice. I'd have to take that on notice in terms of timeframes. I could
All
get
right,
that on
we
notice.
might come back to that this afternoon. If you could find that today, that would be very helpful, because there's some concern that it has taken a long time to act. How many families have been impacted by these sudden closures?
Once again, I have to take that on notice.
All right. The data also shows there were 18,743 breaches of the National Quality Framework recorded. That's an increase of 859 breaches from 2023, which can include services not meeting legislated staffing requirements, with 685 staffing waivers granted. What are some of the reasons that waivers were given?
Usually waivers are given to cover a period of time where the service may not be able to get the services of an early childhood teacher, or for other reasons, usually to do with spaces. So they may be having renovations and cannot use the space, and so there's a waiver in terms of space allocation. Most of them are time limited, and they are all assessed on their own merits, and they won't be granted if it means risk to children. We actually assess those very closely.
You and I might come back to that this afternoon. Thank you, that's very helpful. Minister, are you aware of how many families have been impacted by the sudden closures?
Look, it is a very difficult thing to have to manage, because obviously we've stood up the commission to finally have a regulator with enough teeth backed in by legislation that means that we can actually do the work that is required to act on breaches. Now, as a result of that, sometimes if centres are closed or suspended, sometimes places are affected. But I would say bad places are not acceptable places for children, and because of the legislation putting child safety as the paramount consideration, we have to act on that. But if those centres are, the places are taken away from families because they're bad places, because we've had to act, then we do work with those families to attempt to place them in other childcare settings. We understand the importance of childcare, not just for early education, but for the running of families. And that's reality, the logistics of having small children.
All right,
But the regulator's job is to actually crack down.
Thank you. I understand that. My question to you, though, is if so many waivers are being given due to insignificant part staffing, what are you doing to rectify the 35% decline in staff holding ECEC qualifications, particularly when New South Wales is increasing measures on safety?
Well, I mean, this is the balancing act that we must do. We must basically crack down on providers that are doing the wrong thing, and also provide places in the community for students, for young students, for children to go to.
Yes, but the Productivity Commission has said there's been a 35% decline in staff holding those qualifications. I'm asking you, as the Minister, what's your government doing to rectify that?
We are increasing visitations by the Commission to ensure that we are ensuring basically that centres are meeting their obligations under the quality framework, and to ensure that ratios are being covered, that there are no breaches, and if there are compliance actions that are taken, I'll remind the committee now, as a result of the legislation that this Parliament
faced. The question
faced,
is about the 35% decline in
Yes.
staff holding
We're increasing
the
visitations.
qualification.
We're
It's not
increasing
about workforce
visitations.
capacity, it's not about qualifications. It's a standalone issue, given the Productivity Commission has pointed out. My question is, what are you doing to address that?
well, we've resourced the Commission to increase visitations, and we're proud to have done that.
Mr. Latham.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, on teacher quality, how can we tolerate the news that across Australia last year 499 students were offered undergraduate teaching places when they had ATARs between 0 and 50? That is, they failed the HSC. How many of these were in New South Wales, and what are we
Miss
doing?
Merton asked this question before.
Did she? Right.
And my advice is I'm not aware of any of them being in New South Wales. That was my answer I gave to Miss Merton, so I'm giving it to you as well.
Check, there's 500 around the country. You'd think some are here in the bigger state. If you can take that on notice.
Mr. Latham, New South Wales has slightly different entry requirements from other states and territories. We have something called 3 Band 5s, so you have to have got a Band 5 in 3 subjects in the HSC, including 1 in English. If you still want to do education but you don't have those results, you have to have gone into and got and passed a first full year of another course at a university before you can enter into the education parts of the organisation. So that 500 is a national statistic.
In New South Wales last year, what's the lowest level ATAR of someone in an undergraduate teaching position?
I would have to take that on notice, but the 3 Band 5s, including 1 in English, is an ATAR roughly, but somewhere around 80, 75 to 80.
Okay. And what progress has been made with the universities to lift entry standards and also to ensure all graduates take explicit instruction as their pedagogy?
Yeah,
I know Minister Housos was negotiating and talking to the university. Have we locked them into something definitive?
Yes, Minister Housos can definitely answer the work that she was taking as acting minister, but this is something we're dealing with around the country in initial teacher education, and we're continuing to work with the universities because we want to see, as you said, Mr. Latham, the students coming out of initial teacher education be trained in explicit teaching because we've now mandated that in public schools. But Ms. Housos might go into what she was working on with universities.
I can just briefly say, as you're aware, Mr. Latham, I did have the opportunity to meet with a number of universities, and the really encouraging thing is that the public school system is also working in concert with the Catholic schools and the independent schools, and this is something that we're particularly proud of because we feel like if all of the schools can get together, all of the schools who are taking the newly graduated teachers to really send a strong message to universities, this is clearly what we need our graduates to be able to be capable of.
Beyond a message, is there an agreement? You're the biggest employer of teachers in the country.
So
surely there's a lot of leverage there to get an agreement.
And Mr. Dizza is very keen to jump in and provide an update.
Mr. Martin can talk to the work Ness has been doing, but education ministers across the country have agreed on mandated content, and explicit teaching must be delivered in every teacher education faculty from the commencement of 27. I'll get Mr. Martin to talk to the work Ness has been doing to assure the fact that faculties will deliver this.
So NESA has looked at each of the, I think there's 104 initial teacher education qualifications in New South Wales. Each of those providers have been brought into NESA. We've examined all of their courses for the national requirements around content, explicit teaching, the various other recommendations of the TEEP review that came out a few years ago. We have worked very closely with some providers more than others, and they've all been put through that process, and then they again will be subject to a national quality assurance process. But New South Wales is completely up to date with having assessed its qualifications for the issues that Mr. Disdar referred to.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Just a quick one from me. Deputy Premier, earlier when I asked you about the PNC Federation, you said it was not for you to get involved. It's been noted that in 2014 the New South Wales government appointed an administrator until a new governing body was elected. Some of the allegations being made in relation to the board now are quite serious and involve corruption and other allegations. Is there a potential that if these things can't be quickly, cleaned up, that you would appoint an administrator until a new board is appointed?
Well, I don't believe we're at that stage at this point. My expectation is that the PNC Federation does deal with these issues. I do note there's some employee or ex-employee matters that they're working through now. We are in regular dialogue with the PNC Federation. My expectation is that they sort this out. So I don't know whether Mr. Disdar, you're dealing with the PNC Federation quite a lot.
I can add, Chair, I've met with the
acting CEO, Tim Spencer, who the organisation has appointed. I've also met with Caitlin Serrano, the PNC president of the Federation, and I have also written to the president of the Federation around some of those raised concerns, and I look forward to working with them.
Thank you. Opposition?
Thank you. Minister, are you aware that about Janelli High School, they wrote, they were very concerned because they raised some money by their PNC for a specific project. We've since been advised that the school, the Department of Education has taken those funds away. Do you agree that if a school PNC raises funds for a specific project, those funds should go to that project?
Look, I'm sure, I'm not aware of that particular project. If school communities raised funds and they had approval for that project, I believe that they were in a very long list of projects that we will work our way through, but Miss Harrington might have knowledge of what's happening at Janelli.
Happy to get some more details to look into that, but the Deputy Premier is right. If the community has raised funds, it's just a matter of working through. The asset management teams will do that as soon as they can. If the school itself has raised funds, we have committed to honour and to deliver all the projects that were in before the end of December.
Thank you. This is not the school itself. So, Minister, are you aware that $22,000 raised by the PNC at Janelli High School, including $4,000 in donations from local businesses to go towards a library upgrade, has been confiscated by the Department of Education?
I don't think that's accurate.
Well, it is. They're telling us it is. The PNC is telling us that's exactly what happened.
I don't think it's
that?
accurate. I don't think that's accurate, and we will come back to you on what is happening at Janelli.
Can you come back today, because they're very concerned?
Yes.
They've raised money. They really like to know that it's going towards what they raised it for, the library, and the Department of Education, they're telling us, and I don't see any reason to disbelieve them. I don't think they're making it up, but why should the students at Janelli High School go without the essential library upgrades simply because the department didn't provide enough funding to cover the school's costs? It doesn't seem at all fair.
Well, I've committed that we'll come back to you on that.
Thank you. Government, did you have any questions? Excellent. Okay.
Can I just provide one final,
Please do.
just to correct one of the things that Ms Higginson said to me. She said that she hasn't received a response. I'm advised that a response was provided to Ms Higginson on the 20th of February by the Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you. Well, that concludes this part of the day. Thank you very much to the Deputy Premier and to Mr Houssos for attending, and we will see the rest of you after lunch at 2 p.m. Thank you. witness, Ms. Snelling. Thank you. If I could get you to either state the oath or the affirmation, and then, no, I'm not going to. I'm going to start that again. Could I get you to state your name and position title, and then swear either the oath or the affirmation?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Alexandra Snelling. I'm the Relieving Executive Director of the Professional and Ethical Standards Directorate of the Department of Education. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Right. Now we will recommence with questions from myself for 10 minutes. Yep, excellent. Okay. Mr. Disgar, can I come back to you on the voluntary contributions question? Do you have the 2025 figures?
They've been trending down since 2019. Let me see if I have the figure. I don't, so let me come back on notice. But I can tell you it's been trending down since 2019.
Okay. When you come back on notice on those things, can you tell me, because I understand there's a few different categories, a few different line items. So there's the sort of extracurricular, there's the subject, and then there's also the, I'm trying to find my copy of the accounts, hang on. There's also sort of sports and things, isn't there? Where are we?
I'm happy to come back with the category breakdowns if you like.
That would be great, thank you.
Sure.
Are you able to do that in the course of this afternoon? Is there someone who can provide those to you?
If they send it through to me, I'll make sure I read it out to you, otherwise I'll come back on notice.
Thank you, that would be very useful. In terms of canteen sales, I know that that amount has been, or at least went up in the last report. Do you have any figures on that line item?
I don't have it in front of me, so is that okay if I come back as
That
a
would
package
be,
on those things?
Yeah, that would be good. And if you could tell me those canteen sales, that line item, is that an indication of the licence amounts that are collected from people that those canteen premises have been licensed to, or is it actually a figure of profit made from the sale of
I don't want to get
items?
it wrong for you, Miss Boyd. So there's a number of canteens that are P&C operated, school operated, and then there's a number that are leased out to private operators. So when I come back with the figure, let me spell that out for you.
Okay, that would be great. Yes, so we've got here excursions as one category, sports and extracurricular activities, and subject contributions. So yeah, I'm trying to get an understanding of exactly how much out of pocket.
Yeah, I can tell you that. Like I said, let me come back with the specific figures. But since 2019, both voluntary contributions and subject contributions have been trending down in global amount for the system.
Good. Have you got any visibility over the amount of funds that are, or sorry, I'll say that again, the amount of in-kind contributions being made by teachers? So this is one of those things that we do hear anecdotally where teachers are saying that they need to buy books and pens and things, or they simply won't have enough. Is that any work been done within the department to try and get any sort of hard data on what that looks like?
No, we don't have centralised data on that. We do provide all necessary resources to our schools. I am across what you're saying. As a former teacher, I also made decisions around things that I would buy and to supplement my teaching and learning practice, and obviously I did that as a decision I made, and I could use that on tax purposes. But the reports around things like whiteboard markers or things of that kind, we supply all those to schools, and no teacher need buy that.
Okay. Can I ask you this one for you, Mr. Disdar, and then I think I'll go elsewhere with my questioning.
Sure.
We've got an acting commissioner for the new Early Learning Commission, and as a result, we've also got an acting executive director for PES.
Yes.
When will those positions be sort of become no longer acting? When will we have a permanent?
Yeah, Miss Boyd, the Early Learning Commission was set up on the 1st of December. It's a position that reports directly to the Minister. It responded to the Wheeler review that recommended an independent commission, and Mr Curry, since 1 December, has been asked by the Education Minister and the Minister for Early Learning, the Deputy Premier, to be the acting commissioner. When the Deputy Premier makes that appointment, with whatever that may look like, I'll then make any subsequent movements.
Okay. So
it's not a decision for me to make.
I know.
Yeah, it's a decision for the Deputy Premier.
Okay, but you don't know where that is up to? Are you at all involved in the recruitment just as an advisor or on a panel or anything, or is that all purely with the Minister?
Yeah, it was the Deputy Premier's decision to put Mr Curry in as acting commissioner. It wasn't my decision. I didn't have any involvement with that, but I do support the decision.
Yeah, no, I mean for the permanent. I'm trying to get an idea of what the likely time frame would be for putting a permanent commissioner in place.
Yeah, that'll be up to the Deputy Premier.
Okay. I will go to you now, Mr Curry. I wanted to come back on this issue of devices just to get a little bit of clarification on how the rules are working. So I think it's fair to say that a lot of people were a bit surprised that the restriction that they thought was only applying to phones and taking photos also applied to these wearable, Fitbits and Apple Watches and things. Can you explain exactly how, so I understand your point about capability, but for example, I've got a Fitbit, I don't think it can take
If it can't take photos,
I have no idea.
or have the capacity to store photos, so a photo taken off of a phone and stored on the watch, then that is okay to wear. If it has no functionality to either take or store photos, then that is fine to wear. The confusion has been that people think that if they put the device into airplane mode and therefore it's not taking a photo, that then it complies. But it doesn't, because it has the capacity to do so if it was switched on. So when they're on duty, they're actually supplying education. If they can turn it on to take a photo, then that doesn't comply with the legislative change. So that is why we have decided to do more communication around that, go out to talk to peak bodies, but also send communication out with people so there's that clarity can be achieved.
So why storage as well as taking the photo? So if there's no ability for it to take a photo, but you could get a photo on there?
It's purely risk mitigation. If you have a phone at that site that can take a photo and then it gets stored on your watch, if that's a storage device, so it's about limiting the capability or capacity of somebody to actually take a photo of a child. It's pure risk mitigation.
But if I don't understand how and apologies, maybe there's devices I just don't know about, but I don't understand how having the capacity to have a photo that was taken somewhere else at another time on a device falls within what we're trying to capture, which is people not taking photos of children.
Correct, but if you're taking a photo with a phone and then it's being stored on your watch and it's not on the phone, the evidence isn't there on the phone, it's stored on the watch, it can be, and I'm not saying, look, we know that the vast majority of educators, the vast majority of providers and workers are not doing the wrong thing. It's about limiting the ability for people to use technology to get around legislation regarding capturing pictures of children.
And we're all on board with what it's trying to do, but so if you've got a phone and you've taken a picture of a child when you shouldn't have and you've stored it in a locker, say, if someone...
Yeah, or you've stored it on the other device, so it's not actually there.
Okay, but the actual problem was the taking of the photo. So as long as you don't have something that takes a photo in the environment with children, then how does it matter that you've got a device that could have a photo on it?
If the device cannot take a photo and cannot store a photo, you can wear it.
We agree with the first bit. It's the storage only bit which is
Well-
confusing and doesn't seem to actually mitigate any particular risk.
I can go back and we can look at it, but
Yeah.
it's all about risk mitigation. These were the decisions that were made to limit all risk regarding covert photos being taken.
Sure.
But we can go back and actually look at that and clear it up in the communication. The key thing though, the biggest issue that we are seeing are phones that do have the capacity to take a photo that are being switched on to flight mode and thinking that that is complying. That's the biggest issue that we're seeing. But we will go back and have a look and clear that up.
I'd appreciate that because people are saying that, for example, if they have something like I have, that it's actually making them less safe on the floor because they used to be able to, while they were changing a nappy, they could voice control to tell, their their watch to do a particular thing or to monitor. They could set timers and things and do all sorts of things with their watches. They didn't know that they could even store a photo on there, and now suddenly they don't have that capability. So
I commit to go back and have a look at it and speak to the sector and communicate whether they're better.
All right, thank you, Mr. Latham.
Thank you, Chair. To Mr. Graham, who's Deputy Secretary for Teaching, what are the plans for 2026 to ensure explicit instruction is being used in every classroom in New South Wales?
Happy to talk about explicit teaching. So the department in its plan for public education has a clear statement that will prioritise explicit teaching based on high expectations and use of formative assessment. So we've had every teacher and every school undertake professional development as part of a school development day on this. We have a plan for explicit teaching. We have an explicit teaching statement that we work closely with Aero on. We have professional learning right through the system on explicit teaching. So that goes from the leadership of explicit teaching. We're working with the School Leadership Institute about for leaders. We've got it for high school teachers, primary school teachers. It's built into all the materials, so you shouldn't have to just go to professional learning about explicit teaching.
But how do you know it's happening in the classroom?
Literacy and
I've got a
numeracy.
plan for my kids to do homework, but I only know they've done the homework when I check.
That's right. So the important part is it's built into our whole system. So, for example, the School Excellence Framework has explicit teaching as a kind of key part of expectations for schools. So when they have, the routine work that happens between the Director of Educational Leadership and the school, it's built into that process. And I don't think there's any DEL at the moment who's not seeing a huge amount of evidence of explicit teaching happening in schools.
Do principals have to certify that in every classroom of theirs explicit teaching is the main pedagogy?
So,
I can help there, Mr. Latham. We've set a clear expectation that should be part of the school excellence plan. I think where you're spot on is the challenge will be across 95,000 classrooms to get the consistency and understanding of practice. And this goes to an earlier answer with the mandating of ITE, initial teacher education with explicit teaching. When I walked into Ashcroft High in 97, I walked out of Sydney Uni without training in explicit teaching. I was just fortunate enough that John Norris and Gary Joannides, who led the school at the time, were actually driving explicit systematic teaching. So that's what we are doing. It'll take us a bit of time to build up that workforce. And what I see as I move across the state, Mr. Latham, there's schools and many classrooms in that school.
Yeah, but you can't be a one-person verification.
Yeah, so that's why.
Can you? What guarantees that it's actually happening?
Yeah, I'll get
in
this.
95,000 classrooms.
Let me get this.
Because let's face it, teachers love going to conferences where there's all sorts of wacky stuff that they're told is the latest fad of the day.
Yeah.
And if they follow that approach and forget about the fundamentals, then we go backwards.
Yeah, the good news is there's no wacky stuff being delivered by us. It's explicit teaching. That's all of our PL, and that's everything that we're driving. And then Mr. Graham's right around the DEL. I've been in those roles, and Ms. Summerhays can talk to how they're.
Do the DELs verify that?
Yeah, they can, Mr. Latham. So there's 114 directors educational leadership. They look after 20 to 22 principals in a network. Since we've brought in the explicit teaching focus, those DELs have part of their responsibility to work with their principals, not just in conversation, but they go into the schools and they observe classrooms. They do learning walks. Colleagues from other schools will join them doing that. And it's part of the regular conversation about what's it looking like from kindergarten to year 6 or 7 to 12 in your school.
So you've made that a major part of the work
Absolutely.
of the DELs to check that it's explicit teaching. That's happening. That's good. Well, while I've got you there, Ms. Summerhays, I saw in the Daily Telegraph organ of record. On the 17th of December, so I hope this is true, the department for the first time releasing value-added data about school performance, in this case the top 20 Sydney high schools and top 10 regional high schools, as measured by years 9 to 12 growth between 2019 and 2024. Why hasn't all the value-added data for every school been released, given it's the fairest, most consistent measure of school success and parents and students have got a right to know?
I might ask the Secretary to address that because you're talking about whole of system data, Mr. Latham.
So you gave the top 20 in Sydney and the top 10 in regional. Why don't we get the top 2,200?
Yeah, and we've been doing the same for HSC because where we concur wholeheartedly with you, the ultimate measure is growth and what value a school adds. So we're showing that data to every school, and we're just trying to highlight.
Why can't you show the public?
We're trying to show and highlight those schools that are punching above their weight, and we've made them features of the CC What Works Best series that we've updated, Mr. Latham.
Yep.
I'm not sure if you've seen the updates.
Yeah, I've looked at that.
Okay.
And I've also studied this material that you released, and what conclusions has the department reached about the data, given that 15 of the top 20 Sydney high schools were in Western Sydney? Perhaps counterintuitive for some, but a reality once you visit these schools. Does it say something, for example, about the importance of parental commitment to education in the predominantly Asian communities in the Fairfield LGA, which seems to have a pretty good representation of top value-added schools?
Yeah, so Cabramatta High School and Candyvale High School and Fairvale High School, you know, across a decade feature really heavily. Of course, we want every parent to be supportive of their child's education, and that looks different in different contexts. But when you ask what did it reveal, it revealed that we need to double down on the ingredients of high expectations, explicit teaching, effective feedback, schools using data to inform their practice at a global level in the classroom, the importance of assessment, the importance of collective efficacy, and they're the features of what works best.
Yeah, we know what works. The great puzzle always is why doesn't it work everywhere?
That is the big challenge. That's the big challenge in a system of this, in a big system, to get that right across 95,000 classrooms. And I want to thank the workforce for coming with us. You know, if you look at the nation, Mr. Latham, in some other jurisdictions, they've had excitement around trying to take this direction. Whereas here, 2.5 years ago, we put our colours to the mast, and the workforce is coming with us. In fact, many in the workforce, some of those schools that you visited that are well down the track, have said, hooray, the system's come out and really backed it in, and we've been liberated. We've also been partnering very strongly, Mr. Latham, with Aero, and are filming illustrations of practice with them, because what teachers also like to do is actually see other New South Wales practitioners in action, delivering explicit teaching.
Yeah, well, we look forward to the data you're going to release. The Minister promised data about how this percolates into overall academic performance. Now, given that you have extensive value-added data, and I think that's fantastic, what gets measured gets done, what use is made to identify and intervene with schools that are underperforming? What are you doing about the weakest 100 schools, value-added or value declined in the state, the bottom 5%?
Yeah, so
is this the new method of intervention to give them extra support and change to lift up their performance?
Yeah, no, it's a really good question. I just want to round out the value add part for you two with every school. I know you are a regular examiner in my school, but for every school in Australia now, on my school, there is actually student growth data now. It's a new reporting feature that's there as well, which is good. Because then you can look at different socioeconomics and see how you're comparing for similar contexts. For those that are struggling to demonstrate school improvement, this is where we go in with our strategic support. And if that's in literacy or it's in numeracy, if it's, you know...
That's what it's called now, strategic support. It used to be something else, didn't it?
We used to sometimes label it intensive support. Right. Yeah, so we do call it strategic support, and we go in and help those schools.
And how many schools in New South Wales have gone backwards in their value added in the period 2019 to 2024? Have you got that data?
I don't have that sort of
data. Maybe you can take that on notice?
Or let me see what we've got. Every school has set a success measure around reading, around numeracy, around attendance, and around pathways. To your question earlier around getting kids into jobs, around pathways as well.
Yep. Mr. Martin, do you handle the homeschooling numbers now, or that moved to the department?
That's moved to the department.
Okay. What are the latest numbers about the growth in homeschooling? And have you got a handle on where these homeschoolers come from? Are they coming out of government schools or non-government?
Yes.
One would expect it's out of government schools, isn't it?
The function moved across from NESA to the Department of Education in May 25. And I might get Ms Summerhayes to tell you any data we have on the numbers.
Yeah, we're close to 13,000 students in homeschooling. Since the homeschooling came over to the department in May, we've been engaged with consultation with the homeschooling stakeholders, as well as any interested parents, carers or other stakeholders across the country that have wanted to contribute to the conversation, Mr Latham. So you can appreciate it's early days. We've only had the group since May. But the feedback that we've been receiving ranges from anything to philosophical, religious, ability of child, family beliefs about how well children are catered for in schools. It's a really broad church in terms of the people that we're working with in homeschooling.
Right, and of these 13,000, which is a rising number, what proportion come out of government schooling and what proportion come out of non-government
I'd need
into
to take that on
homeschooling?
notice.
You can take that on notice, thank you.
Proposition.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for coming back to play a bit more. I think we were talking about the budget, and Ms McCabe or somebody might like to come back with those numbers that I asked for in relation to the teachers' employee-related expenses.
Yes, I'm happy to take that one, Ms Ward. So,
thank you. Sorry, I just can't quite hear you, and I know we're trying to look down the table at each
Sorry.
other.
Let me move forward a bit.
Thank you.
So for the 25-26 from the budget papers, approximately 74% of that employee-related expenses relates to teachers.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful, and I appreciate you coming straight back with that. I might ask you a couple of more questions just on that, unless Mr Dizdar, you'd prefer to take these. It's a matter for you.
In between, but the two of us will
Certainly.
do our
Okay,
best to
thank
help.
So looking at those numbers, if the budget papers are correct, then we've gone from employee-related expenses on page 6.2, given that some 74% of those are employee-related, it's essentially revised down, isn't it? So there's a cut between those 2 years, 24-25, 25-26, of about broadly 86 million in employee-related expenses. Is that right?
Maybe I'll unpack that first, which is the number that I gave you before was just related to teachers.
Mm-hmm.
So the numbers that we're looking at there in the page 6.2 of the budget papers is everything.
Yep. Okay.
And also you're comparing then the budget number for this year, 25-26, to the revised numbers from 24-25, and then we'll do that same process this year where we'll revise the numbers in year.
Okay, but assuming that I'm not incorrect in saying there is a cut, even with the revised numbers, and at the vast majority of that budget being employee-related expenses, that's around 0.6% of the entire budget. That's about right, isn't it? Okay.
Approximately.
Okay. I'm a lawyer, not an accountant, so forgive me. So, recovering lawyer. So, given that, and I understand that teacher salaries will be higher in 25-26, about 3% higher than 24-25. That's right, isn't it?
There's a 3% pay rise later this year.
Okay, great. So
October this year.
Okay, and are there similar salary increases for most other departmental workers?
That's dependent on government wages. So teachers, we're in a 3-year award, and they're set.
I understand that. So do the other employee-related costs get a similar increase, or are you saying you don't know, or no?
No. The employee-related costs at the centre, what I describe as the centre, has also been reducing because I have reduced the consultancy spend and the contractor spend.
By how much?
I've reduced the consultancy spend by 79% since March 23, and on contractors, I have reduced the number by about 2,000 contractors in that time.
All right, we might compare apples and apples, so if you might perhaps be able to come back with that in dollar terms, that might help, given we're talking about dollar terms, but
I can tell you the dollar terms on the consultants if you would like.
Sure.
Let me get that for you.
That said, while you're looking for that, so taking into account the salaries per employee will be higher, so at least with the teachers component, which is the vast majority, the teacher salaries will be 3% higher, and that suggests, doesn't it, that with the lower overall budget, that there's got to be a cut of around 3.6% of the number of full-time employees, doesn't it?
I think what you heard from the Mr. Disdale was that 3% is in October, so it'll fall outside this financial year.
Okay, you might just talk into the microphone. I'm
Sorry,
sorry.
Just clarifying the date of the 3%,
Yeah.
which is October 2026, so it falls outside of this financial year that we're looking at here.
Okay, so, but there's, between the two numbers, let's say a decrease in the budget.
Correct.
Vast majority of that is teachers, or employee costs. Teachers, you've said.
Yes.
Given that, and given that they've got an increase, there has to have been a cut, doesn't there? That you can't pay more and budget less. You must be budgeting for less
are you
teachers.
saying, or
Yeah.
No, not for teachers.
How does that work then?
So,
what is the assumption then?
can I just kind of play back to you so I just understand the right question?
Yep.
So there's about 14, so you're looking at the 2025-26 budget statements of
Yep.
And so you're comparing that to the revised numbers from the
It
previous
is
years.
less, yep.
And obviously we'll revise the numbers again in April this year, so we're not kind of doing apples and apples there.
All right.
So if I compare it to the original budget, it has actually gone up from the original budget in 2025. The revised budget comes through in April, and we'll do that again this April. So,
Okay,
so just
understanding
the
that
comparison.
context. Yeah, no, I get that. No, that's fair.
Right. That's right.
No, I don't want to mislead. That's quite right. No. But given that, and given there's overall a 3% increase in salaries, and what appears to be, depending on the actual revised when it comes down.
That's right.
What is the budget assumption then for the change of number of FTE teachers in the budget?
So not a change in the FTE numbers of teachers there. What you're seeing is what the Secretary talked about, which is head office projects that might have finished, or budget reductions for employee related for head office.
So can we get those numbers?
I can give you the numbers.
For head office?
Yep, there's been a $112 million reduction in contractor spend between 23-24 and 24-25.
And does that come under, when you say contractor, does that come under employee related?
They're still employees of the organisation, yes.
Okay. Yep.
And
you get 112 mil. Yep.
And the consultancy spend that I referenced, a 79% reduction. In 24-25 was $413,175.
That was the reduction?
That was the actual spend.
Okay, so for contractors, you've told me a dollar figure. Can you also provide a dollar figure?
In 22, the 22 year, it was 3.38.
No, just what you've reduced it by, the spend.
Oh yeah, so we've gone from 3.383 million to 413,175.
Okay. All right. So there must be some kind of assumption in the budget. Can you tell me what that is for the change in number of full FTE support staff in the budget? What assumptions you've made?
In the central part of the organisation, is that what you're speaking about, or teachers?
The whole budget assumption for your full-time employee numbers.
So our employee cost inside the school gates has risen, and it's offset by some of the reductions I've made inside the centre.
All right, so just on teachers, let's put aside consultants and contractors and all the other bits and pieces, as important as they are. What I'm trying to understand is that the public sector report for 2025 said that 70,206 FTE teachers at June 2025. So what is the budget assuming for 25-26?
We'll have to take that on notice, come back to you.
Can someone come back with that this afternoon? It's a pretty big figure, I would have thought, in your budget planning. That's something that's pretty central.
We'll do our best, and if we can't come back to you this afternoon, we'll come back on notice.
All right. When you're doing that on notice, can I be clear that the information you'll be providing will be the budget assumption for 25-26, disregarding consultants and contractors and addressing the issue of the public sector report for 2025, saying that 70,206 FTE teachers at June 2025?
Sure.
Thank you. That would be really helpful. While you're doing that, can you give a breakdown of all of those jobs that are being scrapped this financial year?
The contractors and consultants.
Just teachers.
We haven't scrapped teacher numbers.
Okay, so not a single teacher number has changed?
The headcount's gone up.
Okay, so then any other jobs or any FTE positions that have been scrapped and what they are?
Yeah, we'll do our best.
Okay. And then, all right, so assuming, I might come back to that. All right, so then incidentally, what's the budget assumption for total public school enrolments for student numbers?
We discussed enrolments. Enrolments are captured by the Commonwealth in Term 3 each year for every jurisdiction, and then they're reported in the Australian Bureau of Statistics in March of the following year. They're not assumptions
So what
I
is
make.
the budget assumption, though, for public school enrolments?
I just said how it works. What we do is we have anticipated and actual enrolments. That's how we staff our schools. And then the Commonwealth captures those figures in Term 3 for every jurisdiction.
And then
We provide that to the Commonwealth as a Term 3 figure in or around August, September. And they're the numbers that are reported on by the Australian Bureau of Statistics in March the following year for the previous year's school enrolment
Well,
numbers.
thank you. That's a helpful explanation of the process.
Yeah.
But the budget forecast must be based on the budget itself must be based on a forecast. I'm asking, what is that?
Let me grab that for you.
Okay, can we
On
have that
notice.
this afternoon?
We'll do our best like we do with everything, and if we can't, we'll come back on notice like we do at every
Right.
estimate.
Thank you. We have 3 hours. It would just be helpful, given it's a huge assumption on
Sure.
the number of students.
Yeah.
I would have thought someone, the thousands of those diligently watching at home,
I-
could provide something, because I understand the process, but there must be an assumption in this budget, in budget estimates,
I
about
hope they're
what
not
that is.
watching. I hope they're getting on with their important jobs.
Thank you. In any event, what is your assumption, Mr. Distar, for 2020? What's your forecast for 2026 for student numbers, student enrolments?
Well, I mean, we've covered that, forecast this morning. We've got a forecast out to 2034, which we set an ambitious target around, and then we covered the fact that for our schools we've set a 28 ambition as a point along the way, and we look at our numbers every year
Sure.
in Term 3.
Thank you. I understand I was here this morning, so
Sure.
don't need to rinse and repeat, but thank you. I'm asking,
Yeah.
what is your forecast for 2026?
I won't know what the numbers are until August, September, later this year.
But you would surely, as head of the Department of Education,
Mhm.
running a budget of this size with many employees there, I'm not asking about the ambition, I'm asking about the forecast that you have for 2026 for this year, which we're already into March of,
Yeah.
about public school enrolments for students in this year.
You asked
You must
about,
surely have that number.
You asked about the assumptions for the budget, and I said we'll come back to you on that.
I'm asking now about what your assumption is for 2026
Yes.
for school enrolments for this year, which we're already in.
Yeah, I'll know the enrolment numbers in August, September this year.
Yes, but I'm asking what your forecast is at this point in time.
My forecast is to keep working to grow. Yeah.
So no one in the entire Department of Education can tell me what your forecast is for student numbers for 2026 for
To
enrolments.
grow 'em from
is that
where-
what you're telling this committee?
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's what you're saying. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the process for data is a consistent process right across the country, and it involves every jurisdiction, every sector, providing their enrolment numbers in August, September of that school year. I don't make that process, the Commonwealth does that process, and then it's reported by the Australian Bureau of Statistics.
Thank you, Mr.
in
Dister.
March
I
the
think
following
you've
year.
said that already, and that is the process. I'm not asking,
Sure.
with respect, about the
Yeah.
process. I am asking, what's your forecast for 2026 of public student enrolments?
My forecast is to grow enrolment share to 65.5% by 2034.
So what's that increase for this year?
And I've worked with schools to have a 28 target around that.
Okay, and that's when you get an actual number. So your forecast is, at the moment, as we sit here today, in budget estimates?
To keep growing enrolments,
Yes, by how much?
to get to 65.5%.
And what's your forecast for this year?
From where we are at the end of the 25 reporting period, which was just released recently,
Yes?
which was just under 62% market share.
I mean, Mr. Dister, we can sit here all afternoon and this can be as excruciating as you like. I can't honestly believe that everybody in this room is seriously telling this committee that there is no forecast. You have an ambition, but there's no forecast for student enrolments for this year.
Well, I'm not sure I can answer it in any different way apart from repeating myself. I wouldn't characterise it as excruciating. I'm just trying to help the committee. I've told you that
I can
we've
grab my
set,
thesaurus and we can workshop some other words, but
well, you know, we've set ambition for 28 with every school in the system, and we've set ambition for the system out to 35.
all right, but you must surely understand, how on earth do you fund staff, resource, and make all of those decisions without an idea of student numbers for the next year?
We have a census date in the system to staff our schools on, and then the Commonwealth captures those numbers in August, September.
Sure, but that's process. This is a $14 billion budget.
Yeah.
Mr. Dister, I've given you plenty of opportunity with respect to answer this. Do you agree that you're being evasive and you're refusing to answer a question to which you know the answer? No,
Order.
I'm putting
Order.
it to him squarely.
I'll hear the point of order.
Brown and Dunn.
Chair,
Order.
The member is continually asking repeatedly the same question in various different ways, which I believe Mr. Dister has taken on, taken on notice and undertaken to provide an answer. I don't think it's procedurally fair or respectful or courteous, indeed, to the witness to continue along this line of questioning and badgering, and I'd ask her to withdraw the final remark, which I think mischaracterised Mr. Dister's good character.
Chair, I have sought at all times to be entirely courteous and put to the witness a question in budget estimates about the budget. I think I won't be withdrawing Brown and Dunn. I'm giving him the opportunity. I'm squarely putting it to him so that he has the opportunity to answer the allegation that I'm making. It's fair to say that after 6 or 7 questions, I haven't received an answer on the number. And
so
I am entitled to ask whatever questions I like. He's entitled to answer however he
So
likes.
to the point of order, I agree that courtesy needs to be extended, and I will remind everyone to be conscious of that. But I don't uphold the point of order in relation to the repeated question. That is up to the member as to how she wishes to use her time, and the Secretary is well entitled to repeat the answer if that's what he chooses to do.
Thank you, Chair.
On a
Mr.
further
Dister,
point of order, the Honourable Natalie Ward is undertaking the unique technique of actually quoting from the budget papers in budget estimates. How long can this go on? This is so unusual a practice.
I bring them every time, Mr. Latham. Yeah, even as Minister.
So unusual.
It's fascinating reading.
Continue.
Mr. Dister, I put it to you again, Brown and Dunn, it's only fair. We have gone back and forth on this. Are you seriously telling this committee that as the head of the Department of Education with thousands of employees with a budget of $14 billion, that you cannot tell us that you have a number for public school enrolments that you use as your forecast?
I don't have the 26 figures in front of me, so I'm happy to come back on notice with what we've got.
Yes, but why is it that you can't do that today in budget estimates in a hearing where you oversee a budget, you make planning decisions for the resourcing, and there is a number out there somewhere?
Yes, I'm happy.
You and I both know that, and everybody else playing iron knows as well. What are we hiding?
I'm happy to come back to you with what we've got on the 26 figures.
This afternoon?
Like I've said with other questions you've asked me, if I can come back this afternoon, I will. If I'm unable to, I'll come back on notice.
We've got 3 hours, so it would be terrific if somebody out there could find the number. Thank you. That would be very helpful. Did you want to ask it? No? Okay. Can I go to the modelling? Done that. I've gone to... Yeah, you can do that.
Thank you. Just in the final, thank you. Welcome back, everybody. If I could look at issues relating to teacher misconduct, Mr. Dister, in 2024 and again in 2025, how many teachers have been sacked or placed on the not to be employed list over sexual misconduct with students?
A very small number. But I'll come on notice with what that is. I don't have it in front of me. In a workforce of 95,000, the professionalism and conduct tends to be exemplary, but there are some that transgress on that code of conduct, so I'll come back to you with the number.
Mr. Dister, do you agree that reporting is now radically less transparent than previously?
No, I don't agree.
Why did the department decide not to make public these incidents in its annual reporting of teacher performance and conduct?
Because I have to protect in my role the required privacy and potential identification of individuals.
But Mr. Dister, nothing in the 2028 to 2023 format disclosed any details which would identify individuals or give details of offending. It would just be the nature in terms of casual teacher.
Just for Hansard, Miss Mann, I know you meant 2018 to 23. I think you said 28. We haven't got to 28 yet. But like I said, I've got to be respectful of the privacy and potential identification of individuals, including whether criminal proceedings are afoot or not. So I still provide data, but I'll have to be mindful of protecting the identification.
It was done earlier and issues around confidentiality were addressed and weren't concerned. The issue is what's changed now.
Yeah, I've been secretary since about March, April 23, and I've received advice that I need to be really careful with what I release by way of the privacy and the identification of individuals.
Thank you. If I could ask Ms. Noy some questions while we have her, just in relation to workers' compensation. Are you able to tell me for regional psych claims what the primary cause of injury is in the department?
Thank you for your question, Ms. Boyd. I actually don't have the data in front of me for psychological claims or the nature of those based on a region.
Okay.
But I can come back on notice.
That would be good, and how it compares to Metro. That would be very useful. Do you have the data? I know I asked last time. It looked like the work pressure and bullying harassment claims had been going down, but the bullying claims perhaps had been going up. What's that looking like in the latest figures?
Yeah, thank you. So I am pleased to report that our total workers' compensation claim numbers have been trending down since 22-23, where we had a total of 6,418.
Mm-hmm.
In 23-24, that reduced to 5,768. And in 24-25, it reduced again to 5,642.
Mm-hmm.
And at year to date for this financial year, at December 31, we are tracking well with 2,670. So that is looking like a further reduction. With regards to work harassment or bullying claims, I did mention last time we were seeing a positive trend downwards. In 23-24, we received 386 claims. In 24-25, we did see a reduction to 354. And year to date, this financial year, at December 31, we've received 152. So it is tracking down.
That's good.
Yeah.
So, sorry, did you put bullying in there, or did we just do workers?
Work harassment and bullying.
Work harassment and bullying was the first one. Yeah,
Yep.
Great. Okay, that's excellent. Thank you. How many workers' comp claims result from occupational violence?
I'll have to come back to you on notice with that question.
Thank you. And also, sort of outside of claims for workers' compensation, how many occupational violence incidents happen in schools that you're aware of?
Yeah, look, we do receive reports to our injury hotline around a myriad of categories. So we'll have to come back to you on notice with that as well, as I don't have that data in front of me.
Okay, thank you. I think what I'll do now is go to Ms. Snelling, because I'm aware we've only got you till 3 o'clock as well. Thank you, Ms. Noy. Can you tell me, does the professional ethical standards currently triage allegations into different investigative streams? And what are those streams?
Can you explain for me a little bit there, Chair? I think my answer is no, but just to make sure that I understand what you're asking.
Yeah. So I guess there's been some suggestions that it might be useful if you did, I guess. So I guess when you've got complaints coming in, is there a way in which you sort of allocate different resources to it? How do you triage these claims when they come in?
So we have a preliminary investigations team. That preliminary investigations team receives, I can give you the exact figure, but in the vicinity of between 4,000 and 5,000 referrals per year. They do a preliminary investigation into all of the matters that we receive, and then obviously the ones that require a full investigation get allocated. We have a number of investigation teams. I think, if I understand what you're asking, no, the numbers, if something is to get allocated for investigation, it gets allocated based on availability of investigators, and there is no defined streams per se. So is it right, Chair, if I said, do we have investigators doing child protection and one's doing fraud? No, that isn't the case. We do, of course, have a range of skills in our investigators, so we do try and target particularly high-risk ones if the resources permit. And where that makes sense, but no, we do, every investigator does every type of investigation.
And is there a different process for something like a serious misconduct investigation versus a kind of general negligence or misconduct investigation? Is there a seriousness?
No, so they all follow the same process. What I would say is the differences in process is that different inquiries are required, obviously, of different types of investigation. So if we're talking about a child protection allegation, obviously most of the time it will be witness evidence based, whereas if you're talking about a serious wrongdoing or fraud investigation, it may be very document based. So they follow different paths in that respect, but in terms of the procedure, they're all conducted in accordance with our guidelines for the management of conduct and performance, which are created under the Teaching Service Act and the Education Support Act.
So what's the average time taken to finalise an investigation at the moment?
So in 2025, 95% of matters were finished within 12 months.
Okay. And is there any data available that breaks that down into types of investigations, like serious misconduct versus others?
I could give you that. I would have to take it on notice because we would need to break it up, and I just need to be clear how you would want that broken up.
Yeah, so I guess serious misconduct investigations versus general negligence or misconduct investigations.
Yeah, so perhaps we could break it into reportable conduct. So that's ones that the Office of the Children's Guardian oversees serious wrongdoing, and then generalised misconduct are kind of the three. Would that be helpful?
Yeah, perfect. Yep. Thank you. And sort of what sort of percentage of investigations get referred to external agencies?
I immediately went to say none. Oh, what do you mean for them to do or for oversight?
So if you are looking at an investigation if you're looking at a matter and it becomes clear that actually it's something that the police should be involved in or someone else, what's the, I guess, how many of those?
I don't have the exact figures on that. So there's a few things to be mindful of. We don't outsource any of our investigations. Occasionally we do if there is a conflict of interest, but that is kind of on one hand counting that we would do that. We make reports via the Secretary to the Independent Commission Against Corruption, and they oversight some of our corrupt conduct investigations. We also make reports to reportable allegations to the Office of the Children's Guardian, and they oversight a category of our matters. And then our preliminary investigation team and all of our investigators are well versed in when a matter may amount to a criminal offence, and we engage the police obviously around those as well. It's very, I would be able to get figures on, say for example, how many matters we had last year that involved a report to police. We could pull something like that on notice.
Okay.
And I know this is obvious. Obviously, our handling of the matter would cease while that external authority is conducting their work. Sometimes they might ask us to assist with certain aspects, but they would take carriage of the matter. When the matter is finalised at their end, we would then pick up any actions that we were going to possibly take as well.
Got it. Thank you. You said that 95% of them are finalised within 12 months. So for that other 5%, I guess how long are we talking? Like how many of them are finalised within 18 months?
I could get you the figures, but it really can be, it's very much on a case-by-case basis. We know that we experience a number of delays based on factors that are outside of our control. For example, as Mr. Dizdar has recognised, we have a police investigation, we've had delays in the local and district courts that we've had to wait through. It is also quite common for a matter or for a person to be found not guilty in a criminal matter, and then we would have to pick it up at the end of a court process and then run a misconduct investigation, which obviously impacts timeframes significantly. While the complexity of issues is one aspect, the other thing that we really, and we work closely with Miss Noy's Directorate on, is when we have health and wellbeing issues with either the person who is subject of an investigation or also sometimes the witnesses or the victims in the matter as well, and really just trying to get them to engage so we can do a full and thorough investigation and ensure it's a robust one.
Thank you. Who's Pez's Pez? So
as I said before, we are closely oversighted, particularly by the Office of the Children's Guardian. I can get you the figures. Give me in my substantive role, I do the ICAC reporting, so I can. Last year, we made 129 notifications to the ICAC. They regularly ask us significant questions around what we're doing. Same as the Children's Guardian, they often send us inquiries under their Act. And the other one that we often also deal with very regularly, is the New South Wales Ombudsman.
Yes, of course.
We've also had 2 reviews into PES, Chair. You're across.
But if
the Tedeschi review and the Wheeler review.
And has the Wheeler review been made public?
I've taken on notice.
I think we've been trying to get a copy for a while.
It was released under GIPA, and
I
think it's on the disclosure log, I think, and you can ask for it.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. I'll come back to the rest of that. Mr. Latham.
Thank you, Chair. To the Secretary.
Sure.
In September, the Auditor-General produced a report on alternative school settings and homeschooling.
Yes.
Has the Department accepted each of its findings and recommendations?
I'll get Miss Summerhays to tell you the details, but we accepted all the recommendations, and there was different wording around different recommendations, but...
could I ask, has action been taken on the main 3? Firstly, expediting registration processing times to shorten transition periods, because it can take a long while to get out of a school into homeschooling. So, expediting the registration process to move into homeschooling. Has that been?
I'll get Miss Summerhays to talk to that. Since May, when it came across from Nessa.
Yeah, but Mr. Dizdar, you say you'll give it to Miss Summerhays, then you answer it. So
we're in the rough timelines that Nessa had at the same time too. Which Miss Summerhays might give you the specifics.
We appreciate your expertise, but if someone's got line duty of it, then
we are working and reducing the timeframes, Mr. Latham. Yes, we are.
And additional departmental oversight and support for students in homeschooling?
Yes, so part of what I mentioned to you before about consulting with stakeholders and parents has been part of that discussion as well. We take very seriously our oversight of our children, particularly in the child protection space, so there's work happening in that space as well. And I think you can appreciate that we are working very hard to get the unit working well as we move forward, but it is very new for us.
So that's a priority to get this unit?
Absolutely a priority.
Because there was a fear in moving it to the department out of Nessa, things would slow down because the department's got a bit of an incentive not to allow homeschooling to flourish?
We take our responsibility to all of the children in our care very seriously, Mr. Latham.
That's good to hear. Could I ask among the officials here today who's in charge of the Football in Schools program? Please.
Ultimately myself as Secretary, Mr. Latham.
And below you, who actually does it day to day?
It's administered out of Mr. Graham's area.
Right, okay. Mr. Graham, you know a bit about football in schools?
Yes.
You do, that's very good to hear. Because there appears to be a racket underway in southwest Sydney where in return for party political donations, the Macarthur Bulls Soccer Club and also Liverpool Olympic Club are lavish with multiple government grants, federal and state, while other clubs miss out. In particular, why does the Education Department fund the private company owning Macarthur Bulls for the Football in Schools program when clearly much of that money is used for other purposes such as head office costs, insurance, $121,000 for printing, and also t-shirts and advertising? Why is this allowed?
So the Football in Schools program, there are two clubs, the Macarthur Bulls and the Western Sydney Wanderers.
I'm just interested in the Macarthur Bulls.
So certainly, so the Macarthur Bulls, they're funded for 3 programs. So there's the Bulls in Schools program, which is a program run in schools. There's a Girls Only program, which is run after schools and in the holidays. And there's a multicultural program, which is after school and the holidays. And they cover, foundational ball skills and important things that children need to do, get off screens, get outside. Those agreements, there is an agreement with the department, which clearly indicates what the outputs are required of the club and also the conditions. So I think it's important to note, as is normal with these grants, a proportion of head office costs are permitted under the agreements. So for example, they employ someone to run the program. That is acceptable expenditure. T-shirts are important. So for example, the Girls Only program, it's after school, in the school holidays. If the students are out, on a field where there's lots of other people perhaps playing the school holidays as they should be, it's really important for child protection purposes that we're able to identify the students in that program. So absolutely, T-shirts are a permitted expenditure under the program.
Right. At any time, have you or anyone else in the department seen the internal accounting documents by which the Macarthur Bulls themselves account for how this money's being used?
So we've just undertaken an audit of the program. Grant Thornton, the auditors, have gone in and audited them. I've met with the auditors, and they've gone through the program. So they've gone and individually, as auditors do, go and look at individual transactions. So they check for receipts. They go through the books of the clubs and do that work.
What's the status of that audit? Is that going to be made public for the purposes of financial transparency?
So I can certainly look at what we would be able to release and what might be privileged information. But I've met with the auditors. They've delivered that audit, and I've also met with the clubs about the results of that.
When did they deliver that, please?
So they delivered that in December 2024.
December 2024.
Oh, sorry, 25.
25.
Okay. It seems to have gone. It seems to have been a long time since then. We've been very busy.
Well, this I've got in front of me a document headed Macarthur FC, Profit and Loss, Department of Education Funding for the year ended 30 June 2024, where the club is booking a gross profit from the program of $878,000, having covered operating expenses of $443,000 for head office staff, $82,000 for insurance, $87,000 for media and social media, $112,000 for printing, and overall total operating expenses of $884,000. Did the Grant Thornton audit reach back that far? And if the club is basically siphoning off money into its own purposes and seeing this as a gross profit-making opportunity to the extent of nearly $900,000, how can that be justified?
I don't have the document that you have in front of you. I think I'm not sure.
Was this was Grant Thornton able to access Macarthur FC internal accounting of how they've been using the money?
So I'm not sure what that document is, but I think one of the issues
I just told you what it is. It's from Macarthur FC Limited. They're a private company run by a multi-millionaire. For the period ended the 30th of June 2024, profit and loss, Department of Education and Training funding.
The audit did go to financial acquittal as well.
I might be able to assist you.
Financial acquittal meaning what? They were able to access the Macarthur FC?
I think I might be able to assist you. I think if that statement might actually reflect a carry forward of funding. So the agreement we reached with the club.
They don't say that. They call it a gross profit.
Well, I'm not an accountant, so that might be something that you might want to take up as an accounting treatment or a technical
on notice,
term.
can you find out if Grant Thornton accessed documents such as this? I've given you a description of what it says.
Well,
the club holds it. The club. I've got hold of it now, but it comes from the club.
Well, I think if we could have a copy of the document, I might have a better chance of being able to do that.
Well, I'll consider that, but I've given you a pretty good description of what it says, and I'm asking on notice, did the auditor access the way in which Macarthur FC itself accounts for these funds, as
the
opposed
auditors
to,
certainly
as
accessed,
opposed to
as
what
professional
they tell you?
As professional auditors, they certainly accessed. They were satisfied with the information they could access to be able to undertake the audit required.
Did they get Macarthur FC accounting documents as part of their process?
Let's double check for you, Mr. Latham.
We can take that
if
on
there's
notice for
particular material you're
Yeah,
prepared to give outside of the committee, I'd value that to take back.
Oh, well, I've given you a description of what it says.
Okay.
The club appears to be spending 60% of the football in schools funding on other purposes and 40% on the actual program. Given this is inconsistent with the funding deed signed by the government, why hasn't the program been cancelled and also referred to the New South Wales Auditor General? Why did you go to Grant Thornton rather than the New South Wales Auditor General, who obviously has a broader brief and greater public credibility?
That wasn't the finding of the audit.
But why did you go to Grant Thornton instead of the New South Wales?
We didn't audit them ourselves, so rather than have our internal audit undertake it, that's why we went to an outside.
And what did Thornton find on the split between operating funding on other purposes and actual funding on the program?
So that they did find that there were, expenditures on head office expenditures which were allowed under the program, and there were some findings around that, which included that some of the expenditure they've actually double counted. So they spent less money on head office expenses than they'd reported to us because there was a double counting of items within that expenditure.
Okay. Does the department regard Macarthur FC as appropriate role models in our schools? This is an important issue. We don't let any old Joe into our schools. After its high-profile match-fixing scandal, the threat by one of its players to kill a New South Wales police officer, and the adverse mention of the club owner Gino Mara in the District Court of WA in a mortgage loan scandal. Has there sort of been a probity check about this outfit? Why match-fixing people, a player threatened to kill a police officer, and this adverse mention in the WA District Court raises concerns?
There's working
or rather, this is sort of lumbered on you as a Labor election promise, wasn't it? The Labor candidates got donations, the Office of Sport found some money, and you've had to administer it ever since. Did you do a probity check on Macarthur FC, who they are, and this sort of worrying background to their activities?
The individuals that Mr. Graham can add more detail, but the individuals who actually undertake the activities with children have got to have a working with children check's my understanding. As to the probity, let me take that on notice.
Yeah, was there a check other than working with children check, which sometimes is handed out without full disclosure of the sort of matters that I've raised?
Of prime importance to me has been, because these are after school activities, some are in school activities, making sure those individuals conducting those.
Well, they had three players pinged for match fixing, which is a very serious offence in sport.
So let me take on notice whether they've been involved in the program.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. Back to the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Disdar, how are you going with those numbers on student
I don't have them.
You don't have them?
Yeah.
When do you anticipate you may have them?
If I get them before the end of estimates, I'll read them out. If I can't, I'll come back on notice.
Mr. Disdar, I put it to you as head of this department that aren't these numbers so basic, teacher numbers and student numbers, they should be effective, surely?
Well, they're not as you characterise, because they're captured in August, September. That's for the reporting purposes. But schools were just at the mid of term one. For staffing purposes, if I get a number that they send to me, I'm happy to give that to the committee.
Well, that would be helpful. I would have thought that you'd be insisting on it in your role to do your job. With a budget coming down in May of this year from the state government, how do you advise the minister if you're relying on figures that you'll apparently not have until September or October?
Yeah, we staff our schools according to the numbers they return with, so if I've got that number I'll give that to you. But in terms of the funding, that we attain from the Commonwealth, we use the August-September numbers like everyone does.
Sure, and again, that's the process, but I would have thought that with all of those staff and all those employees, somebody could be able to find the number of forecast number for student enrolments, given the importance of that to your role and to budget estimates today. I wouldn't have thought that everyone's sitting and waiting until September, October for that number.
Sure, and sorry to repeat myself, but if I get that advice, I'll provide it to the committee. If I don't get that advice, I'm happy to come straight back on notice.
What would be the difficulty in getting that advice? What's been the difficulty? I asked this morning. What's the difficulty that it can't be, or are we just covering it up?
I don't have it in front of me, and I've got our folk undertaking their roles.
At a previous estimates, we had these forecasts. I tabled them.
Yeah, I don't have it in front of me. Let me chase it up in the break that's coming up.
But I asked this morning, Mr. Disra, I'm asked when we came back immediately, I've asked and asked. It's not a state secret, is it? It's not cabinet in confidence. It's student numbers. It's not that difficult. We've had them before. There's no trick question here.
And in the afternoon break, I'll see if I can attain it.
Well, we said that this morning. I'd be appreciative of the thousands of staff out there, if somebody's able to get that number, which I thought you would, just trying to help you. The number should be at your fingertips, particularly when you've got a budget coming. But can I get the actual number of enrolled students from September last year?
Yes, that would have been what was reported by the ABS. And that would have been the figures that you referenced earlier this year with the 81, earlier this morning, with the market share at 81 point something %.
Yep, do you have the number?
That number is around the 780,000 mark, but let me get you the exact number.
Thank you, Mr. Distar. I'll hand to my colleague.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Distar, if I could look at the issue of demountables. Are you aware that kindergarten enrolments at Austral Public School have increased from 33 in 2018 to 129 in 2025, being a 291% increase? Can you confirm? Are you aware of the growth of enrolments at Austral Public School?
Yeah, I'm really proud of our leadership there. Austral Public School, we've grown by 550 students in the last 5 years.
Thank you. Mr. Dizzer, can you confirm that Leppington Public School's kindergarten intake has increased from 40 to 103 students between 2018 and 2025, being a 158% increase?
I don't have the Leppington numbers in front of me, but I take what you're reading.
Can you confirm that as of 2025, Leppington Public School is operating with 11 demountable classrooms?
I'm happy to take on notice the amount of demountables it's got. I don't have every site on what demountables they have.
Austral Public School, how many kindergarten classes are currently housed in demountables? You need to take that on notice.
Yeah, I don't have individual sites and figures.
What percentage of teaching spaces at Leppington Public School are now temporary structures?
I don't have individual sites for you, Miss Merton. I mean, demountables are a feature we use when there's growing enrolments that might precede what capital upgrades look like. We use boundary changes, the demographic shift in locations. I mean, I don't have a list of individual sites here. We do publicly report on them.
Publicly report on those?
We do, yeah.
Would you be able to provide those reports relating to the questions?
It's on our school infrastructure website, yeah.
Okay. Listed by school? Is it listed by school, the number of demountables?
I believe so, in the Explore Our School search, yeah.
We do list the number of demountables per school, but I would say for both Austral Public School and Leppington Public School, we're currently undertaking upgrades of both of those schools.
Upgrades relevant to?
To deal with the growth, to address the capacity.
So if we could just maybe, despite that, if we could confirm that what the current situation is with demountables at those schools would be helpful. Mr Dister, can you guarantee that students in Austral and Leppington will not spend their entire primary school education in demountable classrooms?
Well, I think Ms Harrington just said we're underway with an upgrade at that school, and they're normally designed to remove demountables.
Ms Harrington, possibly could we get details of that upgrade in terms of possibly the time frame?
We can do that.
In 12 months or 24 months, what we can expect in the grounds?
Yes.
Mr Dister, since March 2023, only one new school for specific purposes has been officially opened and completed in New South Wales, and we have reports of another being relocated in Gregory Hills area. Mr Dister, what, if any, plans are in place to increase the number of places available for students in New South Wales in SSPs?
Yeah, so I want to thank Ms Harrington and her team. We've established 280 support classes this year to have the right provision for those students that may need adjustments. The vast bulk of our students that require adjustment or have a disability, Ms Merton, are in the mainstream and in support class structures.
Thank you. And Mr Dister, where will these SSPs be located?
I was talking about support classes. They're located in the mainstream school.
And if you could just confirm how many places will be available, sorry?
Yeah, I can tell you.
Yeah.
I'll take on notice how many places that created.
Thank you.
I don't have that figure in front of me, but I do know the 280 figure.
Okay. So what money's been allocated in the last two budgets to fund these places?
Significant funds go in low-level adjustment for disability through access request funding, and that goes with these placements. But let me come back on notice with the quantum of those figures.
Thank you. And more specific, in how many places are there in Western and Southwestern Sydney of the 280 classes?
Sure. Can I come back on notice with that?
Yeah. Are there waiting lists currently in place for each SSP?
Ms Merton, I can take something off notice and just give you the figure. I've found the figure for you. The low-level adjustment for disability, we spent $393 million as at 30 June 25. Integration, this goes to all disability. Integration funding support, we spent $550 million as at 31 December. And the SSP, which is special schools supplementary funding, we spent $43 million as at 31 December 25. Sorry, I missed your last question. I reverted back to
Oh, that's okay. That's all right. Mr Dister, what was the actual number of enrolled students from September last year?
We had approximately 25,830 students that were enrolled in support classes in mainstream schools as at 19 December 25. And we had approximately, Ms Merton, 6,090 students who were enrolled in support classes in SSPs as at the same time period, 19 December 2025. There's 4,810 support classes across the system as at 19 December 25.
Thank you. If I could have a look at Rhodes East Public School, and once again another area, significant population growth. Mr Dister, what is the current status and timeline for the proposed Rhodes East Primary School, given the Rhodes Place strategy anticipates up to 4,200 new homes and thousands of new residents?
Yeah, Miss Harrington might help out if she's got any info on Rhodes East. Miss Harrington?
Yes, so we are in the process at the moment of acquiring the land for that primary school. We have identified a site. There are various lots, so we're in the process of that now. Our time frame at the moment to meet the need in that community is day 1, term 1, 2029.
Thank you.
I also do have some more information on Austral and Leppington, if you would like.
Thank you.
So later this year is when we plan to finish stage 1 of each of those upgrades. So for Austral Public School and Leppington Public School, it's 20 permanent classrooms for each school.
20 permanent
20
classrooms.
permanent classrooms, and we have committed to stage 2 for both of those primary schools as well. And we'll have some more information shortly about the design and the scope of that stage 2.
Mm-hmm. And Ms. Harrington, how many stages are in that?
2.
2. Okay. Thank you. And just on the Rhodes East Public School, Ms. Harrington, so just why has the Department of Education project page remained in the early planning stage without any updated information relevant to this school since 2023?
We do try to do regular updates. We do recognise that the community, when a project is announced, is keen for information. So I will need to check with the team around why we haven't had an update for that project. It has taken some time to engage with the developer to acquire those lots, and we are comfortable at this point that we can meet the service need with the existing schools.
Thank you. And just to confirm, a site for Rhodes East Primary School has been finalised?
Yes, we have identified it, and we are also acquiring more lots to provide a public preschool co-located with the primary school.
Thank you. And in terms of the opening of the school, can we go that far?
So day 1, term 1, 2029.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Harrington. If I could go to Castle Hill High School.
Sure.
And you may recall at last estimates it was established Castle Hill High School currently has 51 demountable buildings. We spoke about the growth in the area there. I'm wondering what action has the department taken to locate land for the construction of a new high school?
Ms. Harrington, do you want to dive in on this?
So we are looking at land in that vicinity, obviously recognising we've got Todd's nearby. I don't have any further information that I can share at this point apart from confirming that we are progressing that work to identify the land that we need for future schools in that area.
Thank you. Ms. Harrington, can you advise the time frame for a decision for the construction of a new high school?
So I can advise that the work is underway at the moment. There's quite a lot of need in that northwest region. We are doing a lot of work to to identify the right land depending on where the houses are going. Last week, the infrastructure opportunities plans that were released by the Department of Planning, you'll see in the Northwest Plan, there's quite a lot of education projects listed there. So we are working really closely with planning to make sure that we are going to identify and secure land that's near the houses.
So discussions and plans are still in place, no commitments, no site finalised or identified?
So there's a lot of projects that we're doing in the northwest growth area. We're not stopping though. There is still more growth there, and we're still working with planning to make sure we can meet that growth.
Thank you. And Mr. Disdale, in February this year, the Department of Education entered an enforceable undertaking with Safe Work New South Wales regarding the long-running asbestos management issue as a result of being charged with breaching work health and safety laws. The department was forced to pay $3.5 million to launch a new asbestos management plan at the school. Mr. Disdale, what plans are in place to ensure the future safety of the Castle Hill High School community?
We take those responsibilities with the enforceable undertaking seriously. I might grab Miss Noy, who's leading this work to good effect for us, because the benefit of the work here will be right across the organisation, not only at Castle Hill High School. Ms. Noy, do you want to talk to what the undertakings are and what we're doing there with them?
Yes, thank you, Secretary. So, as you rightly commented, the department has agreed to an enforceable undertaking with Safe Work in January 2026. One of the key initiatives that we will be required to deliver under that enforceable undertaking is the delivery of an innovative hazardous management platform. That platform is proposed to centralise asbestos-related data and information, integrate and streamline contractor management, and enable asbestos risk profiling to better inform how the department manages its asbestos.
Mm-hmm. So just in light of that, the school remains open?
The school does remain open and safe.
Okay, thank you. Ms Harrington, if I could move to the Cherrybrook precinct. The government has recently announced a proposal for an additional 9,300 homes to be constructed near the Cherrybrook metro station. As you would probably be aware, the existing schools, namely Cherrybrook Technology High School and Tangara High School, are already over capacity. What steps is the government taking to secure land for the construction of new schools to meet the needs of the growing population within the Cherrybrook metro precinct?
So that is an area that we're really focused on, talking with planning. I can say that we do see that there is more growth coming there, so that is one of the areas where we're really looking at the right land to acquire to meet that growth.
Mm-hmm. So in terms of identifying sort of land or plans or acquisition or?
There's nothing further that I can add at this point apart for confirming that we do see that growth, and we're working very closely with planning to make sure we acquire the right land at the right time to meet that growth.
Is there a time frame in which you're working at relating to the Cherrybrook sort of metro precinct?
So currently we're okay with the existing schools, but we do see that demand coming quite closely. That's all I can really confirm at this point.
Okay, thank you. And an issue of, you know, a lot of discussion at the moment in the school community relating to AI. Just wondering, Mr. Disder, in terms of parents are asking what's being done to protect assessment integrity from AI misuse.
Yeah, so Mr. Graham can help us here. We've got New South Wales EduChat, so we've built and designed our own AI tool. It's Socratic, and what that means for students is it doesn't give you the answer. It guides you and walks you through, unlike other platforms. So that's one way we're ensuring that we're using it as an assistive tool in the learning process. But to assessment, Mr. Graham?
Yeah, so we provide advice to our schools, and our schools are certainly aware of the impact of artificial intelligence. We find that compared to universities, schools have a very different profile because teachers actually have the students in front of them all the time and they know the students. Their ability themselves to pick whether a student has used AI is very, very different to in the university sector. We particularly find with senior assessment, schools are being very careful about including a range such as in-class, you know, pen and paper, old exam style, to verify that the students actually understand the information. They're also doing a lot more work in seeing the students, particularly written work, which is where AI can be so effective. There's a lot of change to, you know, actually seeing the writing process in place.
Yes.
So you actually work with them. The amount of work teachers do on that is really quite phenomenal. So we're confident teachers, they're absolutely at the front of this. They see it every day, and we're confident, particularly in school teachers' ability to pick this in their students.
Okay, thank you. I've got one final one. If I could just touch on domestic family violence. Mr. Disder, the question, how will the Department of Education implement the Domestic Family Violence New South Wales Common Approach to Risk Assessment and Safety Framework to ensure staff have the capacity to identify domestic and family violence and assess or manage risk?
Yeah, Mr. Graham will help me here. This goes to our respectful relationships work and curriculum work and the funding that's associated with that.
So for our students in particular, our respectful relationships work, which is, taking an approach across the whole syllabus. And the questions you have go to staff as well, and obviously professional learning for our staff in ability to identify risks for students can include domestic and family violence, and so we make sure that's included in that professional learning as well. And we work closely with the Department of Communities and Justice using exactly the same kind of frameworks and approaches.
Thank you.
Can I ask a bit of an interesting question about, I understand that the department is responsible for organising school buses, but when it comes to school buses that are for private schools, what is the role that the department has in that?
I'm not sure, Ms. Boyd, around our responsibility to organise school buses, where we have the Assisted Student Transport Program. And
Okay.
Is that what you're referring to?
Sure.
No?
So,
Yeah.
so, but that that is funded, is it not, by the New South Wales Department? So
Yeah,
by
and that
Department of Education. Yeah.
that provides transport for students across the sectors.
Okay.
For those with disability.
Right.
That's the Assisted Student Transport Program. Mr. Latham's right when he reminds me. We do the administrative aspect for travel passes for bus and rail.
Yep.
And there's rules around that.
So what's the total, I guess, expenditure then in relation to school buses or bus transport that the New South Wales government actually pays for? Do
I'll
you
have
know?
to take that on notice and try and help you out.
That would be useful.
Yeah.
Can I also ask you? No, I've forgotten where I was going. I will just go to you, Mr. Latham, if you like.
Yeah, sure. Mr. Graham, in answer to my question 4950 on the notice paper on the 23rd of February, and this must have been referring to Grant Thornton, it doesn't say the Grant Thornton audit. It said the audit also highlighted opportunities to improve administrative processes in the Football in Schools program. What were those processes that needed to be fixed up?
So one of the processes in particular was the reporting of student participation, because these activities take place at night, on a field, in the rain, with staff who are trying to, manage the children. But we did want to work with them to make sure we do accurately report the actual attendance in each of those programs. So I've met with the CEO of the club about making sure that we improve those reporting processes, and our departmental staff will be out there in the field working with them to make sure that we fix that. I also spoke previously about a double counting of some expenditure, which was counted as head office expenditure. So we really want to make sure that those accounts are absolutely clear and that the expenditures appropriately captured, counted and put into the right categories. So they were the two main items that we discussed.
Right, so the audit was critical of the way in which participation numbers are counted and recorded.
So the audit identified room for improvement, which is how the auditors describe it, and we're working with them to make sure that that improves.
Okay, room for improvement. I've got in front of me an email from Tracy Marr in your department, written on the 13th of March last year to Kevin A. Mara at the Macarthur Bulls, raising concern about a series of discrepancies in the Football in Schools participation numbers. Are you familiar with that document and the attached table?
I don't have that email in front of me.
Was
no.
it given to Grant Thornton to have a look at?
I've expressed to you what Grant Thornton found, so
Okay, well, Tracy Marr...
They did also find that there was need for improvement in the recording, so I don't dispute
here's
that.
some improvement that I'm interested in. Tracy Marr lists 19 sessions of the program where the Macarthur Bulls were claiming total student participation of 2,080, but the actual numbers, once checked with the schools, was just 641. That is just 30% of the total that the club was claiming. How can the Education Department continue down that pathway when the numbers are 70% out, reality, compared to what the club claims? You can call that room for improvement, but it's basic fraud, isn't it?
I'd be happy to look at those numbers if you can provide them to us.
Well, it's an email inside your...
I can assure you that the question of, the accuracy of those numbers were considered by Grant Thornton and were subject to,
Okay, well, the club recorded 19 sessions where people turned up, but in reality 16 of those were cancelled. What's the cancellation rate that we've had in the last 12 months?
I can take that question on notice if you like.
And there were big discrepancies elsewhere. For example, they say Robert Townsend Public School in Campbelltown in Raby, on the 6th of December 2024, they claimed 450 attending, but the actual participation number was 67. How can a club be 400 short? You say they're in the rain, it's night time. How can you be 400 short of who actually turned up?
There was also a question of reporting of enrolment versus attendance, so that was another thing that's been identified for improvement.
Can you give us an outline of all the areas of improvement that were identified?
Yes, I can do that.
What's being done about it? Because there are obvious concerns here listed in your department, so it'd be good for this committee to see the hard edge of the Grant Thornton report for where the improvements can be made.
Happy to bring something back.
Thank you.
Opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just ask a question about Aurora College? Mr. Disdar,
Yes.
are you aware that some Aurora College students are being prevented from accessing approximately a quarter of lesson time across both Aurora College and their home school due to contradictory policies and procedures governing timetabling between Aurora College and the homeschool. It's not a trick question. It's been raised by a person concerned. I don't wish to disclose their details. I'm happy to do that with you if you're happy to take that offline in confidence.
I am.
Yep. You are aware of it?
I know Aurora College really well. It's an important provision. It's synchronous delivery.
Yeah.
So it's in real-time delivery.
Yeah.
And I know of the timetable challenges that can pose.
Okay.
Because what you're doing is a number of schools across the state with their students tapping into the program. You need to try and align timetable. We've made improvements across the years, but I'm happy to stay back at the break and maybe you can give me that detail. And
Thank you. That would be helpful. It's just we are aware of some students in a situation, so thank you. I appreciate the opportunity
I'm happy to take
provide that. Given that, they can't seem to get the timetabling right, and between Aurora and the homeschool. And I'd just like to understand what measures the department has to ensure a school listed as an Aurora College partner can't use an incompatible timetable to functionally block rather than facilitate a regional student's access to the selective program with Aurora.
Yeah, Miss Ward, we've done a lot of work in this area to make sure we can support all of the sites and their timetables. So let me stay back at the break.
Thank you. Yeah,
I'm happy to take that from you and come back.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Are they Socratic?
The EduChat tool is, not for the teachers, but for the students.
Imagine being a philosopher 3,000 years ago.
Yeah.
And a New South Wales budget estimate, your approach to education still gets quoted by the Secretary.
Well,
thank you. If I can just come back to that.
Something stand the test of time. Yeah.
They do.
They do.
No trouble. We're just concerned about why the situation's allowed to exist where those homeschools could potentially be disrupting or deliberately preventing students accessing those lesson times with Aurora, given the department's current focus on the high potential gifted education program. So that's, I understand you've agreed to take that.
Let me assure you.
We're worried about some access for some of them.
And I want to follow up on the specifics of what you've got there, but can I just assure you that we work with so many sites year in, year out to make sure that opportunity is there, and we've helped many a school in our system with its timetabling to make sure that no one's blocked out. But I'm happy to follow up.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. That brings us to our afternoon tea break. We will be back at 3:45. I ask you, Mr. Disdar?
Sure.
I'm not sure if this will be to you or perhaps to Ms. Harrington. Box Hill Public School and Box Hill High School.
Yes.
Is it true that they are still operating on a diesel generator?
Miss Harrington might have that detail.
I can double check. I don't believe so, but I'll double check for you.
Yeah, okay, because I thought they were new schools.
So we've got them in temporary facilities while we build the
Build a new
permanent.
school.
Ah, okay.
We're building new schools for them.
Okay, all right. Yeah, if you could let me know if there's any diesel generator. Sorry. Okay. Is there any work being done by the department on designing programs to support students with disability to transition from school to open employment or further study and trainings?
Yes, we do quite a bit of work. Mr. Graham might have detail. When I visited, and Miss Summerhayes, SSPs in particular and support class structures, the staff engage with the careers advisor, transition advisor, the education pathways program team to have job ready skills, workforce skills. I'm not sure if Mr. Graham's got any specifics.
That's right. I think it's also a specific program that funds schools to help students to transition post-school.
Okay, how long's that program been running for?
I'd have to check on that, but it's certainly, it was in my division. I believe it's now in another division, but it's certainly been around for a while.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Mr. Disdar, I put in some questions on notice about the department's suspension policy.
Yes.
Including how the department calculates suspension rates using the new FTE methodology, as well as asking for disaggregated data. But the answers I got back didn't really tell me what I was after. Can you tell me now how the department calculates suspension rates using that new FTE methodology that was introduced in 2024?
Yeah, I'm just looking at Mr. Carew's and if he's got that detail that we work with our CC colleagues on. I'm not sure if he has that.
Yes, Ms. Boyd. So I can talk generally to you. So we look at the average full-time equivalent student population in a year and then divide that by the reports that we get from schools around suspensions and expulsions.
Okay, and why was the decision made to change that method of reporting?
I'm not aware of the specific method of reporting you're referencing, Ms. Boyd. I can check with the team and take that on notice, but I'm not sure of the specific methodology.
Yeah, okay. So my understanding is that the department switched to using the FTE method in 2024 to report suspensions instead of using raw student numbers, which is what they were doing previously.
So on that, Ms. Boyd, so it would have been FT is a better reflection of the actual student cohort because we have students that, for instance, might attend our schools part-time, so using FT is actually a better denominator of the actual kids that are in your school environment for you to be able to then divide your suspension rate by.
Okay.
It captures a better baseline because you're looking at proportionality, Miss Boyd, around suspension rate compared to the total student population you're serving, and the FTE, like Mr. Prue says, captures that better.
Okay. Why has the department begun only publishing a full year fact sheet for suspensions?
Do you want to speak to that as well, Mr. Prue?
So we haven't necessarily changed the frequency of that, Ms. Boyd. I'll double check about the release timings of those. My understanding was we generally publish that. I previously believe it was a number of years ago we were doing twice a year, and we've recently moved to once a year that has all of that information contained in it, but I'll take it on notice in terms of the frequency and what period the most recent report covers as well.
Thank you. Now, I've been asking these questions around this sort of disaggregated data around suspensions and expulsions and details around numbers of children within the numbers of those who have been expelled or suspended that are children with disability and or First Nations children. I've been asking this since 2019 and I used to get quite good data. Over the last few years it's become a bit more tricky to get that information. Are you able to provide disaggregated data on those? Has something changed internally? Why am I no longer getting that information?
Let's go back on our fact sheet and let's see what we've got to come back to you with.
Okay. Thank you. And perhaps you can look at the, because I think what I looked at before was the department's fact sheet.
Yeah.
And then I asked for that data that was being published to then be disaggregated by region and also by whether or not students were students with disability or First Nations students.
Yeah. I'm happy to provide what we have, so let's go back and see for you.
Okay.
Miss Boyd.
All right. That would be useful. Can I ask a couple of questions around kids with disabilities in schools? So, particularly around adjustments. Are New South Wales public schools required to conduct individualised risk assessments for students with disabilities before they get excluded from excursions?
We have to have an individual learning plan, and we have to do all we can to not cut that student out of any learning opportunity, which would include an excursion or an incursion. And we'd have to look at what adjustments we would need to make and exhaust all those adjustments to make sure that student could participate in the excursion.
Would parental attendance with their child be a reasonable adjustment to enable participation in an excursion?
It could be. I wouldn't rule it out. It could be.
Is there any guidance that the department issues around that for schools?
I'm happy to see if Mr. Graham's got specifics around
We can have a look
it.
at that, but the issue with those would be it can be so individual, so we'll have a look and see what the guidance is around it. We may have samples that perhaps show that as an adjustment, so we'll have a look and see what we've got.
I mean, Miss Boyd, we'd have to exhaust, like I said, the full range of adjustments. So, you know, I couldn't jump as principal to the parent must attend for the child to attend. I must look at all what I could do and put in place. But you know, I wouldn't rule that out as a possible adjustment if I've exhausted everything.
And that's the question, I guess. If you've got to the point where there's no other reasonable adjustment that can get you to the point where having the child on the excursion was seen as being feasible, but then there was a possible adjustment, which would be having a parent there. Would you expect that adjustment be made before the child was just excluded?
I would want us to do everything possible to not exclude that child, including the possibly requesting that the parent attend. I know I've seen parents on many excursions. Obviously, they're volunteering their time, disability or a mainstream student, but our expectation would be exhaust all possible opportunities, and generally that's my experience as well. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What action has the department taken to create clear and direct guidelines for schools to ensure compliance with statutory obligations to provide reasonable adjustments for students with disability?
Yeah, we are. This might also be of interest to you, Miss Boyd. Day 1, Term 2, back to Mr. Latham's earlier questioning, we've mandated disability and neurodiversity training for the 95,000 teachers in our system, and that's being delivered Day 1, Term 2, like I said. And so we've been putting all the material and resources together in Mr. Graham's area. He can unpack that for you. And I've actually made it available to schools so they can start preparing for that professional learning day. Why we've taken that step too, Miss Boyd, I said earlier that the vast number of students are in the mainstream that require an adjustment. So, you know, they could be in my economics class and my geography class, not in my support class or SSP. And so we want to make sure we're all investing in the skilling of the entire workforce to be able to make the necessary adjustments.
I agree. And is there then a specific, I guess, is there a guidance document that the department issues to schools saying this is your obligations in relation to providing a reasonable adjustment, so that both teachers and principals and parents can look at it and sort of go through it to work out.
Yeah, I'll get Mr. Graham to comment. I know we've got learning and wellbeing experts who go into networks of schools and our schools and give that guidance and expertise. Mr. Graham?
So all teachers are aware of their mandatory responsibilities to provide reasonable adjustment. We have special course for leaders, a mandatory course so that they understand at the high level. But then when it comes to 231,000 students with a disability, the kind of adjustment they need is very different. So the adjustments are built into all of our materials. So the school development day, 17 different modules, and a lot of them are about, for a student who's experiencing this is the adjustment they might require. Here's how to think about adjustment. So it's very much built into all the support we provide. There's not something that says, oh, here are the adjustments. It's like it's absolutely built into all of our professional learning, all of the materials, all of the supports we provide to schools.
But nothing that a parent or guardian could look at to go, you haven't done this or you have done this.
Well, certainly, at the level of adjustment, but there's 231,000 students, and from K to 12 and different KLAs, the adjustment they need might be different. So it's difficult to have a personalised statement on the department's website for each parent.
And that's not what I'm asking. Sorry, my time's run out, but I was asking, just so that you can maybe take it on notice, like I'm asking about where the statutory rights are, so that parents understand as well. Mr. Latham.
Thank you, Chair. I refer to another question on the notice paper, only partially answered, 4951 on the 23rd of February, where there were 11 site visits with the Macarthur Bulls Football Club looking at this football in schools program, Mr. Graham, and they've given me the dates and the schools. But I did ask, and this wasn't answered, for the number of students participating compared to the promised number, as this supposedly random audit was undertaken of the program in practice. Were you involved in the drafting of this answer to question on notice 4951?
I would have been if it was.
You would have been. Well, can you tell me why I never received the obvious, most important part of the answer, that there was a site visit in March 2025, for example, Not Oval in Narellan, doesn't say which school, but it doesn't give me how many students were participating compared to what the Bulls recorded as their claimed number of participation, which, according to the earlier email I cited, there are massive discrepancies. Why weren't those numbers provided in the answer?
I'm happy to look at that question again and the answer that was provided.
Okay. Are those figures available in the Grant Thornton audit? Did that audit look at these discrepancies? 70% of the students are phantoms, they're missing?
So they did look at participation data and the enrolment data, and what they actually found was in some cases there was an undercounting of the students as well. So they certainly did look at data, but I don't have the exact data that you've got in front of you.
And on what basis did they find that? What was their auditing system for each of these sessions?
Well, they would have followed a standard auditing process, and I'm happy to take that on notice and give you some information about how the audit was conducted.
Right, it says here in the answer you drafted there were 11 site visits since 2025, or since the beginning of 2025. So that would have been the basis that Grant Thornton reached that conclusion, that these are the 11 that they'd rely on?
So there's two elements. One is the audit process that was undertaken by Grant Thornton, and the second is the work that the department also undertakes with the clubs, which was separate to the audit process. So they're in addition to what was undertaken with the audit.
Right. And why weren't those vital numbers provided in the answer? The number of students participating compared to the promised number. As an MP, you start to get suspicious they weren't provided because they don't reflect very well on the program. Is that right?
I don't have that question or answer in front
of me. But on notice,
so
you're going to come back with the exact numbers for each of those 11, which range from Oran Park Public School, Robert Townsend, we mentioned them earlier on. A couple at Not Oval. Can you give me the school that was at Not Oval, Narellan? Is that Narellan Public or
I'm not
one of the schools in Narellan Vale, perhaps?
Have a look at that.
There's one in Chipping Norton and Gregory Hills, and on it goes. They're mostly growth areas. Did Grant Thornton, or to your knowledge, is there any data on the cost of each coaching session that's undertaken by the program?
There's
average cost.
There's agreed rates that were agreed in the legal kind of agreement between the department and the Macarthur Bulls.
Are they being fulfilled though? What in practice, what is the average cost of each of these coaching sessions?
So there's an agreed price that the department paid, for that, and that's the price that we're paying.
Right. Well, in the data that I've looked at, the program appears to be costing $50,000 per week for one coaching session per week. And given schools have their own PE and soccer coaching staff, it doesn't appear to be very good value for money. I'm sure there's every MP in this place could tell you a better way of spending $50,000 a week in public education.
I don't have those calculations in front of me, and it doesn't accord with what we would see from the program, given the number of students and the overall cost. That wouldn't seem to accord with what we have.
It doesn't accord. What is the exact number?
Our records, Mr. Latham, have 181 schools participating. That's across Macarthur Bulls and Western Sydney. For Macarthur Bulls, there's 112 schools participating, government and non-government. And across the program in Western Sydney Wanderers, there's been 69 government schools participating.
Yeah, but that doesn't tell me the cost of each session, because some of these sessions are phantom sessions. The club claims them, but they're actually cancelled in practice because of weather conditions,
Let's go
lack
back
of coaching staff or lack of interest.
And look at what we agreed by way of session cost.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
And also perhaps a number per student.
That's not part of our agreement, but we can certainly do
the
the
number,
overall.
you've got the number of student
program
participation.
costs this much. It's got 40,000 students, $2 million a year.
Yeah.
It's not quite as simple as that, but it gives you an idea that it's not the kind of numbers that perhaps you have in front of you.
This answer says the program is on track to deliver the student participation goals. So you must have a number for how many students are actually participating. This is for 25-26. And you know the money that's being spent, and hopefully...
The Macarthur Bulls program has had 40,000 participants across the 112 schools.
Is that their claim, or is that the actual...
That's
their claim.
That's the audited process, yeah.
Okay. Is it possible to provide the committee with the full Grant Thornton audit, given it's got all this data that's
we're committed
relevant
to
my
go back
question?
and see what we can provide,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Thanks for that. And if I could just come back to Ms Summerhayes with homeschooling. How many homeschool students have been reclassified as Department of Education, distance education students, since you've taken over? I think
I'd
it
need
was
to
in
take
May.
that on notice to give you the precise number, Mr.
Right, but has there been some reclassification?
There have been some students who've moved into distance ed, but it is a space that I would like to give you better numbers on.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Because there's a suggestion that perhaps the homeschooling numbers are understated and public education enrolments are overstated by that process of reclassifying them. They started homeschool. How does that work? If they start homeschooling, are you able to direct them into distance education?
No, we might. What I have learnt with our new homeschooling stakeholders is that sometimes they're not always aware of what options are available to them. And so there are some families who chose to homeschool and then may decide distance ed might suit them better, or vice versa, to be honest. So it's a conversation based on families and individual students.
Okay. And I know you know this really well. It's an annual renewal process as well for the family. So sometimes families, like Miss Summerhayes says, change their position on homeschooling.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Sure. And what at the moment is the average registration period that a family puts their hand up to say we want to go homeschooling, we're leaving this government school? What's the average registration period and transition time that we know of in the, nearly 12 months, 10 months that you've been handling homeschooling?
Yeah, we find that we have a lot of applications at the beginning of the year, Mr. Latham. So at the moment we're working well within the 12-week turnaround for getting the process going. At different times of the year it looks a little bit different, but at the moment we are well under the requirements to bring families into homeschooling.
Right, is that your target, 12-week transition period?
That's the space.
It's a long while, isn't it?
It is, but that's the space that we inherited, and we are still working through what that will look like moving forward.
That was the NESA standard, was it, Mr. Martin, that you transition them within 12 weeks?
Yeah, from memory, I'd have to go back and find notes, but a lot of that was to make sure that the homeschooling environment was appropriate for a student, both in terms of educational provision and child safety.
And what does that take? You just send an inspector out, don't you, to have a look at the
An authorised
house?
person, and they cite the child, and they look at the educational programs.
Right. And Ms Summerhayes, as per the Auditor General's recommendation, have you got a target for bringing that 12-week number down to something that's a bit faster in getting these
We're certainly
kids back
working
into a form
towards
of
that,
school?
Mr. Latham. We're also looking at our authorised persons and the number of authorised persons and how they can go out and look at environments to ensure that
Given
they
the
are
growing
suitable.
population of homeschool, there was a thought that it was just a COVID event, but it seems to be a recurring, constant trend of increased numbers of homeschooling.
We are recruiting, Mr. Latham.
You need to recruit more, don't you, to make sure that it happens faster?
Yeah, we are recruiting for more authorised persons to do those visitations.
Right, and as per the Auditor General's recommendation, what sort of extra support are you providing? Some of these parents are wonderfully diligent and do a great job, others struggle. What support resources are in place for homeschoolers as per the Auditor General's findings?
So as soon as the homeschooling families came across in May, Mr. Latham, they had access to a number of teaching and learning resources on our website that our families have access to. We are continuing to speak with our stakeholders about what other sorts of opportunities may exist moving forward. So we're very conscious of how we might best support our families and our students in the homeschooling environment moving forward.
Right, and what potential would AI have in that regard and schooling the homeschooler in the use of these new technologies to make it a lot easier?
Yeah, it certainly is something that has been discussed. I'm not the expert on EduChat or AI, Mr. Latham, unsurprisingly, but I know that Mr. Graham is certainly considering all of our students in all of our settings for this space.
Right, including homeschooling.
Homeschooling now belongs to us, Mr. Latham, so every decision we make about our students includes them.
Okay. Thank you then, Chair.
Thank you. Opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Disdar, how are we going on our number of student enrolments?
Yes, Miss Ward, I can give you some numbers. Let me just find them. Our 2025 enrolment figure was 773,377. I said it was approximately 780, so I want to correct that for the record. 773,377, and for modelling purposes, we use a plus or minus 1%.
And so your forecast for enrolments for the 2026 year?
Like I said, we use a plus or minus 1%, and we'll know the actual figure in August, September this year.
Yes, we can go back and forth on this. So what's the number that you have presently as we sit here today at budget estimates?
Well, it's 773,377 for 2025, and the modelling that we do says that could increase by plus 1%, or it could decrease by minus 1%.
Okay. Can I go back to the CEQA annual service fee?
Sure.
Did the Department or New South Wales Early Learning Commission propose this sliding scale model that the Deputy Premier referred to increase the fees which the other jurisdictions didn't apply?
I'll get the Commissioner to talk to that. I just want to correct something. There was a number of jurisdictions that did apply the same. Yeah.
Which?
So at the moment, both New South Wales and Victoria are applying that, which means that the majority of services across the country will be having that regime of fees, 61% roughly.
Thank you, but my question was, did you, Commissioner, or the Department propose that sliding scale model?
Now, I'd have to take that on notice, but I would say
You don't
that...
know? It's the Commissioner whether you proposed it or not?
No, I'm not saying yes or no. I'd say it's actually a national announcement of EMM that was an agreed upon process across the different jurisdictions, that it was agreed that different jurisdictions would apply different fee structures.
But that may well be the agreement from the Ministers' meeting, but what advice or modelling or document was relied on or proposed by you?
Once again, I can take that
recommendation?
on notice.
You don't know, as the Commissioner sitting here at budget estimates, say what you proposed?
I know that we contributed, whether we proposed, but I would say that I would take that on notice and bring it back to you.
What's to take on notice? Surely you as the Commissioner know whether you proposed this model or not.
I think the word proposed is something that I would not actually say that we proposed. Did we contribute to that, the construction of those fees? Yes. Did we propose it? Once again, I'll take it on notice to say whether, there's a differentiation there of language that I think is really important.
Well, then who proposed the model?
Well, I said I'd take that on notice.
Well, but is it you or is it someone else? It's
I'm
not something
entitled to
with
take
respect-
something on notice. I intend to take it on notice and come back with an answer.
I understand that you said that repeatedly, but I'm just wondering from...
It's not about just saying it, it's within my entitlement to actually take it.
Actually, I was spoken over. I was spoken over on that occasion.
That's not the point of order, though. Thank you, Ms. Ward. The point of order was that Mr. Curry has actually said that he would take something on notice, which is within his right to do, and probably time.
Yeah, I do understand that the member was about to ask a slightly different question. Go ahead.
I can report some other things that I took on notice earlier that you asked.
That's okay, you can do that in government time if you don't mind.
Well, I've got other things that you asked me to take on notice, so I'm offering to give them to you.
Certainly, and I have very limited time, as you'd appreciate, so we can do that in government time, and be very grateful for that information at that time, but I'd like to use this time, if I may, to move on to other things, if that's right with you.
We're happy to take other questions, yes.
Terrific, thank you. So, in relation to the model, you are not able to advise this committee today whether you proposed it or not. Was there other reports or advice or modelling or documents that were relied upon?
It's my understanding that the modelling that was looked at came to the conclusion that the required fee was a very modest contribution to the overall regulatory framework and contribution to the regulation of both Victoria and New South Wales.
So New South Wales has joined the National Child Safety Reforms, the National Quality Framework, which has cross-partisan support, so it's a national rollout, as you've said, of all jurisdictions. Can you itemise the funding structure for these in New South Wales, including the proportion funded by services or families versus that provided by government funding through the budget?
I can take that on notice.
So the Commission has been afforded $55 extra million across 4 years. I can speak to the budget transfer that occurred with the movement of the Commission.
I can talk to that. I'm sorry,
in relation
you mentioned
to these
that...
fees specifically, or just in relation to the Commission's funding?
You asked about the fees.
Yeah, that was the Commission's funding.
Yeah, I didn't ask about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, you were going to say something?
Oh no, I was just going to say I can talk about the budget of the Commission that was taken over. In terms of the question that you asked, I'd take that on notice.
All right, if you can take on notice how much the proportion was that was funded, I'd be grateful by each group. So between the services, families and government funding, that would be helpful. The Deputy Premier has said that the department is in constant contact with those providers. Which stakeholders in early learning were consulted by the department prior to the fee rise decision?
Yeah, I can get Mr. Barakat, our Deputy Secretary for Early Childhood Outcomes in the department, to talk to the stakeholders we engage with.
So more broadly, Early Childhood Outcomes does engage with a range of stakeholders. The Commission is often present in some of these forums, but not all. It may have its own forums where it engages with stakeholders. We do have the Early Childhood Advisory Group, which is made up of a number of peak organisations that represent the sector. We have Gudjagang Gulgul, which is our Aboriginal Advisory Group, and we also consult with the AECG. We also run a range of sessions called ECE Connect, where we work with service providers directly around a range of topics.
All right, are you able to provide a list of those? I don't want, with respect, to know broadly. I'm asking specifically which stakeholders were asked prior to this fee increase and whether the sector or families have the capacity to pay.
So I'll take that on notice because I don't attend all of these sessions, and the Commission might also want to provide advice on where they consulted in respect to fees.
Can you name particular stakeholders, given the Deputy Premier said today that you engage with stakeholders and they were consulted? She said on the record under oath that that's what happened. Surely somebody can tell me who was consulted.
We'll take that on notice. There's quite a web of meetings that we meet with different stakeholders within the sector, from both the Commission, and even though we're only doing it independently as of the 1st of December, but that web entails a lot of communication with the sector, so we'll take it on notice so we can have the full answer.
A few cobwebs going around today. All right, so can we move on to the cost increases? Yeah, we'll get to the modelling. You're just going to take that on notice as well. Can we go to the public preschools infrastructure? The probity report into public preschools mentioned that there's a list of reserve schools where government would consider public preschools. Can you provide that list of schools not recommended?
A list of schools that was not recommended. It was some time ago that we submitted the list to the government for consideration around the site selection for the 100 public preschools.
Yep.
The reserve list was intended to be activated should any of the sites, for whatever reason, not be deemed suitable. So I'll have to take on notice those sites that we did put on the reserve list.
I'm not after the reasoning, I'm just after the list of sites.
I'll take that on notice to see what we can provide for you.
Specifically on notice, the sites that were proposed.
Yes, I can see what I can get for you.
Thank you. And can we have the full list? Do you undertake to provide that to the committee?
The full list that's on the reserve? Yes.
Yep. Thank you very much. That'd be very helpful. The Deputy Premier has said that publicly postcode shouldn't determine access. So why are 38% of the electorates in metropolitan Sydney elected Liberal Party electorates, yet these seats are only allocated 0.5% of the public preschools?
So there was an extensive process undertaken to determine the sites for the public preschools. That selection process included supply and demand data, developmental outcomes for children, socioeconomic status of children, the suitability of sites to be able to build a public preschool. So those factors were taken into where these preschools would be built. In many cases across the state, there is existing supply, other providers that are already in the market. So this was intended to build supply in areas where the market was not responding.
All right, thank you. I might get some more on that later. Can I turn to St Leonard's and the precinct there? A new preschool to Year 12 education precinct was talked about for St Leonard's. $23 million was allocated in the 24-25 budget toward progressing stage 1 of that, a primary school. At budget estimates in March 2025, I think you informed this committee that the school had been put on ice and the project was removed as a separate line item in the 25-26 budget. And so it seems that with the Camaragal High School exceeding capacity, the lower North Shore enrolment zone had to change. And then I understand that a new school in St Leonard's would serve that catchment area and would be able to take up that slack. The school obviously is going to be, or that area will be subject to the government's accelerated transport oriented development precinct. And in August 2025, I think it estimates, he said we're still looking at it, that is a new school at St Leonard's. Obviously we've got the Crow's Nest Metro there, so it isn't an area that we're dismissing. It's just that at this stage it doesn't make sense to put an additional school there because we can deal with the demand with the existing schools, but we're still monitoring it, recognising that it's a TOD, it's an area that's going to have additional growth, so we need to continue to monitor. Is that still the government's position?
I'll get Ms Harrington to comment, but we have to, in our role, maximise the existing footprint.
Yeah, I understand that, but I want to understand the position on that specific.
So I don't think we've got plans at this stage to build in St Leonard's, but I'll get Ms Harrington to comment on it.
That advice still stands. We are still comfortable with the existing schools. There is capacity in existing schools. There's been a lot of upgrades in that area of primary schools. When the business case was done for St Leonard's, it was quite different after COVID. The population did change there, so we are comfortable at the moment we can meet demand with the existing schools. I do recognise, as you say, Crow's Nest TOD, so it is an area that we're watching.
All right. When you say watching, what does that mean? Is there any opportunity to come back and review that at any stage?
It means we are constantly, as you've seen in the enrolment growth audit, there are a lot of areas where we are really monitoring very closely to see growth and to make sure that we're able to meet that growth.
All right. Is Camaragal High School still over capacity?
So Camaragal and Mossman, at the moment, we are balancing, as the Secretary said. It's important that we make sure that we fill up, the existing schools that we have. So at the moment, students, I believe, have the ability to attend Camaragal or Mossman.
So is it still over capacity though?
I can double check, but I understand we're still taking enrolments at Camaragal.
Okay. And then, given that the government was forced to create the Lower North Shore enrolment zone, Mr. Dizza, that to deal with Camaragal High School exceeding that capacity, how can you say that there's not a clear need for an additional school there?
We don't think there's a need at the moment, but we'll continue to monitor. There are 2 schools I've visited, fantastic schools. Mossman High has had a recent significant capital upgrade, and we'd like to grow that school even further with the good work they're doing. And part of my responsibility is to maximise the footprint I have.
All right, but given that it seems that Camaragal is already exceeding capacity and certainly will with the Todd coming, that's a no-brainer. It's going to be more housing, there's going to be more students.
Yes.
How does the department's enrolment forecast account for the significant densification
we
of the Lower North Shore, in particular that St Leonard's Crow's Nest area? How are you going to deal with that?
Yeah, we don't need it as we speak at the moment, but we'll continue to monitor, and if it's required, then we'll make appropriate representations to government for planning purposes, and we're doing that right across the state.
What would you need to press the trigger on that? I mean, the Todd precinct is now in place.
We use planning data like we have to with government, and that gives us dwellings and potential student population, and we've got to build a business case and put that before government and get approval to build a school.
All right. The community is very concerned about this, given that densification that is certainly coming for St Leonard's.
Sure.
And Crow's Nest. Are you waiting for Mossman High to reach capacity?
We'll be trying to work to maximise our footprint and keep monitoring the situation like we are across the state, and then within our capital planning unit put forward any business case that's required.
All right. Speaking of capacity and TODs, with the Tier 2 TODs, we talked about Bradfield. Can I go to Rydalmere? Has a site been selected for a new school to support the housing that the government wants to build around the old Macquarie Boys High School site?
Ms Harrington might have detail around Rydalmere as well.
We are currently undertaking planning for upgrades, and actually committed to the upgrades in that area. So there's various upgrades that we're doing of the primary schools, Rydalmere Primary School, Rydalmere East and Ermington West. So at the moment that's where the demand is in terms of the primary school. So they're the projects that we're pursuing.
Can we go to what was called outside school hours care? How many parent-run OSHC providers have been lost due to the tender process imposed by the Minns government?
I'm happy to come back on notice with the breakdown of P&C, not-for-profit, commercial entities. Yeah. They're the 3 OSH categories.
Oh, the OSHC providers?
Yeah, so there's 3 types of providers.
Yep, I know.
Okay, right.
Thank you. I understand that. I'm
Sure.
just asking how many parent-run ones have been lost.
I don't have the figures.
All right, are you able to provide that information?
Yes, I'm happy to come back on notice.
All right.
Yeah.
One example is Glenfield Public School in Macquarie Fields. They lost their long-time OSH provider with no parent consultation, no warning. The successful provider then faced public scrutiny following the arrest of a staff member on child sexual abuse charges, devastating for the parents. What are you doing to ensure that parents are involved in decisions relating to their children's care in out-of-school OSHC?
I'm happy to look at the specifics. We encourage P&Cs to run OSHs. We value P&Cs. They're of course exempt from the tender process to operate an OSH or to receive a licence renewal. But many you know, it's a volunteer operation, so it can become complex at times. So there's a range of scenarios where they may want us to go to tender. We work with parents in the first instance.
Given your concern about it there in this particular example, what are you doing to ensure that children in OSHC are safe through this tender process in light of the Glenfield public school example?
I'm happy to look at the specifics with Glenfield, but in the broader, the USH service is a very important provision.
Yeah,
one
I understand
that
that, but I just want to know what you're specifically doing.
One that I still benefit from as a parent in the public education system, and the USH that I attend alongside all USHs are oversighted by the Early Learning Commission. They're the regulator for USHs.
I'm aware, thank you, Dave.
Okay.
I'm concerned about that particular one because the parents are obviously very concerned, and they've asked me to ask you. They haven't asked me to ask about your children or your USH, they've asked about theirs, and they're very concerned about what the department's doing.
I know you asked about safety broader, and I gave you an answer that covers the entire USH operation broader. But Miss Ward, I'm more than happy to go and look at the specifics of Glenfield that have been raised.
All right, can we go quickly to student attendance? The attendance rate under the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement, fair and full funding, has agreed to improvement measures for increasing the student attendance rate for all students and priority cohorts. Is New South Wales on track to meet those targets?
Miss Ward, I'm pleased to report to the committee that New South Wales is the leading jurisdiction for government school attendance in 2025.
So you got that number to hand? That's a handy number.
I'm proud of it because we've done a lot of work, Miss Ward.
Fantastic. All right. And what new interventions are occurring to meet those targets?
So we stand at 88.2% in 2025. Like I said, the leading state in the country. And we continue to work assiduously to lift attendance.
I think I asked what new interventions are occurring. You might come back to me on that.
We've had sustained interventions. I'm happy to unpack those for you.
Thank you.
I'm going to go to Ms Higginson first.
Thank you. I just want to follow up with the Port Macquarie tacking point in public school. And I don't know, I wrote the letter, addressed it to everybody I could, talking about how important it was that asking for some urgent attention on behalf of the community and the people, the parents of the kids at the school. Are you, like this, can I table this? It's just it's from the Department of Education's social media. It's a picture of a little koala, thank you, that's it. Little koala in the school, the koala in the tree, and then this all about the program that that you run, Aussie Kids Growing Koala Food Trees Program, a success in Port Macquarie. That was a little media release you put out in 2024. There's loads of copies if you want them. I'm just the school is so the trees were all removed and the school is being built, as I understand it, as complying development. And I just, has anybody really checked whether that's lawful or not? I wrote a letter to the acting DepSec, Ms Harrington, the minister at the time, asking for somebody to urgently look at what was happening. It just does not fit the complying. Are you aware of it? Have you looked at it? Are you concerned about it?
Yes, I'm aware of the concerns raised about taking point.
And the specific allegations that it may actually be taking place the construction and unlawfully and the environmental destruction and all those koala trees that have just been destroyed and removed forever. There were 16, 7, 10, 18, 19, 20. All of those different varieties of trees removed right there where the kiddies had grown the koala food trees, and the koala actually even goes in, like, is there any, have you reviewed it or looked at it in terms of the legality?
I'm not sure you were here when you tabled, you may not have had a response, but the Deputy Premier tabled that there'd been a response given by the Parliamentary Secretary. I don't have any advice that we've done anything unlawful or outside of the planning requirements. I'm across the concerns in the community that were raised around the loss of play space, the impact on koala habitats, traffic movement. They're valid and concerns the community's raised, and we've done our mightiest to try and.
So who is the approval body for? So who is the approval body to approve the development pathway you took? Well, it's the it's you, isn't it? So you propose the development, you approve, or the department proposes the development, the department approves the development. So if there's anything happening unlawful, who do you go to and who checks all of that?
Well, I don't believe there was anything unlawful.
Well, clearly not. Clearly not. I understand that you've taken the complying development pathway and you've received a letter alleging that it's not lawful.
Yeah.
And nobody's explained how it is lawful.
Yeah.
We have issued a lot of communications to the community to address some of the concerns that have been raised. So I'll just step through. First of all, in terms of the complying development, we have had an accredited building certifier review that and actually issue the CDC, so it's not us issuing it ourselves. We are really conscious of the koalas in the area. We have a local ecologist that is engaged. If there's any koalas spotted within 50 metres of the work, we stop the work until the koala self-relocates. We've also confirmed with the community we haven't removed any trees as part of this project. There were some trees last year that the arborist, separate to this project, identified as a safety risk. There was dead wood, and so that was quite separate to the project. There are 3 small trees that we have relocated as part of this project, but we have not removed trees.
Sorry, you've relocated the trees?
So there were some trees that were removed because the arborist separate to that.
Yeah.
We often need to go in and check schools and make sure that trees are safe. So that was quite separate. There are, as I said, 3 small trees that were relocated. So we are really conscious of the concerns in that community. We are working really hard to address those concerns, but we, in terms of the actual koala habitat, we're not locating the preschool where it is an environmentally sensitive land, and that's both on the council and the SEP, classification. So. And the other thing that we're doing is we're actually using modular construction rather than traditional, so that's got less of an impact in terms of the build.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Disdale, what is the total New South Wales government expenditure on non-government schools in the budget?
Let me take on notice. The Commonwealth is the predominant funder, and 20% of the funding comes from the state.
Yes. And yes, if you could take it on notice to provide me the total figure.
Yeah,
the not-for-profit guidelines for non-government schools state very clearly that, quote, a school operates for profit without limiting the circumstances in which it does so if the minister is satisfied that any payment is made by the school to a related entity or other person or body for property, goods or services of more than reasonable market value. Do non-government schools have to disclose the salaries of their senior executives and principals in order to demonstrate their not-for-profit status?
I'll bring in Mr Martin because Section 83C, that responsibility has gone across to NESA from the department.
Thank you.
So when NESA is interrogating a school in relation for not-for-profit guidelines, there is an analysis of commercial rates or appropriate award rates of pay for staff, but there's a limitation to that because independent schools pay heads and heads of school at different rates than the department, etc., and they retain the right to be able to do so. But more broadly, the commensurate sort of amount that a person might earn in a school is part of the process of checking for profit.
Okay, but if we've got private schools receiving government funding, getting tax concessions, and then paying principals up to $1 million a year, that appears to be a breach of the Act. How are they possibly getting reasonable market value if public school principals are paid somewhere between $140,000 and $216,000?
The pay or the salaries and the packages of the salaries for independent school principals are not seen as breaches of the Section 83C, and I would have to double check and for exactly how it's characterised in relation to the Act or the second reading speech, but I know that the salary rates of heads of independent schools does not bring them into Section 83C non-compliance.
Be rather perverse result if what we're doing is looking at the market as being just the private school market for salaries and then deciding that this is reasonable. If all of the non-government schools are sort of creating their own supermarket, not supermarket, but super space market, in order to then justify those high fees and not breach the rules. Has there ever been any legal advice given in relation to the application of 83C?
I'll take the legal advice on notice. Look, there's a range of independent schools that pay a range of amounts for their heads or principals.
Yeah.
Some of them would be commensurate with government schools, some of them might be lower, some of course, as you've indicated, are quite generous salaries. They're mostly decided, I think, by the school boards, the independent boards of independent schools.
Yeah.
It is my understanding that they are not part of the assessment of breaches of 83C.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely are included in the not-for-profit guidelines for non-government schools, and there is a specific section about how salaries do need to be at market, at a reasonable market value. In what world is a private school principal salary that's 5 times that of a public school principal salary reasonable market value?
Well, I couldn't pass judgment on that. It's a matter of the particular independent school and what they believe is an appropriate salary for the person who's fulfilling that.
But it's not, though, is it? I mean, it's
an opinion that I wouldn't be prepared to.
No, but it's a question of if you're going to call yourself not-for-profit, you cannot be distributing profit. If you are paying services to a principal of $1 million, which is way above the market rate when you view the school sector as a whole, then that is effectively a distribution of profit to an individual.
So that's an opinion that I'm not necessarily sharing. What I would be arguing is that there are particular schools that sit within different markets, and that comparing a particular independent school with the average of principals across the state is not the intention of that section of 83C.
Right. But shouldn't it be? I mean, really, if we're looking at...
Again, that's an opinion I wouldn't...
Okay, but if, again, we're looking at whether or not a school should be entitled to a whole range of benefits that it gets because it's notionally not-for-profit, and that entire test is then based on a market that those private schools themselves can push up to make whatever they like, then we're just making a farce of the whole system, aren't we?
The issue of the packages of the heads of independent schools and its relation to not only salary but potential benefits of housing and all sorts of other packages are all part of the particular market that they operate in and decided by boards. And the for-profit legislation is really about the use of government funds for areas that don't relate to the education of students. And I would argue that the use of those funds, irrespective of views about how large those salaries are still related specifically and directly to the education of students in those schools.
And that's the point, though, isn't it? It's that it's either for the education of students in schools, or it's a distribution of profit in that payment of salary, and so it brings us back to that original point.
I don't think that legally fits within Section 83C.
Right. Well, Mr. Latham, did you have further?
Yes, I did, Chair. I'm going to go back to some issues that this committee worked on very hard and thoroughly in the last term of Parliament, starting with the matter where the former Minister Sarah Mitchell did a great job in saving Hurlstone Agricultural High School to keep it in Glenfield, the preeminent selective high school in the southwest of Sydney, well known to me and also Mr. Curry. Can I ask Ms. Harrington what's happened there in terms of redevelopment plans? There was a proposal for some housing development, which thankfully hasn't taken place on the Macquarie Hill, and to update and modernise the ageing dormitory facilities, what remains of the research facilities in the old ag station on the northern side of Roy Watts Road, and also I'm interested in any other modernisation of what have been some of the ageing school buildings, particularly the middle block spanning the science and English facilities.
for Hurlstone Ag.
Yep.
I was there last year. It's looking really good. The farm facilities are great. The boarding facilities, the students are really happy with them. So it's looking really good. I do believe that project is completed.
Right, and it never had to be funded by housing development of any shape or form on the Macquarie Hill?
I'll have to come back to you. I'm not aware of that.
Well, I pass it on the train. There's no housing there. I'm sort of assuming if it's been completed, it's been funded other than by housing development.
We funded it as one of our capital projects.
You did? Okay, good. Good, because I think that what had been part of the green space separation of Liverpool and Campbelltown local government areas, and as mayor back in the day, held up Edmondson Park for 15 years as best I could. That's a lost cause. But the green space at Hurlstone now is the last part of the old green space plan post World War II. So to keep that green, I think is important.
As you know, Mr. Latham, we still have our 3 special schools on the hill there as well.
Yeah, yeah, sure.
As well.
Yep, no, that's well known. Can I say to Mr. Martin, has all that curriculum revision and updating work now been completed from the Masters Review?
Most of the recommendations of the Masters Review that were accepted by government, I think almost all, have been completed. There were some that were noted and some we didn't pursue, as you're aware from previous questions.
Untimed syllabus.
Untimed syllabus has been the specific one. There are 105 syllabuses from memory. I can put all this on notice. I think we're into the 80s of completed syllabuses. I think we released 17 or something at the end of last year. All of the compulsory K to 10 has been done. A significant number of this 11 and 12, the senior secondaries. There is still some. I know that there is consultation about to begin at some point on studies of religion.
Okay. Yesterday in one sitting, because it's such a gripping, moving, unexpectedly gripping book, Bob Carr's Bring Back Yesterday, the memoir of the loss of his wife, also contains very important landmarks in his life that made him a long-serving Premier, and you'd have to say a successful MP, a leader and a citizen in our society. And one of them I didn't know. Always wondered where he got that voice from, that he had voice training when he left university, thinking it would be an asset. He said, I didn't look like Clark Gable, so I had to improve my voice to give me a political advantage, which it did in different stages. I never knew he had a voice coach that propelled him forward, but he also paid amazing credit to his English teacher in high school. So I ask you, Mr. Martin, is grammar back in the English curriculum? Because it propelled Bob Carr forward in a way that's fantastic. I was sort of in the hiatus era where grammar was dropping out of the curriculum, and have struggled a little bit, and learnt a bit more from Bob Carr's book yesterday on grammar. Is grammar back as one of the essential civilisational tools of our English language?
I think former Premier Carr used to say that words were the poor boy's arsenal. Excuse me.
Saul Bellow said that. He stole that from Saul Bellow.
Yes, he did. Yes, grammar is back. It goes from K to 10. There is quite a lot of detail. There was grammar in previous syllabuses, but it was seen as to be taught at point of need. I agree with you, Mr. Latham, and others. I didn't learn grammar at school. I was in that dark period and had to learn it subsequently.
Year 6, that's all.
There is significant grammar in the syllabuses, and we're making sure that we not only teach it, but that the teachers who missed out on grammar themselves are able to.
Miss Summerhays, as a former English teacher, tells me
that's fantastic. And can I also say, in your different reading competitions and curriculum, can you grab hold of Bob Carr's book, which, I've read a lot of books over the years. Reading's become a lost habit and vocation. But it's one of the most remarkable books, and I think should be featured in our schools for someone who was very dedicated to public education. Secretary, you promote the virtues of us products of public education. I do. Bad grammar, excuse me. But I think this book is a standout and should be promoted by the department wide and far. And in that regard, what are we doing to promote reading among boys? Because I know with my 2 great sons, memes are now more important than reading. Reading is being lost as one of the essential civilisational tools of our English language. Are we doing anything in particular to get young men in particular back to the habits of reading books?
We're also zooming in on writing.
Writing,
because of the skills required, particularly to navigate the HSC. That's becoming a national challenge. So we're investing a lot in writing programs, Mr. Graham.
Yeah,
What's the
so-
thinking though on getting young men to
yes,
read
there's-
books, not just memes and funny crap?
No, there's a large number of very passionate educators who are very keen on this, and as Mr. Distar said, the tighter writing. So we look at HSC results, so the results from Balgala boys and Asheville boys in particular stand out. And when you talk to those principals, you know, it is built on this foundation of reading and actually finding time within the curriculum for proper reading, you know, across the whole, you know, curriculum, and then that translates to writing as well. So we're certainly looking at the department. We've got strong writing programs. We have new syllabuses, which is to say give us the foundations of grammar, but also give us writing across the syllabuses. So we really want to do more work.
Is there any sign of success that the
There is. So
15-year-old in
New South Wales,
a working class area is picking up books and taking them from the library, taking them home, bringing them back, having devoured them Bob Carr style in the 1950s?
Look, I think there's two things. One, it's very difficult for young people to outperform their parents. So parents' reading is also very critical. So we're interested in kind of society-wide improvement. The second thing is I was actually in Marrickville High School the other day. Very interested in this topic like you. Absolutely, you know, what's happening here. English class, year 7, kids have just come in, a few weeks in, and they're absolutely timetabling a reading program. Excellent teacher librarian there with their teacher English, trying to find a book, you know, a proper book that would actually, you know, engage that child, get them to read the first 50 pages so they then get motivated. It's the beginning of we absolutely, you know, excited and as committed as you are in making sure that boys in particular have access to that kind of social capital they get through reading.
I should correct myself. My youngest son still reads books, and he gives me books on festival days like birthdays and all that. So I've been a bit unfair on him. So the older one was a beautiful writer, but he decided at age 15 that it sort of wasn't fashionable. Maybe a bit of peer group pressure.
They can come
why,
back.
Why are you writing these fiction stories?
They come back.
And
they come back.
They come back. It's someone with a son with a
I
record Rainbow Six Siege score.
I thought I'd read the new Dickens, but anyway, you reckon he'll come back.
And
Okay, that's good to know.
the backing in of phonics to make sure we've got the scaffolds with the improving results. But I know I'm stating the obvious to you, but to navigate the HSC with extended responses, you know, we need to double down on writing.
But it is more a boys' issue reading books, isn't it, than girls? That's true.
The writing challenge is a national one, and it is true that
it is a bit gendered.
It is true that we've got to lift boys' writing. Yes.
Yeah.
It is true.
Can I ask about one of the things I'm curious about? Former Premier Perrottet had an experiment about flexible hours. I always thought it was a bit daft myself, but whatever came of it, and was anything learnt about it?
That went to
instead of a school day of 9 to 3, that I don't know, you can pick your kids up at 5 or something.
Yeah, I might get Mr. French to dive in here. We
you ran an experiment. What happened?
Yeah, this was to make sure we could grow the extra outside hours opportunities for students. So we took those learnings from that pilot, and we've been sharing them with schools. I'm not sure if
you've got as many kids as
more
Perrottet,
details.
You need some sort of relief.
Mr. French.
And he's still going. Yeah, Mr. French.
So that was a pilot that was conducted. There was subsequently an evaluation off the back of that pilot, where a number of the findings from that pilot was then applied into the way that schools run extracurricular activities and provide tutoring support for students as well.
So what's the conclusion of the evaluation report? It's not practical to scale up.
It was an expensive model.
Was it? Right.
Yeah, and so in order to
what was the extra expense? Generated extra staffing
outside of hours, and much of the staffing was done by externals.
So unaffordable in scaling up. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Ms. Merton.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mr. Distar, you may recall I raised with you at a previous estimates hearing Legal Issues Bulletin 55 relating to transgender issues in schools. At the time I was informed the bulletin was under review and you were expecting its release in Term 1 2025. Was that deadline met?
Yes.
I understand the revised bulletin Lib 55 was finally released just a few days before this hearing.
Yes, it's been updated and released.
Is there any reason for such a delay and the timing and of the release of the revised bulletin 2 days prior to the estimates hearing?
No, apart from operational reasons I made, where the school year kick-off is a very busy time, where we welcome new families, new staff, timetables, settle into the operating rhythm of a school, and I made the decision to go mid-term, having completed week 6.
Thank you. Mr. Dister, if I could just remind you, the last estimates hearing, you told me release term 1 2025. This bulletin was released 2 days ago.
No, I think the last estimates I said I hope I can achieve it term 4.
I've got the record here, happy to share it, but that's why I put to you.
Yeah, my recollection of the last estimates hearing in August or September last year was I was hoping to achieve it by term 4, and I decided not to release it given the end of the school year.
Mr. Dister, on reading the bulletin,
yes.
I note that the bulletin states that transgender students should not be required to use toilets and change rooms used by persons of their biological sex. So what this now means is biological males identifying as females will be using the girls' toilets and change rooms.
Can I just correct something, Miss Merton? The correct terminology is not transgender students, it's gender diverse students. That's in line with the legislative change, and that's I had to do that updating as well. And I have covered toileting and change room facilities. As you know, our schools have boys' toilets, girls' toilets. We have single cubicles, staff toilets, and our principals and teachers do a excellent job in embracing every single learner. And if we have a gender diverse student, we make sure that we can also meet their toileting requirements, and we work with schools and families so that that's appropriate, and that might be the use of single cubicle facilities.
Mr. Dister, I also read in the bulletin, the learning and support team will address students that have an issue or concerns with these new arrangements. Full stop. Parents are concerned where you've got 6-year-old girls sharing a bathroom facility with biological males, often boys up to year 6.
Can I just say to any of our gender diverse students and their families who may be watching, we're here to support you in our context. Public education is without race, colour, decree, distinction. We will make sure we're there to support you in your educational journey. We'll never deviate from that. If there's a family that might have a concern around that, please approach your principal. We stand by to support
Mr.
you.
Dister, the reference is in relation to Lib Bulletin 55,
sure,
which was released 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Mr. Dister, I ask you a second question relating to sport.
Sport, yeah.
So the bulletin outlines the arrangements. That leads me to understand a student under this policy that the student plays school sport as their identified gender. So, Mr. Dister, I put to you, biological male students identifying as female will be able to, say, compete in a girls' rugby league competition.
In fairness, Miss Merton, you haven't read the entire section. You've quoted the first 2 sentences. School sport is a mandatory part of the curriculum, and we want all our students to participate. When it gets to competitive levels, we follow the national Ausport guidelines of that sport. So, for the PE lesson, when we are doing dance as part of PE, we want everyone to participate. If that's touch football, we want everyone to participate. It's a 40, 50-minute activity. But if you're going to represent the state or the country in rugby league, we'll follow the national guidelines given by that sporting code.
Mr. Dister, how does the department deal with its duty of care to girls playing rugby league or any of these sports with biological males in the team?
Part of the participation goes to the risk assessment around safety. And I'm a massive fan of NRLW. I hope the West Tigers go really well this year. You know, I know I'm behind them too. I think they're top 8 material this year. But what we do is, if it's going to be at the elite representative level, we follow the national guideline.
Mr. Secretary, how do you intend to inform parents of these arrangements? Surely you have a duty to inform them of these arrangements.
Well, the first duty I have is to the gender diverse student and their family to make sure I meet their needs appropriately. And I've got to respect their privacy and their individuality around that. And schools do a fine job in this space, Miss Merton.
Mr. Disda, and if you'd like to take it on notice, but what is the department's communication plan to the school community as to how gender issues such as this one are being managed?
I mean, I'm not sure I need to take that on notice. There's no real change here in the update to the policy, apart from the changes to the births, deaths, marriages, responsibility around gender with enrolment, and the terminology around gender diverse as opposed to transgender. So I'm not sure I need to communicate, but I need to make sure I can support those students and families well, and I'm committed to doing so.
So, Mr. Disda, in light of what you've just said there, how do single-sex schools operate in this environment?
Well, single-sex schools are a fantastic provision, do an important job. One of the government's commitment was for myself as Secretary to make sure every single-sex provision had a co-educational option and consultation. So you'd be across Randwick, for example, where there was a merger with Randwick girls and Randwick boys. You'd be across the consultation that happened with Moorfield girls and James Cook boys, which has become a co-ed
Mr.
provision.
Disda, I'm not asking about the merger of single-sex schools.
Sorry.
It's the single-sex school in operation relating to the gender issues that are identified in your bulletin, in terms of identified gender and how that operates in a single-sex school.
Just like it operates in every other school. We support those students and we support that community.
Okay. Mr. Disda, if I could look at literacy and numeracy.
Sure.
Regarding the Year 1 phonics screening check.
Yes.
Which reports basically no improvement in 2024. 95% of students met the expected achievement level in 2023, 60% met it in 2024. Mr. Disda, are you or the department concerned about the lack of improvement?
Not at all. I mean, I'm glad you've asked this question, because when we started the phonics screening competency check in 2020, only 40% of students were phonemically competent. And I look forward to releasing the 25 results, because you just quoted the 24 results and they continue to improve. We're well above 60% and we're well on track to continue to increase that further. This is one of the measures that gives me a lot of confidence in the growth of student outcomes in public ed, and off the back of that we're leading the country, Miss Merton, in rolling out the numeracy check. We're the first jurisdiction in this country to roll out comprehensively.
This was literacy, but I recognise the work on that.
You've got to do both. Yeah.
Mr. When will the 2025 phonics screening check results be released?
Hopefully soon. It's positive, it's affirming.
We're thinking a substantial improvement in 2025?
Well, I mean, when you consider, Miss Merton, we were 40% in 2020. We've got ourselves to 60% in 5 years, and I want us to continue to climb, and I know it's a continuing upward trajectory, so I'm really heartened by our work there.
Thank you. If I could move to the issue of civics, and which we may be aware in the current environment we're in, The Rule of Law Education Centre, for example, have recommended a review of the New South Wales curriculum in light of Bondi to ensure sufficient, compulsory, standalone civics components within the New South Wales curriculum, ensuring all students receive formal and explicit instruction in democratic values, freedoms and the rule of law. Mr Disdar, will this be adopted?
Well, civics education is an important feature of NES's syllabus rollout that Mr Martin was talking about, so I'll get him to talk to it because it's a key feature of the K to 6 HISI syllabus, 7 to 10 history, 7 to 10 geography, in Aboriginal studies 7 to 10, in commerce 7 to 10, in the geography elective 7 to 10, in the history elective 7 to 10, and it's been strengthened in this syllabus rollout. So I might get Mr Martin.
Thank you, Mr Disdar. If I could just stress that the question was around compulsory standalone civics components.
Well,
you mentioned the embedding of civics.
I mean, it's been strengthened from where the syllabus stood across all of those syllabuses. So I would argue, as a former high school teacher and principal, you're getting a much stronger dose of civics and citizenship.
So we're
education.
ruling out a standalone civics.
These are compulsory
component.
subjects.
Yeah.
These are compulsory subjects from year 7 to year 10.
So what Mr Disdar is describing is accurate. It's the content in the Australian curriculum and the content in the New South Wales syllabuses that is the most important thing. They can be standalone, but in fact they're probably much better, and the decision has been made in New South Wales to integrate them appropriately at age and stage and in other syllabuses, but the information is all there. Going as bicameral parliaments, parliamentary democracy, Magna Carta, referenda, all of the sorts of things that people want to see, and I'll openly admit that they weren't there prior to the syllabus renewal. But the question that you're asking is it a standalone subject? No, we've integrated them into all other KLAs.
Thank you. Mr Martin, in terms of consultation that led to this decision, did that take place?
We consulted broadly with every syllabus that has been delivered so far, and as I said, there's 80 something. We did speak to the people from the Rule of Law. I spoke to them personally. They were happy at that time with the significant additional content in the syllabuses. I think they do prefer the standalone subject model, but I think that the main issue is are students learning the content, and now they will be.
Are those submissions publicly available?
We produce a consultation report after every syllabus, so they would be elements of consultation.
But not in full?
Well, sometimes the amount of consultation is so significant, larger consultation around these syllabuses than ever before, but we produce a consultation report, and I'm happy to put those on, take those on notice, and also identify which parts of civics and citizenship education people were asked about or commented on.
Thank you.
Let's turn to mobile preschool services. Mr Disdar, mobile preschool services are concerned about the current rising fuel prices and supply risks. They say if prices continue to rise, they'll have to pull resources out. If fuel ends up being rationed, they've said they won't be able to operate as they are, and they'll have to move online. There are the mobile preschools that obviously go around to those regional communities. That would have a major impact on those regional communities, I'm sure you'd agree. Has the department got any contingency plans in place?
Yeah, I'll get Mr Barracat to talk to mobile preschools. I concur with you, they're a very critical provision, and yes, it would concern me. I hope the fuel situation doesn't
All right, well,
play
let's
out.
get to the contingency if you may.
Yeah, thank you for the question. That concern has not been raised with me. I'll check to see if it has been raised with the team. We would be concerned about that provision if that situation were to play out. So we will look to see what support might be available for them.
Right, well, I'm raising it with you now, and
Yeah, thank you.
I'm very concerned, and thank you for your interest. What are the contingency plans? Are there any in place as of today, or is that something you might...
We would work with any service that has difficulty in maintaining its provision, but as I indicated, this concern has not been raised directly with the department to the best of my knowledge.
Right.
But now that we're aware that there is this concern, we'll of course take that on board and take a look at it.
All right, thank you. That'd be very helpful because they're very concerned. So contingencies would be very helpful. Can I go to the Thriving Kids program? The program, has the Premier signed the Thriving Kids Agreement?
I don't believe we've signed the agreement here in New South Wales. Mr. Graham, that was the last I knew. Are you across it?
So that, I mean, it's a question of the Cabinet Office and the Premier's department.
It's not being led by education.
Sure, I understand, but it has an impact. So does anyone know if it's been signed or not?
We can look into that, but it's not something in our portfolio.
All right, but can I suggest to you that it may well be? Can you provide the disability community with an update on the preparedness of the Department of Education to provide the appropriate therapies and supports in early childhood learning in public schools for children that are being moved out of the NDIS and into education?
So I'm happy to answer that. So the Department of Communities and Justice has been undertaking public consultation on what the model might look like, and they'll also be leading the development of the program communication. Schools might be areas in which some of these services are delivered, but they'll be driven by kind of a consistent model from DCJ and Health as well.
Okay, so what have the programs been costed? Can you give an undertaking that there'll be a seamless transition for these kids who are presently in the NDIS to the state to provide those state-provided intellectual disability programs for children under 9?
So the Department of Community Justice has lead on that, so it's not Department of Education program.
So you've had no engagement with Department of Community?
We've certainly engaged the Department as we might be a possible site for delivery of services.
Sorry, there might be?
We might be a possible site for the delivery of services.
Yeah, I
so it might be the room in a school is used to deliver those services.
Yeah.
So we've certainly been engaged in that discussion.
From the start, I think the Premier said he won't write a blank cheque on this, but there's obviously community concern out there about who will be leading Thriving Kids in each state. Education is thought to be the program managers because the programs commence in...
I think it's been very clear in New South Wales that education's not the prime program manager, and Department of Communities and Justice have been publicly consulting on the model as the leaders of that.
Right. And so what provisions do you have in place for those children who are not able to be placed in state public schools that are coming from that NDIS?
So the program won't be run by the department. We might be a location, but there might be community health centres, might be other places where the program's run. So, we're not enrolling people. We're not taking lists. That's not done by the Department of Education.
All right, thank you for that. Can I ask about Cherrybrook Precinct new schools? The government's recently announced a proposal, another TOD, for additional 9,300 homes to be constructed near the Cherrybrook metro station. The existing schools, Cherrybrook Tech High and Tangara High, are already over capacity. What steps is the government taking to secure land for the construction of new schools to meet the needs of the growing population of the surrounding the Cherrybrook metro?
So I don't know that I've got too much more to add than previously with Ms Merton, that we recognise there's a lot of growth in that area, also with the metro. So it is an area that we're really closely looking at in terms of future school provision.
Okay, but there's no plans as we stand here today to identify a site to secure land to take construction steps?
No further plans to announce, no.
All right, thank you. Just wanted to clarify. Oh, good. Okay, I've got more. And so the schools for specific purposes, what if any plans are in place to increase the number of places available for students in New South Wales in schools for specific purposes? You've done. Well, that's been done. Oh, whoops. Yeah, you can do it.
Just quickly, if I could raise with you regional schools. Mr. Disdar, 5 regional schools are currently in recess, being Penrose, Lamandra, Goolma, Black Springs and Capertee. I'm very familiar with the last school there in the Central West. Mr. Disdar, parents are very concerned. They feel like consultation has been highly inadequate. The schools are not operating in this recess period. What is the future of these schools in regional communities?
We've got established protocols, Ms Merton, that we follow, and local consultation is part of that. and parents, carers and community can then have a say in that process. I mean, these aren't easy decisions to make when you're putting a school into recess. It's often because there's been a significant drop in enrolments over time, unsustainable enrolments. But why we place it into recess is because if enrolments were to re-emerge, we're able to take it out of recess and reopen the school. So we monitor once that's happened on an annual basis.
Thank you. So sorry, just to confirm, Mr. Gisdart, during this recess period, the schools are not operating?
During recess, the school's physically there. We haven't done anything to the school. Yeah, it's empty. It's not operating, but it has the possibility of reopening should there be enough students, enough population in the area of school-age children to reopen.
And in terms of
so we don't go, Miss Merton, straight to closure. We go and put in recess. We monitor over time, and we may then reopen the school if there were school-age children.
Mr. Disler, you talk of protocol of consultation.
Yeah.
Perhaps you could provide me with details relating to each of the schools as to the consultation, as to the timing, who was involved, and how that was managed.
I'm happy to take you through the protocols and what's required with that.
Thank you.
I've given you the carry on. I've just given you your time for the next bit. And then we'll come back.
It's about Penrose Public School. You haven't asked about that?
That was part of that one.
Oh, you did that, sorry. Just need a copy, obviously. All right, can I ask about Stage 6 drama course prescriptions and assessment documentation to understand the syllabus? When will the course prescriptions and assessment documentation be released for Stage 6 drama?
The course prescription documentation and the examination specifications will be released before the middle of the year is my understanding. It's the normal process that happens with all subjects, including English prescriptions. They're never normally released at the same time as the syllabus. The syllabus isn't taught until 2027, and it's not assessed as a HSE until term 4 of 2027. So there's sufficient time for drama teachers to not only become acclimatised to the syllabus, but to see the specifications and the exam specs.
Yeah.
Prescriptions and exam specs.
It may be so, but a number of them are concerned about the timeline, have asked me to raise it specifically because they are concerned. So
I think there has been
concern. That far off.
The drama and in particularly the drama community were unhappy with the first draft of the syllabus,
sure.
the consultation
I might
draft.
just ask the question if I may, and thank you. Feel
Sure.
free to add anything else on notice. They are concerned. Are those documents currently completed? Because they say they can't prepare for Year 11 in 2027. That directly impacts their preparation for HSC teaching programs.
Look, I'd question whether the amount of time we're providing is inadequate, and we provide the exam specs and the prescriptions at the same time this time as we have in previous times.
Are the documents prepared?
They're in the process of being put together through various committees that our stakeholders are represented on, and in the same way they are with other subjects.
Just a quick one from me. A New South Wales Teachers Federation survey of nearly 20,000 teachers found only 15% have enough time for lesson planning. Fewer than 1 in 10 can collaborate with colleagues, and just 7% have adequate time for curriculum programming. The Federation's More Than Thanks It's Time campaign is calling for 2 additional hours of release time per week. What is the department doing to increase release time for teachers?
Yeah, so we continue to work on teacher workload initiatives. I need no convincing that time for a teacher is really important. We have 8 school development days, to earlier questions, compared to 5. We've just heard about the syllabus rollout, and we've given 4 of those days as teacher directed so that we can make sure teachers have time to engage with the syllabus.
Mm-hmm.
We've been able to revamp mandatory training from a 21-hour requirement to a 1-hour requirement. We've had EduChat for our teachers, an assistive tool to help them in administrative tasks. We have put in additional SAS staff in 700 schools across the state to help with administrative work that can be taken off teachers. I'm not claiming that there's not more we can do. We're going to continue to focus here, but we're not in a position with the workforce challenge that we're just breaking the back of, to get to a 12-year low on teacher vacancies. We've still got to reduce that number, and so we're not in a position to add to that workforce shortage at this point in time.
Thank you, Mr. Latham.
Yeah, thank you. Just following up some of the questions that were raised by the Honourable Rachel Merton, are the number of parental complaints under controversial issues in schools increasing or decreasing?
I don't have the data with me, but
take that on notice.
I'm happy
if it's
to look at it.
Available and collated
Happy
system-wide. And so too are the number of transgender or gender diverse students increasing or decreasing. I asked that because the parliamentary inquiry we had in the last term, one of the suggestions was that while for some students it's a very genuine development, for others it's part of a, want of a better term, a fad like emos or sharpies in schools, a bit of peer group pressure, everyone's doing it. So are those numbers increasing or decreasing? My anecdotal feeling is that they're decreasing. The number of parents raising the concern issues about it seems to have fallen away.
Yeah, let me see what we have, Mr. Latham, and come back to you.
And could I ask a question about male behaviour, which is often focused in the political system and generally in society?
Sure.
Teaching's a very feminised workforce. Some young men growing up in disadvantaged areas have got no male role models in their life at all. And it's important to try and have good men working in schools for obvious reasons. Is that a particular recruitment push, particularly in high schools where we don't have, in primary schools where we don't have as many men?
I mean, I know you'll agree with me that every teacher, I want them to be an upstanding role model, but where I need to do stronger and better is in the primary context, not as much in the secondary context. So it is one of the things that we are looking at actively in our recruitment as well.
Thank you.
Government questions?
Yes, I just wanted to give the witnesses the opportunity to provide any further information they would like to add. I know there were some answers where there wasn't time to
Voluntary
perhaps...
contributions data.
I had a question on notice from Ms Ward regarding the two centres that were cancelled. So they were both Lycée Concordat and Fun to Learn. The questions that you asked were how long have they been in breach? Now, breach, when we actually went out and saw them over the last little bit in, just getting it up here, Lycée Concordat had 7 compliance actions and 42 breaches since 2024, but was actually working towards since 2017. They were actually cancelled as a result of supervision issues, especially medical issues. So that was the other question. Part of the question was how many families. There are 102 children attending Lycée Concordat. The other one, Fun to Learn, similarly had several compliance issues. They'd been working towards since 2012 and they had 37 children attending. But one of the things that I think is really important, because you asked about what do we work very closely with the centres. We work closely with the early child outcomes to try and find alternative placement for children who may, and families who may need their enrolment in a service. The other thing, and I've been saying this a lot, when the Commission is given the choice between short-term inconvenience and possible long-term trauma for children, we'll always take short-term inconvenience with helping and then helping parents to find a place. The other thing for Lycée Concordat, we actually gave 30-day notice before the closure in order to assist families to find alternative arrangements. With Fun to Learn, though, there was an imminent threat to the children's safety, and so we shut it. So that's not a problem.
Chair, can I also put a very important correction on record, please? There was an allegation made this morning in the hearing relating to a Sydney primary school that requires correction for Hansard and the record and for the benefit of that school and the school community. There was unfounded speculation that was reported on as fact, which can be very damaging to that school and to its leadership and to its community. I think there's been an update to the media article that I've seen. I'm advised that there was an isolated incident that involved one very young primary school student who made a totally inappropriate comment, one very young primary school student. That individual was counselled and the matter was dealt with appropriately by the school principal with the support of that child's parent. To characterise that situation this morning as a whole class celebrating the awful events at Bondi is simply incorrect, and I wanted to put that on record.
I'm glad you clarified that.
Thank you.
Do you have voluntary contributions data for me, or will I keep waiting for that one?
I don't, Chair, but I'll come back on notice. Yes.
All right. Thank you.
I've got some information on Janelli.
Oh,
yeah. So the Sydney Asset Management Unit doesn't have any record of any funds being transferred from Janelli for the furniture. However, the asset management team has agreed to cover the cost of the furniture. They received an order for the furniture that was in the order of about $52,000, and that has now, an order has been raised for furniture for the library of $52,000. I can also confirm that the library refurbishment is going ahead. A planned maintenance project has now been awarded to the value of $147,000, and that will cover carpet, paint to all areas of the library, inclusive of breakout and seminar rooms. So it's 14 rooms in total.
Money returned from education.
So I'm saying that education is funding not just the 21,000 that you mentioned, but actually 52,000 for the furniture, and we are also funding the library refurbishment of 147,000.
If they have further questions about that process, is that all right?
Happy for you to come through myself. Yes. Thanks,
excellent. All right. Well, that does conclude us, I believe. Yes, for today. To the extent there are supplementary questions or questions on notice, the committee secretariat will be in touch. But thank you all for your attendance and for all the work you do.
Thank you.
Thank you to the witnesses. We have better information here.